Oxygen not included. Day 9. Let's jump right into it. So I'm pretty sure I left like a bunch of stuff waiting for me on this screen. So we're going to see in a moment what we had on the to-do list today. It's been like a couple weeks. Something about rockets. I think aqua tuners and steam power. I don't remember the rest of the stuff I wanted to do today. But last time we unlocked plastic. Or at least I think we did, right? Yeah, we have the Drecos now down here doing plastic. Let me unpause for a second. There we go. Doing plastic related stuff. I kind of wanted to figure out how to automate this. We have a lot of things to do here. I don't know which ones we're going to pick off. And I think somebody in chat really wanted me to make a spice grinder for some reason. Yeah, what the heck just happened out there? Sorry, there's a noise outside. It's probably fine. So I wanted to potentially do something involving a rocket, maybe go to the third planet or get some resources from space or something. I don't know if we're going to get to that. I keep wanting to do that, but then other things come up locally. Like, we can get copper ore from here. There's not really a lot else, though I do want to go to whatever this thing is, because I have no idea what this nonsense is. I don't know if these artifacts do, or if they just look pretty, or you get an achievement or something. That's something I potentially want to do. And I think, yeah, this is an oil refinery, because I wanted to get oil on the other planet. We don't have to do that. I could just ship oil through the teleporter. Or not oil, but I could ship plastic through the teleporter. So this is not terribly urgent. And then I think cooling was the other thing, because it's getting a little nasty over in this base. Like, this is not super sustainable. I might be able to run like a coolant loop through this to put off the problem for a few more streams. But I don't think this is going to be a like long-term sustainable solution. We are eventually going to have problems, and I think what brought this up was the fact that the bedrooms are getting a little toasty. I mean, they're walled off by abyssal light, so they're not going to get too much heat in. A little bit over here, but it's a problem that's eventually going to come up. And I think this is what we had just finished off last time. I ran out of plastic, but I was just working on making bedrooms. And I was like, this is going to take forever. I got to just end stream, because we were going for like 7 hours or something. Which now qualifies as a long stream for me, because I've been trying to keep these a little bit shorter. Just for my own sanity more than anything else here. Yeah, I want to make some carpets. Okay, I think we're all caught up. So, yeah, they were building the Great Hall as well. And I think this might already qualify as a Great Hall. So this should hopefully fix most of their morale problems. They're going to all have private bedrooms once I get enough beds in place. They got a Great Hall. This is a nature reserve, because somehow they can sense the existence of these plants up here that nobody is allowed to look at. I don't know how. One of them's dead, but apparently it's good enough. And I think I was going to, like, delete this tile here. I'm slowly piecing together what I was doing. When we get access to glass, I'll just put like a glass wall here so it looks pretty. Doesn't actually do anything important. Maybe even I'll put some glass over here so they could see the nature reserve. None of this stuff matters, but you know what? Maybe the base will work better if it's pretty. Probably not. But you know, sometimes you just do things to have fun in these games. So first order of business, I think, is we gotta think about the steam power situation. We're just like, how can I get more power? How can I get steam? How can I get cooling? You could sort of combine all those things together with the aqua tuner. Because for anyone who doesn't know what this thing does here, thermal aqua tuner is a building where you pipe liquid through it. It makes the liquid colder, and it takes, I forget if there's any thermodynamics here, but the building itself becomes insanely hot in order to cool liquids that pass through it. And then you can put it in like a steam turbine room and have it boil water, and then you could capture some of the energy back from the steam. And I am fairly certain this doesn't check out in the real world, but in this video game you can use this thing to do a lot of work. You can cool an enormous amount of liquid with this thing, produce an insane amount of heat, and then get back a bunch of that energy. Somebody probably knows whether or not this is self-sustaining, or maybe there's like some specific coolant or whatever for which it is self-sustaining. I don't remember it being like that, because it also has a flat power cost on top of it that I'm pretty sure exceeds what the steam generator can make. I have not crunched the numbers on this because I quite frankly don't want to right now because we're not making builds that are that convoluted. I need to get this hydrogen out of here. But that's something that I want to build because you can just make a cooling loop out of that. And the most effective way that I've found to cool things in this video game isn't through like air conditioning or anything, but it's through actually just running like a bunch of PP water through an aqua tuner to cool it down to like a low temperature, and then just piping that around the base with radiant pipes. So you just pipe cold water all over your base because it has so much more thermal mass than like the oxygen. It's like the obvious thing that you might want to do, which I probably do need to cool this room before these overheat because they're actually really close. But the obvious thing that you might want to do is cool your oxygen supply. But in my experience, ages ago, this game, that wasn't very effective because there just wasn't enough oxygen to effectively cool the whole base, since most of the pipes are overpressured and it just doesn't get around fast enough. This overlay. Yeah, like these docks, well, I guess those don't matter, but yeah, like this is all overpressured and it's really, really heckin' hot down here. And nothing is ever going to get cooled. This kind of would work for the bedrooms, I think, since they spend a lot of time in this area. They breathe it more often. Up here, it would also not do anything. So that's kind of the plan that I wanted for today. So cooling, maybe screw around with the spice and do some rocketry related stuff, and we'll see what other catastrophes come up. However, there is one like immediate low-hanging fruit that I want to deal with right now, and it's the fact that we have hydrogen just pooling up here. I don't know where this hydrogen came from. I need to get rid of it. So there's no reason to really have these ladders in here either. This was for building. I'm gonna just like kind of put a pump up here and see if I can just get rid of the hydrogen just for a little while. Like I'll just keep an eye on it until it mostly goes away. Or maybe I could put a, you know, we could automate this process. I could just have the pump only operate if there's something that isn't oxygen up here. Yeah, it seems like a good idea actually. Let's just do that. So ventilation. See how long it takes me to remember what all the hotkeys are for this game. We can just... It doesn't really matter, just put it like over here or something. It's not going to output into these pipes. In fact, what pipe do I want it to output into? I think I need to make a new one. That's an oxygen pipe, which... I guess these are just full? Why is there no oxygen coming out of that? Hold on, did I break something? Okay, it goes out this way. Alright, so what I'm confused by here is why this is not sending oxygen up this way. Is this just another oxygen not included moment? Let's find out. No, it just doesn't want to send oxygen up this way for some reason. Wait, oh, I might be stupid. Wait, how long has this been like this? Oh, I know what happened here. I shortened the rocket is what happened here. We have an oxygen provider. I shortened the rocket at some point, and I didn't update these pipes, so it thinks of this as like a gas output pipe now. And it just confuses the game's like weird directional pipe system. Like devs. Dev in chat, I know you're not here for this game because Clay is never going to watch my streams, or if you are, then I'd look. Yeah, can you add little like arrows for the directionality of the pipe? Like the game engine very clearly knows what direction these pipes are supposed to be pumping in, but it doesn't tell you this. So it is just like trial and error sometimes to figure out what the heck is going on. Okay, thank you. Like, comment, and subscribe, by the way. Alright, so we need to make another, like, pipe route. Actually, what am I doing? No, I don't have to do that. I can just put the vent here, but I don't want to, like, capture whatever gas I'm producing here. I'm just gonna put it, like, I just shove it over there. It'll eventually go away. And we'll cut it off until we're ready to go. Cool if every game had a dev in chat. Yeah, I appreciated that for Astroneer. I think that's the only dev in chat moment I've had here. Technically, I had a dev in chat for Spelunky 2, but it was during an event, and it wasn't my chat. It was the stream that I was, like, showcasing. And I basically humiliated that game when I did that stream, so I don't know if they appreciated that or not. But I did have dev in chat during Spelunky 2, during that Moss ranking whatever glitch showcase event that we were doing ages ago. I try to be respectful about these games, but there are a lot of like things that I would love to have in this game that it just doesn't have. At least it's a better like quality of life experience than it was when I played it like 5 years ago. Because we got stuff like the bottle fillers and emptiers now, so you don't have to just make a pitcher pump for the sole purpose of getting water into a bottle because you couldn't do that from a pipe directly for some reason. Little things like that go a long way to make the experience better, and I've had a lot more fun with this game, in part because of all the quality of life crap that they've added to it. Alright, let's get some wires here. How much power is this using? Very little, so we can just do that. And then what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to put like an element sensor. Maybe like down here-ish or something. I'm just going to put an element sensor that says like if this is not oxygen down here, then I probably want to just start pumping it. And that'll give me a pretty good buffer for the gases like floating around. I don't know, I'm eyeballing it on this kind of stuff. So as usual, I have to play a game of figure out where the sensor is. I think it's this one. And I'll just stick it like... Is something going to be built there? Might put a door there. I'll just stick it like right... that's a good spot right there. Shame how deprioritized quality of life updates can be. Yeah, that's one of those things where I as a video gamer, believe it or not, chat, I am actually a gamer. I love quality of life updates. I'm okay with a video game just doing nothing for like a year and then dropping like a huge quality of life update. But there are also people who have short attention spans who just want content so they can play the content for like 2 hours and then stop playing the game again. I really want quality of life updates for games like this. And it's a shame that like Clay games don't seem to get a whole lot of that. Yeah, they focus on Don't Starve. Even Don't Starve Together has trouble with quality of life updates. Like, that game is so clunky. Like, I like that game. I've been playing it a little bit again. It is such a clunky video game. There are so many nice things they could do to make that game play better, and they just haven't... They're just not doing it. I want them to build this now so I can set the filter. I'll explain what I'm doing here once this is built, by the way. Put the sensor, I mean I could, I don't want to. I want it to be lower down here so that I only activate it if like I'm fairly confident there's a gas problem. But you know, you might be right actually. Hold on, you know what, yeah, you're right though, they're walking through the gas, so you are right. I'm gonna move it up a little bit. But what I'm trying to do here is make sure the pump doesn't remove any oxygen from the room. Though you have an oxygen vent right next to it. I didn't really think this through very well, did I? We can make a few changes here. I'm going to move the oxygen vent like this, then I'll go back to ranting about quality of life updates. Once they delete this thing. Okay, I'll explain all of this once it's built. It's kind of a waste product. Yeah, but okay, look, I'm a baby oxygen player, and look, the game says oxygen not included, and I'm making the oxygen. There's no way I can just dump the oxygen into space. That's ridiculous. That goes against like the whole philosophy of how to play this game. Just let me be irrational for a little bit here. So quality of life stuff. It is a shame in general that that's a thing that doesn't get popularized in the industry. And I think that just has to do with like just people being, I don't know, just having short attention spans. Like it's probably more profitable in the long run, but it still doesn't mean that I'm happy about it. I don't know for sure. There's probably games that could get away with just doing quality of life updates and would actually like have way more people be happy with them. But I suspect that I'm in a minority of people that actually want devs to spend a year working on quality of life stuff. And I've had plenty of complaining about that on Astroneer too, where I just like want them to spend an update that just like fixes all the problems with the terrain engine. But ultimately they're making their decisions based on some philosophy that I'm not a part of here. I would like it to be different, but I'll at least enjoy the things that I can get. And as for Clay games in particular, I guess this is really the only other Clay game I play, so I have no idea what exactly the quality of life process is. Don't Starve Together did get a huge quality of life update like I think 3 years ago or something. And then every now and then they add something really cool to it. But I don't like how just it generally clunky that game tends to be. Like, one of my biggest frustrations with Don't Starve Together is that It's like probably, if I had to pick, I think the most unresponsive video game that I've ever played in my life, it's probably Don't Starve Together. Now, let me set the filter on this really quickly. Because they have their like awful like dual server system for caves and surface, and it's just super laggy, and you press a button and it feels like it takes a solid second for it to react. It feels like I'm playing old school RuneScape, but all the enemies are still running at like 30 frames per second. And it's just very, very difficult to actually get the game to react correctly. And you basically just have to use the lag to anticipate the behavior that every single enemy is going to have. And if you dare press like 2 buttons on the same frame, like if you're still holding move when you click on a crafting recipe button, guaranteed that crafting recipe is just going to get canceled. But then at the same time, if you press your pickup hotkey to grab an item off the ground and then you cancel it, it takes like a full second for the game to actually respond to you trying to cancel the input for the pickup. It's just, I really wish they would just go back and redesign some of that and make a smoother experience, but that would probably take like a lot of development time for them to work on it, and instead they're just kind of adding like decent like content drops is what they've been doing instead. So I would love quality of life updates. I'm not really going anywhere with this rant. I don't know if anybody can relate with me on this. I would love some quality of life updates for Don't Starve Together as well. It just hasn't been happening. And it's disappointing, but at least the game is still fun, and at least their monetization model is very reasonable. You can get everything in that game for free, except for some of the cosmetics, and I'm always okay with cosmetics being, like, pay to get. But even the characters in Don't Starve Together, like, if you play it enough and open all the gift drops that you get, you can eventually just make the characters for free, using, like, spools or whatever their currency is called. I think in this game it's called filaments. I don't remember exactly how it works for this game. I haven't really been doing it. Alright, so anyways, let's focus. So what I've done here to just explain this, again, very, very baby circuitry stuff here. I have an oxygen sensor. If it is sensing oxygen, it'll send a green signal, which will get converted into a red signal or a not signal here, which will disable the building. So right now, it should be sending a red signal because there is no oxygen, there's a bunch of hydrogen up here, which gets converted to activate the building. So if we connect the pump here, it'll start pumping the hydrogen out. And what'll happen eventually is, if we look at our material overlay, the version that's watchable, not this abomination. There we go, gas filter. Eventually, this is going to become oxygen in this area before it gets up to the pump. So we're going to have like a little bit of hydrogen sort of floating around the ceiling. But once this detector here has oxygen, the pump is going to turn off, and that'll make sure that we don't just vent our base of all of its oxygen. This is not like a foolproof scheme or anything, but what it means is they shouldn't get eye irritation anymore. If it like levels out around here, maybe I need to move this up a tile. I forget exactly where the eye irritation detection happens. I don't know if it's like both of the tiles they stand in. That's kind of the vision that I had for this, and that just solves a small issue, which is that hydrogen is materializing in my base somehow. I honestly don't know where it's coming from. It's probably just like, yeah, these little like gas pockets here. This will probably, oh god, voice break. This will probably deal with it. I'm gonna hydrate already. There we go. I haven't spoke today. Usually when I do these live streams, I have literally like not spoke at all for the entire day. If you ever compare the beginning and the end of one of my streams, it is very obvious that my voice is like different by the time you get to the end of it. That's just how it goes. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, I want to catch up on chat. I don't know, just look at the puff while I read chat. You just vent CO2, and if it O2 leaks. Yeah, I could do that too. I mean, I'm capturing the CO2 right now for my awful rockets, and then the excess gets put out this overflow here. Very hacky, but I've been having more fun with this game, not obsessing over perfection here. So we're gonna settle for good enough. As someone said, perfection is, or good enough is the enemy of perfection. I think I bungled that quote, but you might know what I'm talking about. Somebody can correct me on that. Anyways, you'd say the profit potential for content release is more visible to certain stakeholders in game development. Yeah, that's why you never go after the developers for this kind of stuff. Like, I will call out the developers of games for being incompetent when I perceive something they did to be just ludicrously stupid, like just, it doesn't make anyone profit in any capacity. It's just straight up like somebody doing a bad job at implementing something and then that getting shipped to production. And it doesn't look like it's unfinished or anything. Like, that is where I'll call out a development team, like, as a whole, as being incompetent, is if it's clear that their development cycle is just really bad. Stuff like, for instance, when you'll have a development team, like, push a change into the production build and then revert it, like, later and say that wasn't supposed to be in the production build. That means that someone on the team doesn't know how to use version control, and that's a red flag. Like, that is the dev team making a mistake. That is not like a matter of them being forced to push a bad change by like the business or whatever. Like, that is a developer mistake itself. That's the kind of thing that I'll start critiquing here. And as well as just like extremely questionable like design choices with a game where it's like for the same amount of effort they could have done it better. But I'm not going to critique a development team for making content releases when their game is broken, because that's the kind of thing that gets pushed by like the stakeholders. I don't know the situation for Clay. I think Tencent owns them, which is not good. I don't know how much of a hand they have in these changes, but there's probably something in there, like coaxing them into like adding content, because content is the thing that gets the numbers to go higher on Steam. That's what pleases the stakeholders, and the stakeholders are the only thing in the universe that matters if your game is publicly traded or something like that. So that's what you end up getting for games like that, is you just get content drops, and they just keep building on top of a very broken game engine. It's because a minority of players are actually sitting there saying, could you guys just actually do a quality of life update? It's kind of a mess. I don't like how that happens with the industry. It's better with some games than others, but that's probably a factor in what's going on here.
You must construct additional pylons.
I must construct additional pylons. That is an old meme. Why is this thing hanging out here? I didn't even know these things could go into the water like that. That is a very old vintage meme. I don't think there's any pylons I can construct in this game though, Kai, so unfortunately I don't think I'm going to be doing that today. But thank you for the resub. Let's see. Horse armor is fine if there's no stats and all. Wait, hold on a second. Okay, I think I missed this I missed the context for this message. Are we talking about the Minecraft horse armor? Are we trying to segue into complaining about the Minecraft content drops? Because I'm not too pleased with the Minecraft content drops, because those are also very underwhelming. But that's kind of a different scenario than what I think is going on with this game here, with like the paid DLCs and stuff, or Don't Starve's content drops, which at the very least are kind of interesting. The Minecraft ones are just very disappointing in general. It's probably hydrogen from the plug slugs. Oh, you're right. Yeah, this bugger right here is making hydrogen, huh? Horse armor is often a reference. Okay, we're not talking about Minecraft then. I think I'm uncultured. Somebody enlighten me in chat. What is the horse armor reference? Or is this something to do with like, you know what, no, I'm not going to speculate anymore. What game are we talking about here with the horse armor? Wow, okay, so it's not Minecraft. Because I was thinking about the horse armor in Minecraft, and I was like, that's been in the game for a while. That's probably not what you guys are talking about. But I haven't really figured it out. Skyrim. Okay, we got WoW or Skyrim. I want to know about this stuff. I like to understand, like, the history of the industry here. I need to be informed as a streamer who plays video games. So, hold on, before I read all that, let me see if I could find some busy work to do here. Alright, so I think one of the things... Oh, we're actually running out of water there. One of the things I wanted to do here was actually let this room fill with water. But what busy work can I do here before I go have a chat? How are we doing on water? Is that going to be the thing that goes wrong? No, we have a decent supply of polluted water. What else can we do? I could crack this open and start processing this over here. I could run it through the same system, actually. I could, like, kind of bump this up a little bit and put a couple of the other Cleany buildings down here. Oh, yep, Cleany building. That's a very good cosign. Excellent. That's exactly what those are called. Might do that. And then I'll look at chat. Let's see. We don't need more duplicates right now, really. I'm not even going to read these. Sorry if there's any memes in this set of duplicates. I'm not going to read this right now. I'm gonna make a room here to potentially start taming this cool slush geyser, because I think we are going to start having a water problem, and then I think we'll probably move on to the cooling system after that. So let me, before I do anything else, let me designate some construction here. So what I want to do is just kind of just core out another room in this area, which I'm just going to delete any of the ice that happens to be in the way. We'll get rid of that sleet wheat, unfortunately, but I'm just going to core out any of the ice that happens to be in the way while I set this up. Yeah, something like that. That'll get us started. Make sure they can access the whole thing from the top. Okay, let's see. So what do you guys got to say here? So horse armors, yeah, reference to one of the first purely cosmetic DLCs. And what's the context before that? Is fine if there's no stats and all. Yeah, okay, so we're back to the cosmetic DLC thing. Okay, that's what you were responding to. That's what, because that's what I was talking about with the Don't Starve Together DLCs. And even the new character drops, which you can buy the character immediately, but if you've been playing the game for a while, you will just have enough of the, like, free to get currency. Yeah. Okay, that's some coyote frames right there. My god, what are you doing? But anyways, yeah, you can get the free currency by just playing the game for what I would say is a reasonable amount of time. Or you can just support them and spend the money on it immediately, and it sounds fair enough to me. So yeah, that instance of horse armor is fine. And, alright, so Kai is saying that it's a test for Skyrim, and then Tristus is confirming that. Okay, so they were mocked for this. How did I miss this? I feel like I should know what this meme is. So they were mocked for selling 250 horse armor in Elder Scrolls 4. Which I think is Skyrim. I like never hear that called Elder Scrolls. It's always just Oblivion or Skyrim or whatever the other ones were. I don't remember what the other two are called. Maybe the first one was just Elder Scrolls. I don't know anything about that game. 11 years ago from 7 years ago. Yeah, it's been a while. I was around for this, but these were games that I never really paid much attention to, so I think I missed this meme. Yeah, egg. I assume you're talking about the omelets here. We also give them a priority order for this, just to kind of coax them into setting this up here. It was actually Oblivion. Skyrim was only 14 years ago. It sure has been a while, hasn't it? Yeah, we had some coyote time. Okay, we got a Reddit post here in the chat. I'm not gonna read that right now, but let me glance at it just real quick. Okay, yeah, it's too long. I'm not going to read that on the stream right now, but I'll keep it open. I'm curious about this stuff for later, but I get the gist of it. I think this is one of those, like, look at how far we've come situations, but not in a good way, but rather, it used to be that this was the horrible thing to do. It was ridiculous to charge for a cosmetic like that, and now we're in a state where we're happy to charge for cosmetics, because now there are pay-to-win video games in the world, where you just straight up spend money to have, like, just a better experience than anybody else who is playing that same game. Is kind of, I guess it's really, the pay-to-win thing is mostly an issue for, like, either predatory monetization schemes where the game is just not fun unless you pay money to play it, or competitive games where you just straight up have an advantage if you spend money on it. I wonder if I should do something about all this piss water down here. I probably should. They're not having a good time. But I think that's just kind of like the situation that's being highlighted here. I don't know how I felt about this kind of thing a long time ago, because I didn't really play the games that had this kind of monetization scheme in the first place, so it wasn't an issue that was relevant to me. But we're becoming complacent as gamers, might kind of be like the moral of the situation here. And I don't know how to feel about that, but I'm glad that we've still got games like Deep Rock Galactic or Don't Starve Together, where, because especially Deep Rock Galactic, where it's literally only cosmetics, but even Don't Starve Together, where you have a way to get the character within a reasonable amount of time, even if you don't want to spend money on it. There's no moral to this story here. I'm not going anywhere with this conversation. This is just relevant enough that I think it's something decent to talk about here every now and then. Let's see. Yeah, okay, it says summarize. So in 2006, Bethesda sold Horse Armor DLC for Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion and was pilloried, that's a word, pilloried by gamers for doing so. Nowadays, a seeming majority of games contain some form of cosmetic DLC. Yeah, I don't know which party I would have been in back then. Like, would I have been appalled by the fact that they were doing that, or would I have been like, okay, this is reasonable? Because, I mean, I guess maybe part of the problem with that was that that game wasn't like actively updated, right? Like it was a one-time release. Maybe that's the other part of it, is the idea of buying a game and then just optionally doing that. Like it supports the live service model nowadays. I don't think Oblivion had a live service model, did it? So that DLC would have literally been for the sole purpose of having the horse armor and nothing else, right? So it's a little bit different from a live service model where you have games like Don't Starve Together that keep adding content after the initial purchase to expand upon the game, which makes for a more reasonable like excuse really for having like just paid DLCs. And if it's just a cosmetic DLC, then well, that's nice. You could choose to support them if you like their like free content, but you don't have to in order to enjoy the game properly. As an EA director once said something like this: if your game doesn't prompt the user to buy bullets when they run out, then you're making your game wrong. Which I've heard that one before. Who's like, what game was that in context of, or was that just some generic like just brain defective EA like director or executive that said that? Really, it could be any EA game that said that, I'm pretty sure. But I've heard that one before. But EA is basically just every possible meme about like shitty monetization schemes. You could probably find something in EA that reflects it at this point in this day and age. Bethesda tried it again with trying to sell mods people were making for free. Okay, that's... yeah, that one I don't know. That's a bit of a weird one there, but I don't know enough about that drama to really like formulate an opinion on it, because I'm sure it was blown out of proportion one way or another here. Like, I would assume they weren't stealing the mods, but if they were stealing the mods, then that's pretty shitty. If they were just recreating the mods like built into the game engine and then trying to sell that, I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Let me get this crap off the top here before any of this stuff melts. Like, it's a little bit of a different situation.
I'm a stolen mod.
Yeah, you've been stolen by Doug. Can't believe this. He stole your heart. Absolutely unbelievable that this kind of thing would happen. I've never felt more betrayed in my life. I'm sorry. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. You'll always be my third favorite mod until I get a fourth mod, and then I'll bump you down one more notch. Good to have you here, though. For anyone who's confused, I remember I kid when I harass my mods like this. They are doing this voluntarily. None of them are getting paid to do this, but they don't have to pay me to do it either. But I've known them for years, and I trust them to do good modding for me, and occasionally shitpost in my chat and make fun of me. But some good friendly like banter is always appreciated around here. We don't have to be like a weenie chat. Like, just a little bit of that is completely fine. I think what I need to do here is probably put another ice container. What do I have down here? Hold on, what is even in this? Ice. Where am I putting my polluted ice? I don't remember anymore. I need to have a place for that. They need to sweep that before it melts. Hold on, where is this going? Going nowhere. God, I need a place to put my piss water. I mean, maybe I could just dump it up here, actually. You know what? Let's just dump it up here. I'm going to seal this off. I'm going to move this door up a tile, because eventually we're going to be taming this cool slush geyser and dumping a ton of water down here. So I'm just going to put the storage container for it up here.
Friendly banter like this. Hey cosine, you fucking suck. Go touch grass, nerd.
Maybe a little, you know, a little low. Tune it down like just a tad. Oh, I forgot I had that skin for these. Like, maybe hey cosine, you hecking suck. Go touch grass, nerd. By the way, I don't actually care about people swearing here. But I mean, yeah, I don't know how to judge the friendly versus toxic banter thing, but I don't mind if people, like, will say lol streamer messed up occasionally. We've had this conversation before here, and it just depends on, like, try to feel out the mood of the whole thing. If I made a silly mistake and I'm laughing at it, you put a lol in the chat, and then we move on from it. Like, that's just kind of like the way I would judge it. Like, it's okay to call out a mistake. I'm doing a live stream here. I'm not going to get offended if I screw something up and then chat laughs at it. But then you move on at some point. Especially with the Spelunky speedruns. It's the one I've had the biggest issue with here, because that game just gets stressful. There's a reason why I haven't been speedrunning that game anymore. But in general, we don't have to all be super...
Hey fucker, you hecking suck cosine. Also fuck you. Go touch some fucking grass, you fucking nerd.
Oh my god. Like, I know that Soviet is memeing here. But, like, if that was your first time chat message, I would definitely be a little bit more upset about— oh my god, what the fuck is that? Yeah, if that was your first time chat message, like, I would be a little bit bothered by it. So, like, be sure you can read the room here. We got to establish a proper relationship before we can have that kind of interaction. Does anybody want this on their duplicate, by the way? And also, for anyone who doesn't have a duplicate, you can do the redeem. Anyone who doesn't have a duplicate yet, we still have two of them that haven't been given names. So any of you who want to do that, that haven't named a duplicate yet, you are free to assign a name to them and then give them this wretched sweater. I think this is a rare blueprint. I'm assuming it is. It said nifty, but I really don't know what that means. Alright, now I have one left. Alright, what do you... I don't know if you had one or not, but whatever. What do you want to name them? Well, you're supposed to pick a name for name a duplicate, unless you mean the name is now you have one left. Like, clarify that for me. Also, which one do you want? Who do we have here? Also, I'll scroll up a second. I think I missed a couple of chat messages. I got a lot going on here. Alright, we have Pay and Stinky. Those are your two choices for who you want to name right now. So, let me know. Alright, anyways, what do we got here? John Risitiello, when giving the example, okay, so is that the brain dead like CEO or whatever that said that line about making them pay for bullets? I hate the fact that the industry has gotten to that point. But oh well, the thing you could do, chat member, is instead of buying the latest iteration of Battlefield or Call of Duty, you can buy Deep Rock Galactic, or Oxygen Not Included, or Terraria, or Stardew Valley. There are lots of indie games out there that you can play. Unfortunately, if you want a shooter, I'm not good on the like market of shooters, but there are probably indie shooters that are also way better than the slop that large corporations have been releasing. If anybody wants to throw some names in chat, you can. But there are a lot of good indie games out there with like ethical companies developing them, and you always have the option of getting those instead. Let me put some tiles here, and let's fill this thing up with, I just say polluted ice can go in here. A little high priority. They should sweep it on their own now, and hopefully we can get the ice out of here before it melts. I also need them to build this. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, you get paid negative money. My mods don't have to sub to me. They choose to do so. I have never required them to do that. They're not pay pigs. Like, they don't have to do this. It's completely optional. They have decided to support me, and I immensely appreciate it, but I never expect it of them. And if any of you just stop your sub for whatever reason, I will not even like question it. It's completely fine. Anyone who wants to support this channel, it's completely optional to do so. I just appreciate it if you do, because I am still unemployed. Because that is our current like state of affairs in this country, but I have enough savings to do this for quite a long time, so I'm not begging for money here. And let's see, they intended for mods that were available for free, now only— okay, so they were trying to replace the mods, so you couldn't use the mod anymore. Yeah, okay, that's scummy. That's bad. I don't know enough about that drama to weigh in on it more than that, but I don't like the sound of that, just the way you've described it here. That does not sound like good consumer-friendly behavior by a large corporation. Who'd have thought that they would do something like that at some point when they realized that people use mods to make their games playable, that they would try to profit off of it. Maybe if they released the games in a playable state, then they wouldn't have even needed to do that in the first place. Did they really just double down? Okay, then you got interrupted by that awful sweater that I got. Alright, I think we're all caught up here. Be a funny name, but honestly, Pay to Saffron. Okay, I don't know if there's a joke there or not, but let's go get Pay here. Let's get your duplicate. Vitals, I don't remember how to do this. This one? Okay, that's the one that you do this with. Alright, congratulations, you have Saffron. Would you like her to wear that wretched sweater that I just unlocked? I mean, actually, you're not going to be able to see it until we take the pajamas off, but it's up to you. God, no. Okay, excellent choice. Yeah, this is one of our narcoleptic dupes that's making more sleep journals or whatever these are called for us. I'm sorry I keep zooming in and out. My brain is all over the place here. We do have Stinky left. That redeem, I think, is going to unlock itself again in like 20 minutes or something. So anybody else, preferably someone who doesn't have a duplicate yet, but honestly at this point, anybody else who wants to rename Stinky, pay attention for when that redeem comes off cooldown. You can claim Stinky as your very own. All four for the same price. This is the problem with reading chat like at a weird cadence like that. I don't know what you were referring to there. Was it the list of indie games that I named? Because it is worth noting that every game I just listed there is like $20 or $30 and goes on sale a lot. So it's very affordable. Like it's completely reasonable. Why have they not swept the polluted water out of here? Do they have a place to drop it off? I thought I had a... Okay, they are sweeping it. It's just really slow. I think there's a lot of them. Now, Saffron's a fine name. I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't like a meme here that I was oblivious to this whole time. Let's go ahead and swap these out for regular tiles. Just because I'm going to eventually want to thermoregulate this room, so there's no reason to cut it off like that. We can get rid of the ladder as well, and then what we're going to do here is put a couple of these, what are these called? Water sieves, these things. That's what we're going to stick in there. And we're going to have one there. Can I rotate these? Yeah, I can. I want to set up like a roughly symmetrical alignment with these two pumps down there. There we go. Okay, it'll look roughly the same. Though the inputs and outputs are in different spots because nothing can actually be convenient in this game. Alright, so we're going to do that. I'm going to hook up the power. How much do these use? I really wish it would show you that before they're built. 120. Okay, so they're pretty low. I think... Yeah, this is on a separate power grid. So yeah, we can just have the same one for all of these buildings here. I know that there's slightly more efficient arrangements for the wire, but I like to hide the wires behind walls because it looks kind of cool. Yeah, all four indie games. Like, I'm sure that there are good, like, indie shooters out there that you could play instead. Usually it seems like Battlefield and Call of Duty are really the big ones, and I don't know what the alternatives are for those in the indie market. I'm sure it exists. I'm just not sure what they are because I haven't been terribly interested in that genre in quite a long time. Hello, cue ball. Good luck, thank you. There's not a whole lot of luck here. Most of the things that go wrong in this game are my own dumb fault when they happen. Why do I have a door here? Does anybody remember why I built this? Wait, why do I have all these doors? Because they take a long time to navigate through the doors, as you can see here. This one was for a nature reserve. I don't think I have any reason to have these here, so I'm just going to get rid of them, and then I'll find out why I had them here later. Civ. I don't know why you said Civ in chat, Soviet. Civ? Oh, is this one of those coastline doesn't know how to pronounce a word things? Look, alright, look, listen, we got like receive, and then we removed that and replaced the C with an S, and that makes it Civ, except it's I before E, except after C. And that doesn't really tell me how to pronounce this. Look, I don't know, this English is stupid. Both are valid pronunciations, thank you. Thank you for defending me from my toxic moderators. I should look into fire poles. Yeah, I keep forgetting to do that. You're right. I absolutely keep forgetting to do that. I'm gonna do that right now. Yeah, we have one here. Like I've had these for a while. Thank you for that. That cancels out you harassing me for pronouncing it wrong. I've been wanting to do this for ages because they climb up the fire poles really slowly, but they go hella fast going down the fire poles. Okay, well it stops working here because I have a floor in this area, so we'll just do it till like right there. I'm gonna have to come back and change these mesh tiles to be doors at some point. But yeah, these fire poles are very fast on the way down, and their pathfinding knows not to use them to climb up unless they're the only choice. There we go. Okay, thank you for bringing that up. Back in the day, you really liked Sanctum, Tower Defense FPS co-op. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Made by a small studio, Coffee Stain. Well, I've heard of them. They're the Satisfactory publisher. Are they also? No, they're not Deep Rock, right? They're associated with Ghost Ship Games, I think. Are they the publisher for Deep Rock? I don't remember. It's all interconnected, like Satisfactory and Deep Rock. There's some relationship between those two games, and I think it might be they are both published by Coffee Stain, but I could be completely wrong on that. Like, they're an indie publisher, and as far as I'm aware, they're a good publisher. Like, they're good people, and they actually care about these games and not just pleasing the shareholders. That is my understanding of the situation with them. Alright, so what do we want to do here? I want to get this brine out of here and probably seal this off. So let's do a little bit of building in this area. Put a couple of ladders. Nice singing, dude. And let's just dig all this out. I'm gonna like kind of excavate all of this, and then I'm gonna build a floor underneath it like this, and I'm just gonna kind of dump all of this water into this area here. And we'll figure out how to pump it from there. And then I'm gonna also have the storage bin for the water here, and as long as it doesn't flow up high enough to get out of this airlock, we should be fine. I probably should have put this bin one tile over so I could build a ladder here now. I might also want to put an atmosuit dock leading into this area because it is going to be very nasty in here once I spill all the water in. I should probably do that from above the geyser. I don't know, we'll figure it out as we go. I before E, except after C, except when sounding like A, like in neighbor and way. What about the word weird? Doesn't that one immediately violate the policy? Like it doesn't work because English is just an amalgamation of bullshit from other languages that doesn't like pronounce anything consistently here. Like we shouldn't even need to have a rule like that. Wind. Yeah, and English is stupid. Wait, why are we talking about wind now? I am so sorry. I am completely missing the context for everything you say, Soviet. Oh, is this a wind and wind situation? Because we also got minute and minute. Minute and minute are pretty good, right? Those two words are very clearly distinguished between each other. English is what happens when French and Germanic folks come together and mush their languages. Yeah. I can't even complain about the problems with those other languages because English just took the worst of both of them and just mashed it together. Yeah, so what I'm waiting for them to do here is just kind of dig this out. I think I'll stick a pump down here just temporarily. Once they build this, I can delete that lower ladder, and then they'll build a pump down here. I'll get this water out of this little pit, and then I'll fill it up. Their languages and their genitals. That is inappropriate. Technically true, though. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that that's how that works. That is, in fact, how the birds and the bees work. Let's see. I can place the pump. Why are they not building this? Can they not reach this, actually, because I cut the ladder off? No, they can reach that. Okay, hold on. I want them to build that before I start pumping this out. Well, no, I can just build the pump now. That doesn't matter. And then as far as what to do with this, it's polluted water. Did I already cut this off? No, I still have the sieve here. Right, I was trying to get the rest of the piss water out of here, and I think that's done. So I'm gonna pump that out, and then I can remove this water filter. That's not a sieve. Sieve. Minutiae. Oh my god, we have so many. I hate this language. Okay, anyways, let me focus for a second here. This is a sieve, I'm being told, or a sieve. It could be either way. I'm going to call it a sieve because that's how I would pronounce other words that have that I before E thing on it. Be speaking Chinese in 20 years? God, I hope not. I mean, the thing is, I can't even, like, critique Chinese. I know nothing about the language. I don't know if it's what you would call a bad language, like English, or if it actually has, like, good, coherent rules behind it. So I cannot, like, weigh in on that. So what I need to do here, I think, is... Do I need to use a bridge here? I'm going to use a bridge because what I'm afraid of is that this is going to drop an item into this tank. I don't know if it will. Maybe the bridge is less likely to do it. I probably don't need to have a bridge there, but whatever. I'm just going to put a bridge there. It most likely doesn't matter. This is irrational behavior. Alright, so then we need to run power through this. And when they're done with all this nonsense, we'll pump out this little room here. Now, I could probably crack the wall open here actually to gain access to this, so I'm just going to do this instead. They don't need to be able to get in here. Or they don't need to be able to get in here from the top. I'll just have them do it from the side. That's way more rational. Pronounce versus pronunciation. There are so many things like that in these languages. Like, I kind of can't list them off the top of my head, really. Chinese is interesting for non-native English speakers to learn. I'm more like thinking from the standpoint of, like, is it a language with a bunch of unnecessary bullshit that you have to do to communicate a point? Like, as far as, like, reading it is concerned to a non-native English speaker, I don't even know where to start. Like, the characters are insanely convoluted looking, but I don't know how much information a single Chinese, like, glyph can encode. So I don't know if it's an efficient language or if it's really drawn out and unnecessarily convoluted to say anything in that language. That's the thing I'm kind of curious about. Like, is it well optimized, or is it a dumpster fire? Or does it have, like, super insanely inconsistent rules about, like, how it works or how its conjugations are formed? That's the thing I don't know. And based on the fact that there are, like, several different dialects of Chinese, my, like, instinctive suspicion is that it's probably a dumpster fire. But I'm not informed on the matter, so I don't actually know if it is. Oh my god, I filled up all of these. But I'm guessing as an extremely ancient language, it has probably accumulated an enormous amount of crust over the years, which it only took English, like, a few centuries to do that same thing. Let's see, we do that. My brain turned off. Okay, we do that, and then we empty all of these. And the quantum pile grows. Okay, so they should be able to get all the crap out of here. I also want them to remove this stuff. And they should have plenty of places to dump them now. Why are they not taking the ice, though? Wait, this is brine ice. How the hell did I get brine ice? There like hasn't been any in here. Yeah, this has all just been normal ice and polluted ice. I don't even know how I got this. Let me just set a storage bin like in here somewhere for that. Interesting. No conjugations. For example, you're talking about Mandarin, which is the dialect Chinese and Taiwan both chose for their national dialect. Okay. The characters generally can each represent a full word. Okay, so it's not like individual letters then. They sort of mash it up into a single character. That makes a little bit more sense, though that definitely doesn't translate well to the modern era of, like, computers because of how many, like, the enormous set of, like, Unicode characters that they need to have for that language. Oh, that doesn't translate well to, like, the printing press either, or any of that technology. That's just kind of a bad read on, like, where the... Oh my god, look at that. Yeah, this is how fast those go, by the way, if there aren't doors in the way. That's just kind of a bad read on, like, the state of the technology, though, for that to happen. But, like, that does not translate well to the computer age, and even, like, the printing press, to have individual, like, characters for each word in the language. But, like, from an older standpoint, it would make perfect sense to do something like that, and there's probably a lot of languages that have done that kind of thing. Why are they not sweeping this? Does this not have a place to go? Is sulfur a weird element? Hold on. Sometimes the game does this crap. No, it's here. They just haven't gotten around to it yet. So that's why China invented the printing press, but did nothing with it. Wait, what the hell happened here? Okay, hold on. I'll evaluate that comment in a moment. What broke? Did I do a stupid? Why are these broken? Okay, so I pumped this water into the sieve, or no, this is the filter. And then the filter is for polluted water. And then the salt water that was in there should have gone here. Did something... Oh, maybe it froze. Oh, I know what happened here. Oh, it's too cold. Okay, hold on. All right, I figured out what happened here. I need to put it in before the thermal whatchamadoohickey call it. Okay, that's what the problem is. What is the easiest way that I can weasel this pipe in here? We are making some ultra spaghetti right now is what we're doing. Again, I really don't want to build something through into this tank because it's probably going to drop the item inside of it when it gets deconstructed. Yeah, we're just gonna make it grody like this. Do that, and do that. And that's what I get for trying to take shortcuts here. I blame chat. I was distracted by chat. How could you? Yes, you chat member. You specifically. You made me do this. Streamer has never made a mistake in his life. Alright, so anyways, back to that. Alright, let's see. For Chinese, they type letters phonetically and it translates to characters. Oh, do they like add... Do they have like combining characters and it like overlays a bunch of components into the character, or... God, I don't know. I just know so little about the language that I'm just not sure. It's so like alien compared to like Latin-based languages that I just don't know how it works. It's interesting though. Like, it's interesting to see like just how that was developed on the other side of the planet with very little interaction over the course of a lot of their history with like the Latin world, where we got like most of our characters set from. So that's why China... Anyways, so the China inventing the printing press, I don't know about that. I thought the printing press was invented in like Germany or something. Or did China also do it, kind of, and then just like didn't go anywhere with it because it wasn't like convenient for their language? Like, I don't know the history behind that. I'm sure they independently developed a lot of stuff. I just didn't know that that was on the list. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. There's a hotkey for camera return. I'll never in my life remember what it is. So you type with phonetics generally. On the technological end, it does require really large character sets, yeah. Where English is basically just 26 capital and lowercase letters. And I mean, if you add in, even if you add in all the other Latin characters, it's just like you add a few accents and modifiers and a few weird things, like whatever that backwards B looking thing is that the Germans use that I think is just a TH. And then in Chinese, they have like whole pages of the Unicode character set, and I think Japanese and like Korean and whatnot also have like a similar situation. In past decades, there have been other input methods where you can write with your finger. I guess I don't know how they would even write their language. Like, it doesn't work well with the idea of a keyboard. Like, it really is just like designed to be a handwritten language. Have they fixed this yet? They're kind of doing it. Okay, I think they fixed it now. It's all routing around here. Okay, problem solved. The problem here, for anyone who missed what was going on, this is coming in at negative 15 degrees Celsius. It wasn't going through the warming tank, so the instant that I like filtered it out, it would just freeze because it became normal water and it would break the pipe. That's what was going on there, and that has been fixed now. They had wood block printing. I would guess then that they must have like carved the entire thing that they were trying to make like a printing of, right? Like, they would have like had one wood block per document or whatever, instead of breaking it down into characters, because I think breaking it into characters was like the revolution that the printing press allowed for, because it was really fast to just rearrange the little characters on the printing press to make a new like newspaper for that week or whatever. And I guess that just would have not worked well in Chinese, because they would have had like a billion of these individual like characters for each word. I don't know, I'm kind of speculating here. I hadn't heard anything about that technology in China, because I guess it just didn't work very well with their technology, or rather with their language, even if they had the tech for it. Yeah, I know about the gunpowder thing. Like, they invented gunpowder, or at least were the first ones to do it. Or supposedly. I mean, I don't know. There might have been independent developments of that as well. As far as navigation systems, I think a lot of countries like independently figured out how to read the stars and invented like a sextant, and probably figured out a compass at some point as well if they just found the right materials to do it. So, phonetic Chinese. If you're from mainland, you use romanized alphabetic characters to type phonetically. If you're in Taiwan, there's a specific phonetic set of simple characters used similar to Japanese. I'm just internalizing that here. Yeah, so Romanized alphabetic characters is like, it's kind of like the same thing I think Japan has, where like you can spell out Japanese like using familiar characters that I guess are just phonetic equivalents to like their actual like kanji and whatever other character sets that they have. I think they also have like 3 of them or something. I know a teeny tiny bit more about Japanese, but I don't watch enough anime to properly understand it either. The memes lied. Yeah, I wouldn't trust the memes at all. Yeah, Romanji, that's what they call it. It's just Japanese, but it's written in characters that you can use a standard like ASCII character set on it, like just like English keyboard, or even the other variants that just use like our familiar character set. Don't know why it's called Romanji, because the Romans, well, no, I'm a dumbass. Yeah, the Romans were Latin. I keep thinking Greece and Roman. No, the Romans had the Latin character set. That's where that originated from, and that's probably why they call it Romanji. I was thinking Latin in my head here, and I was like, oh, Romans, yeah, Greek characters. No, I'm a dumb American, so I apologize. It takes me a second here to remember how the history unfolded there, because there is a lot of overlap between like ancient Italy and ancient Greece, and there's been a lot of like conquistadors. Well, they weren't called conquistadors. A lot of conquerors in that area, and a lot of like overlapping like languages and exchanges of information. And I learned all this stuff in like 6th grade, and then I forgot like all of it. So I don't intend to be ignorant about this stuff, but unfortunately, these things just fade with time because they come up very rarely. I do like to be reinformed about these things. So this has been an interesting conversation. So this is exactly what you didn't want. Let me see what is this? Oh God. Okay, I'll show this. I don't know what this means. Let's see if we can figure it out together. I should probably pause the game before I show this. Hold on. This is definitely Oxygen Not Included that we're streaming here right now. I'm not doing like a linguistic like history lesson. That one. All right. What is? Let me see what this is. Let me try to figure this out. Okay, Mandarin. Same characters, different inflection, different meaning. Ni. This has got to be rough. Like, I have respect, like, for people who can know one language and learn the other one fluently. I have respect for that. Because I especially now that I'm older, now that I am so like dead set in this language, because I think I have passed that part in my life where I could easily pick up a new language. This would be so difficult for me because I have only really known English properly for my entire life. A tiny bit of Spanish, which has allowed me to pick up a few things from like other like Latin-based languages. Like I understand conceptually like what this is. It's just a different way to construct like a word or like a character that is just completely different from how we do it with our language, where we just put together a bunch of different individual letters and then pronounce them super inconsistently. And I look at this stuff and I'm like, I wouldn't even know where to start with this. Like, you would have to take a proper lesson on this kind of thing to pick it up. This is not something I'm going to figure out by looking at like a YouTube video. Question mark. Like, I don't even know why this punctuation mark would look like this. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna dip out of this now. I don't know, that might have been interesting to somebody, but like my brain just like turned off looking at that. Again, it is not out of like an intent to be ignorant or something about these languages. It's legitimately interesting, but I have a finite lifespan to do a finite number of things with it, and I've just never had a compelling reason to want to learn another language, let alone Chinese. But I don't know. We'll see what the future holds, I guess. Like, I think this all stemmed from like some meme about China taking over the world in like 50 years. And without getting political about it, because I don't like to get political on my streams, I really don't know what direction our world is going in. I'm not happy about it. I don't like to talk about it because the fact of the matter is we're here to have fun. We're here to play a video game and talk about memes and like EA executives like running their companies into the ground. We'll see where that gets us. But just from a pure like standpoint of just understanding like the language and the culture, it is interesting, but it's just not worth my time to really like dig into it properly. Maybe someday. I may learn another language at some point in my life. It probably isn't going to be Mandarin, but it is interesting stuff at least. Neosa with the raid. Hello everyone. I have the wrong tab open, so I can't check what you're saying. Hold on. In conclusion, English ain't so bad. It could be worse. It's the language I know, so I understand it, but I am capable of like appreciating how the struggle that people from other countries with other languages have to go through to learn English, especially a country that doesn't speak like a Latin-based language. Like, I respect it. Like, I'm not going to sit here and make fun of people that I know are not native English speakers for occasionally getting a verb conjugation wrong, because like they already have done better than I have. Like, they already get points for even, like, learning the language, whereas I know literally nothing about theirs. Alright, anyways, hello, Raiders. We were having a long conversation about English being a bad language, and then also, like, it just devolved into talking about, like, Latin and Chinese and a bunch of other stuff. And the conclusion is every language is probably a mess for its own reasons. Thank you for the kitty love. So what were you playing, Neo? So I think you were doing some other game, right? I have lurked a little bit of that game where you were playing like with a bunch of wizards or something. I forget what that game was called. You mentioned like very briefly that game being something like Oxygen Not Included. Like, what is that game like? Mind Over Magic, that's the one. That was a clay game, wasn't it? Like, is that game actually similar to this now that you've played it for a long time? Because it's something I've been, like, kind of superficially interested in. Oh, it is like this. I could look into that then. Let me go ahead and wishlist that right now. Like, I've only, like, lurked a little bit of that stream, but it looks kind of interesting. I'm gonna go ahead and wishlist that, like, right now. I don't know if I'm gonna play it or not. Maybe in the future we'll do something like that. Because I wouldn't mind having another Clay Entertainment game that's kind of like this. Okay, Clay is the publisher. Okay, so it's a different developer, but Clay is the publisher. I'll go ahead and wishlist that, and I'll look into that later. Quest and stuff is different, but similar in concept. Okay, that might be up my alley then. I wouldn't mind having another game like that to look into at some point in the future. Alright, anyways, let's see here. You're playing Shank. I do not know what Shank is, like, at all. I think I've probably heard of that, but I don't actually know what that game is. I mean, you're free to tell me what it is if you want. If you gotta, like, raid and dash, of course, I completely understand that, too. Because that's usually how my raids always go. You got a toy with your Wendy's order by accident. You know, you could probably just ask them that. Like, there's no way that, like, a grown-ass adult, like, ordering from Wendy's is gonna get questioned for asking for the toy. Like, they're just gonna do it. They don't even care anymore. There's no way that they have not seen stranger things than that. Like, you just ask for the toy. You don't gotta hide it. Get your crappy plastic, whatever promotional toy they're doing. I don't even know what the promotion would be at this point. I assume they still do that for movies. Oh, god damn it, that melted because I wasn't paying attention and I didn't put brine ice here, did I? Or wait, what was I? Oh no, I never put the... Oh, I know what happened here. I never put the brine ice filter on this because I was too busy getting distracted by chat. Well, that was supposed to be brine ice. I don't know at this point if there's any left for them to store in it. I was trying to prevent this from melting. Let's see if we can get them to do that before it drips down to the bottom. I'm surprised that melted. Usually it takes these a really long time to do that. French has really nice strict rules, even though you ignore half the word when you pronounce it. Yeah, that's the trade-off you make for French. That's one that I've criticized in the past because it's one of the ones that comes up a lot. Is any word in French, I have to just guess, like, which consonants you don't pronounce and which vowels you don't pronounce, and it's just like, I don't understand it. French would probably be a phenomenal language if they just deleted all the letters that you don't pronounce in that language, but kept everything else the same. That's all they gotta do to make French like an S-tier language, I'm pretty sure. What are we beeping at? Meteor showers, I don't care about that. I don't know why it's like that. Like, that's one I've never understood. Not to say that English doesn't have its own share of problems with that, but I think we inherited that. published by Clay, has similarities. Let's see. Turn-based combat quests, different... The mage's elemental mixes and stuff. I don't know what that means. Oh, okay, the other one is also a Clay game. I thought that sounded familiar. The beat-em-up side-scroller game. You also have to know what's male and female because everything is fucking gendered. Yeah, Spanish is like that too, isn't it? That's another thing that I don't know what that adds to the language. I mean, as far as like using like a gendered like adjective or something when referring to like a person or an animal, it kind of makes sense. But having the genders on the words for like computer or something like just doesn't really make any sense to me because it's just another thing you have to remember that doesn't actually like contain any meaning. It's just another nuance of the language that doesn't like carry any information that's useful. I didn't know that French had that too, but I know that Spanish has that. A lot of languages have like gendered words, which really only makes sense to me when you're talking about like a thing that has a gender, like a person. And yeah, as for the side-scroller game, I probably wouldn't be too interested in that. Like, beat-em-ups, I've tried a couple beat-em-ups. I was awful at them, and I've just never really cared for them. I'm just gonna let this thing die in here, if I'm being completely honest. Let's see, before I keep talking about that, let's see. So what I was trying to do here is I want to crack this open and, like, kind of get this geyser to spill out into this area. We probably don't want to send duplicants in there without Atmos suit docks. So I'm gonna make an access point. So let's see, 4 tiles, right? Yeah, that's actually a good height for that. So let's go ahead and... Oops, I didn't mean to click on that. What did I just do? What did I just change? I broke something. There we go. Okay, you can eat muck roots again. I clicked on that because I didn't expect that window to pop open after that lag spike. We're gonna make an entry point. I would say I should probably make it higher up. Let's see, there's gonna be a floor here and here. And then right here. Okay, this is where we'll make the entry point, and I'm gonna make an Atmos suit arrangement, like kind of over here, so they have a way to get in there. It's a robot fidget toy, kind of cute. That sounds kind of cool. It's not like a Shrek 6 like promotional toy or anything like that. At the very least, maybe it's colorful. You just put it on your desk, have it as a little knick-knack. Let's see here. Not your genre of games, so you get a little tired of it. Yeah, I'm not one to try, like, new things that I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna like. That's never been how I work. So, like, you do, like, this Wheel of Games stuff like that, and I think about that kind of thing on my stream, and I'm like, nah, I'm not gonna play a game unless I'm pretty sure that I'm going to like it. That's just how I've always operated. I'm very reluctant to try new things. I'm sure Soviet is typing up something sassy to say in chat about that, because we've had plenty of problems with my behavior in that regard, but ultimately I don't think I can really change who I am with that kind of thing. I like to know that I'm gonna like something before I try it. Let's see. Yes, on everything. Okay, you're talking about the French gendering thing. I actually did not know that. I just don't know enough French to be familiar with that. That's one of those things that would be nice to just drop off of the language. Like, I'm sure there's a ton of stuff you could do to English as well to just tidy up the language and just make it, like, more concise without losing any of the meaning or culture behind it. But it's hard to get people to do that. Like, this country of America tried the metrification thing, like, back in the late 20th century, I think, and that was a complete dumpster fire. Like, there's no way that this language is going to change. And yes, I know English is not American. Those are not the same thing. But let's be real, if you cannot get the Americans to cooperate with a major change in the English language, it is going to be very difficult to get anyone else in the world to do it too. Because unfortunately, this country is a trendsetter, and boy, they've been set some bad trends recently. So it'll be rough to do anything of the sort. I would love to see this language get simplified. I would love metrification. Maybe I'm just a commie. But unfortunately, I'm just kind of stuck working with what we've got right now, because I am not in a position to make any significant changes to how this country works. Alright, so I'm setting up Atmos suit docks here, so I don't have to send them into this, like, frigid, like, fetid, polluted water to work with this geyser, because they're going to be doing a lot of trips in and out of this room. Alright, so anyways, computers used to be women back in the day. That's probably why computer is female in the language. Oh my god, you're right. Yeah, that's right. That was like a wartime thing, wasn't it? Like women were doing the computations, like for like World War II. And then they automated that process, and that's probably, yeah, that makes sense actually, like La Computadora or whatever it is in Spanish. I vaguely remember that one. I wonder how many languages that got carried over into. Yeah, that sounds familiar now. That makes sense. I'm gonna just assume that like what I just said there is accurate, unless I'm corrected by chat here. Why are you building this so slowly? I guess this just takes a long time to make this building. We'll just slap the other one down here. Let me prep the rest of the stuff here while we're doing that. So we're gonna need that. I'm gonna make a priority vent here. So what that means is oxygen is going to always go to these docks before it goes higher up. I think we have enough oxygen that I don't have to worry about that. The whole thing is gonna be saturated anyways. Computadora the Explorer. Explorer. I don't know what Explorer is in Spanish. I never watched Dora. Oh, I don't need that one there. That's why the show was featured on a computer. Oh, was it? Yeah, there's a lot of things I missed in my childhood. Like that show existed. I assume it still does. I just never like watched it. It was just never a thing that I watched. Or maybe I missed it by a few years. I don't remember all the context for it. How am I gonna power this? Yeah, I'm slowly catching up on chat, by the way. I'm trying to like multitask here. I don't know if I'm doing a good job at it or not, but be gentle. Nothing is gendered in spoken Mandarin, but the word for you has a number of written variants that are all pronounced the same way, but refer to female, male, genderless, object. Every language has cruft. Yep, that's the lesson that I'm getting out of this, is like, there are people that have tried to make like planned languages, like there was like Esperanto or something, and then I think there's another one that people have tried to make, and it just hasn't caught on because nobody wants to have to learn another language that may not actually get anywhere, which is kind of understandable. It's a burden. It's a burden that pays off in the long run, but nobody likes to make investments like that, especially if there's a chance that it just won't actually work out. All right, I have to delete this first. I'm trying to set up a little like power dock over here because I'm probably going to need another one for this pump anyways, or a power transformer. My god, I'm having plenty of troubles just talking on my own. So let's grab a joint plate, stick it there. It still doesn't render. Yeah, cosine's a giant babby. Yeah, I am. I kind of wish I wasn't like this. I wish I wasn't so reluctant to try new things, but I've been burned enough times by trying new things that I thought I wouldn't like, that it has made it very hard to want to do it for anything. Like as far as games are concerned, mostly. Like I've tried games that I was pretty sure I wouldn't like, and then I didn't like them, and I'm like, well, that was a waste. I'm not happy about this, and that just became another mark against like trying new things. Like as a result of that. It's not necessarily the best rationale for that, but like that's the origin story behind my behavior like that. Is it's happened enough times that I'm like, I really don't want to bother with this. Like I already have fun things that I could do on my own. So like I justify it with that. Every now and then I'm wrong about it, but recently I've been kind of right about it in a lot of things. Don't you dare talk about Helldivers, Soviet, because I've explained this before. Helldivers sucked until they rebalanced it. That was the only reason I ended up liking that game. It wasn't because I warmed up to it, it's because they fixed it. I just want to preempt that one right now. It used to be a job. You know, back to the computers with like women being computers. I'm assuming it's because a lot of the men were like conscripted into the war, drafted or whatever it's called. So a lot of women that were contributing to the war effort would go make computations. Yeah, you give them instructions. Presumably they were doing all sorts of calculations. They would probably make like ballistic charts and stuff like that. I don't know exactly what they were doing. It was probably confidential. But like we had humans do that because we didn't have the computers for it yet. And then what do you know? They were called computers, and then we automated the process and we just kept calling them computers. Kind of makes sense. Like it's always interesting to see how terms were derived like that. Hawk Tuah was a terrible trend. Why are we talking about Hawk Tuah? You're right, it is a terrible trend. I absolutely hate that meme. Why are we talking about it? I don't know where that came up. It's also female. Yeah, that's true. I don't even know what her name is. She's just the Hawk Tuah girl. What an awful meme. Ugh, gross. Okay, yeah, locked repeated Dora, and then I skipped that. I talked about Dora. You only watched it because you were too broke to get Cartoon Network at Disney, so you had to watch Babby shows when you were sick. Well, were you like outside of the intended age group for that? Because I don't think Dora was like a bad show or anything. Like, it was a good Babby show. But I don't know if you were the correct age group for that, if you were the target audience at that point. It's Cosign's Chinese Joker flashback. I actually have no idea what you're talking about again. Alright, how's this going? I need to deliver suits, which they always take forever to do this, so I'm just gonna, honestly, I'm just gonna P9 all these docks. It takes them goddamn forever to deliver suits to these Atmos suit docks for some reason. Every time I do this, and I don't know why. But it's like a one-off request. Now, do I even have them? We have at least one over here. It's a reference from Dora the Explorer. Okay, yeah, I basically did not watch that show at all. So I have no idea. I don't know, there's like a monkey in the show or something. Is that the show that has like swipe or no swiping? Is that what that one's from, or is that a different kid's show? I don't remember. There's a few memes from it. Okay, that's where that's from. That's like the fox or raccoon or whatever. Yeah, I don't know the context behind that show properly. I didn't watch all that many kids shows. I think I watched, God, it's been so long. I want to say like Barney the dinosaur. I watched a little bit of. I don't remember what the other ones are. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. Maybe I just like watched like normal cartoons, like at a younger age, just like whatever like kids cartoon was available, like not specifically like targeted towards like babbies. I don't remember exactly. I believed you, thought it was. But look, I don't know. Soviet, look, I have no idea. Okay, I'm not surprised at the South Park reference now, but I don't know the context behind this at all. I didn't like make anything of that. I didn't know if this was like some weird contrived meme based on the show where they slipped in something like weird into it. I have no idea. I did not watch Blue's Clues, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember anything about that. Okay, there was a talking map. Oh god, that Aqua Teen Hunger Force episode is like making a lot more sense now. I haven't seen that episode in its entirety either, but I've seen some clips of it. I'm starting to piece together like what that episode was based on. And that was definitely something. That show was something. I did not watch that when I was young. I was only as an adult that I realized the horrendous genius that was Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Alright, so now that we have these set up, how do I want to approach this? I think I'm going to go through the wall like this, so that there's a little dip, so that any liquid that gets in here doesn't like drip down, or drip back down into the base. And then we're gonna make a ladder to just go all the way down here, and eventually we're gonna need a pump. And I'm gonna get rid of this before I let them actually dig that out, because I need to make sure that the water doesn't spill out the side here. You liked the live action door. I did not know there was a live action door. At least I don't remember that. That's another thing where if you like showed me the like trailer or something, I might remember it a little bit, but I don't know. I'd have to look up like what years that show was at to figure out if it was even like relevant when I was a bab. Back in the early 90s is when I was a wee bab and would have probably been watching shows like that. You know Dora through memes because you think it was available on not, you don't think it was available on not cable. You grew up without cable satellite. I got cable at some point like halfway through my childhood. I don't remember what I was watching before that. I'm pretty sure I wasn't touching grass. I don't know. It's been a long time at this point. I don't know what I was doing. Like, things slowly come back to me when I think about them, just kind of at random, like, wait a minute, that's familiar. I remember doing that. Okay, that's fine. I don't care if that puff dies, so I'm just gonna build a wall. What are you... Mulk, Mulk, get out of there! Mulk, it's coming, get out of there! Oh god, that was a close one. You almost got your feet wet, buddy. He's like so ridiculously out of shape, he couldn't figure out how to climb up this like tile. What is wrong with you? God, you really are the uncredible Mulk. What's going on with that? We live in... Oh god, I don't even want to say that. We live in a El Societo. Like, I don't even like speak Spanish, and I'm getting like secondhand like offended by how bad that like pronunciation would have to be to say that the way you typed it in chat. And I don't even speak this language. I took, I think, 2 years of Spanish in high school, and that's it. That's where I got all of it from. So it's one of those things where if you presented me with like just like a written text in Spanish and I couldn't like look anything up, I'd probably be able to figure out what it says, like, to a reasonable extent. But that's it. Okay, dude, get out of there right now. Don't go in there. Why are you guys going in there? They're going in there to build that. Oh my god. Alright, please get out of there before they finish building that. Okay, good. No one's gonna die in there. You are about to get yourself trapped in the freezer. You gotta be more careful, Soviet. What are you doing? Pay attention. They're closing the doors here. You'll be able to get back in from this side in a moment. You like Spanish pronunciation. That's the only thing they did right, apparently, is that everything is pronounced correctly. Well, I wouldn't say the only thing they did right, but that's the one thing they definitely did right. Was that everything is pronounced consistently. Well, there's probably a few exceptions to that, but it's not nearly as bad as our conversation about sieve and sieve and I before E and receive and weird and whatever else, and neighborhood. Because weird and neighborhood have the same I or EI spelling and it be pronounced them differently for some reason. Okay, they have to wear the Atmos suits now. It looks like we only had the one, so let me make a couple more of these. We do have reed fibers. Not very many. We're still waiting on the Drecos to produce them. Yeah. Same with Japanese. I've heard that about Japanese as well, that apparently the pronunciation for Japanese is very consistent. That's about it. I don't know anything else about how Japanese is actually spoken. Again, I don't watch animes in like dubs, and I don't know much of anything about like the language itself. It's the same situation as Chinese. Would be interesting to know, but also probably not worth investing the time to learn it unless I became like just an anime fan or something. Nani? It's like there's plenty of memes out there. So it's like I know like sporadic words about Japanese. I know how to call myself a baka gaijin, but like I don't actually know fundamentally how the language works, and I certainly can't read it. Like whether it's Romanji or like actual, I guess kanji is the other one, or whatever like traditional alphabet they have, because I think there's another alphabet that they use for some stuff. And all the honorifics and things like that. I don't really want to dig that out right now. So I do want to set this for analysis. Just set that a little higher. So I think Severin's going to be the one that comes over here and analyzes this. Just get them to do something like that. Kanji, Romanji, and Mo. I think one of those isn't real. Romanji. I don't know if there's supposed to be an N there, or if there's variable spellings. Hiragana, katakana, and kanji. Okay, well I didn't know about the two middle ones at all. So there's 4 of them, I guess. I mean, I guess there's 3 of them are like native, and then they added one to communicate with the Latin world. Which is probably a good thing, because that means that they didn't have to go through a huge fight to get like computer Unicode sets to work back in the day. I mean, now I'm assuming that Japanese has like the full characters set in Unicode, but having Romanji would make it easier to just not need to do that for the most part. And honestly, every game I've seen that has like Japanese developers, they always use the Romanji spelling for their names. So it's like, at least I know roughly how to say the names. Like, I'm actually able to read it, because like the pronunciation is fairly consistent. Okay, so they can get down here now to analyze this geyser. So the next step, I think, is I need to set up some pumps down here and start like running it through these sieves, whatever. I don't think we're gonna have enough competition from both sides here, so I'm going to try to run it through the same pipe. How do I want to do this? Probably run it like this. Yeah, we can... I think we can do it like this. So we'll do that. Actually, hold on. I hate how these pipe bridges work. They're kind of clunky. I need to go across like that and then up, and then we're going to put the pump somewhere over in this area. It's not going to be completely optimized, but it doesn't really have to be. And then these two will combine together. Actually, hold on. No, I'm dumb. I'm big dumb. I need to actually make a second radiant pipe to go through this. How do I want to do this? I think what I do is I make this taller. I think I'm going to make this one tile taller so that I can run two separate pipes. And I believe I can get rid of this liquid filter now because we have removed all of the polluted water from this tank. There's no reason why there should be any, like, wrong element damage. I have a blueprint. I'll look at that in a moment. Kanji is Chinese characters. How is it? I thought they always looked a little different to me when I've seen them side by side. And I'm not even looking at the other ones. I apologize if I'm overlooking a really good duplicate, but we already have like 2 or 3 extras. I don't want more of them right now. Hiragana and katakana are native phonetics. Okay, yeah, that's another thing I don't know anything about, but I'll take your word for it. I know I've heard, like, superficially that there are, like, multiple character sets that they use for various things in context. Severin is sick. Yucky lungs and food. Oh my god, you got both of these. It's all the polluted oxygen. Look, you'll be okay. It's a little bit nasty, but I mean, you had high morale. Like, look at that morale. It doesn't matter if you're sick. You can go to work. You have a really nice bedroom and a great hall. You'll be okay. You'll get over it. Okay, never mind. You're just gonna analyze like 2 pixels worth of this geyser, and then you're gonna go to bed. Whatever. Why do I have so much poo-poo in the food? It is kind of on my to-do list to clean out the food, but God, diseases just don't matter enough in this game for me to care. If, like, I kind of want to care about it, it would be interesting to care about it, but, like, it just feels like it never actually matters in this game. Alright, I need to make some holes here. Yeah, we're gonna crack this open, and I'm going to just make another pipe over the top. So all that effort I was putting in to not, like, make a mess here, it doesn't matter. We're gonna do it anyways. And that'll allow me to have, like, 2 separate pipes, which means I don't have to have a filter, which is probably, I don't know how much that matters, honestly. I'm just trying not to use filters because I think it looks cool if I don't. Where do I want to put the pump then? I don't have to put it over here anymore if I do that. Though I probably want to cram this over. Eventually it's going to be just where this geyser is, probably on the right side. So I think I need to put the pump, like, underneath it a little bit. Like, that's going to be roughly where the pipe comes down in the long term. When I melt all of this, when global warming hits and I seal it all off, the pump is probably going to be sitting, like, probably, like, right here, if I had to guess. So let's just kind of stick it underneath. And then I'll run the pipe down where I think it's hypothetically going to come down, which is right there. And if we're wrong, it doesn't really matter. You can always move stuff around. And yeah, I have poo-poo in their foods because we don't have an FDA on this colony, so, like, the things are definitely not very sanitary here. Alright, so how do I want to do this? I could probably just do something like this. So I'll run it in there. And I'll run it back out the top. I hate linking pipes like this. This is such a pain. There we go. Okay, I think that'll create the right ones. What the problem with linking pipes like that is they tend to, like, override each other. When I only want to connect the pipes, I don't want to replace the radiant pipe with a normal one, so I have to be really careful about how I do that. Alright, then we'll run it through the floor like this, and we will... oh, that's the output. Okay, we'll do that right there. Okay, and I'll worry about the output in a moment. Oops, I'm pressing all the wrong button. What am I doing? Rotate. My god, you think I don't know how to use a keyboard? Feels like that sometimes. No, look, you're like, okay, look, it's just food poisoning, right? Or no, now you still have both diseases, never mind. How long does this take to go away? 0.2 cycles, you'll get over it. You don't need to go to the doctor. Just come into work today, it'll be fine. No O2, I think that's because the first one is still filling. Yeah, I drained that oxygen pipe by doing that. I don't think we're going to have any problems. This should catch up because unless something broke over here, this is still running, albeit not very well. I would like to, at some point, improve this, or honestly just rip it down and replace it with this, because this is the one that I was supposed to build the first time. This is what you get when you actually use designs that work. But eventually, maybe I'll replace it. For now, though, this abomination gets the job done. It only occasionally damages the hydrogen generators, so I'm not going to worry about it. Yeah, no PTO, short-staffed. It's been a lot of layoffs recently. It's a mess. Like, we need you to come into work on Saturday. See, look how happy Soviet is. You got soggy feet, that's it. I don't even know how you have soggy feet. Wait, why do you have soggy feet? Where did you even get that from? There's no water. Oh, there is water. Okay, hold on. Somebody peed on the floor. Let me get rid of that. Well, nobody peed on the floor, but it's I just call it pee-pee water, so whatever. Alright, so let's go ahead and empty these out real quick. I'm glad this is a thing you can do, because storing items in this game is just such a pain in the ass. What about the person who sleeps 24 hours a day? Look, they, I don't know what excuse to give. I mean, look, they're making dream journals. It's a very important part of the job, alright? Like, we need them to do that. They'll eventually get put to work. It's an essential part of the job, and maybe we just don't trust them to actually do anything or something like that. I don't know, insert a corporate meme about somebody doing way less work than the other people by just slacking off all day and getting away from it. Or getting away with it. I'm sure there's some meme you could come up with for that. I need them to build this, so let me prioritize it a little bit, because they take it forever to do it. I prefer to not have the wire in the ceiling as much as possible, because then the drops will pop up here if I move them later. Okay, so they did that. I didn't actually need that tile there, but I'm just gonna... What am I gonna do, actually? I mean, honestly, this is abyssal. I'm just gonna tear that down. We don't need that there at all. Yeah, we don't really need any of that there. I'm just gonna get rid of these tiles entirely. We'll leave this open until I think of something to put in there. Alright, so these are... powered. I think all I have to do then is just the output. So we'll do something like this, and then this pipe here is the other water output, and there we go. And that should take care of that. They're gonna have to manually provide the sand for this initially, but I have that gap in the middle where I can put a storage. In fact, I should probably do that now. It'll just save them a little bit of work. These I don't think need any input materials, but they do output salt. But yeah, for this one I'll have them store a little bit of sand here. Or filtration medium, whatever filtration medium they chose. Alright, so what I need to do is fill this up a little bit. I think I'm just going to use a bottle emptier for that. It should be easier than trying to like run a pipe full of salt water in here, because I think this is dormant. So it's not making salt water, and I don't want to drain this brine tank anymore, so I'm just going to use a pipe for this. That's not a pipe, or that's not a bottle empty. There we go. We're going to stick that there. Now, do they have a way to get brine? I don't think they do. Yeah, I don't think they have a way to get this, so I am going to have to make a bottle filler somewhere for that, because we're not storing that in our water tanks, because it's not useful for a whole lot. Why watch the Food Network when you can watch the Cuisine 256 stream? Thank you, Harp. You output salt on the daily? Yeah, as do I. Both physically and, like, psychologically. I'm thinking where I could put a doohickey. Yeah, just stick it over here, whatever. They're only going to pump a little bit out. I need to... What do I want to do here? I still haven't figured out how I want to melt all of this. Oh, right. No, never mind. I did figure that out. I was going to use temp shift plates. What I want to do here is I want to melt the remainder of the ice that's in this room so that it just goes away, and then I could eventually, like, just tame this geyser. I don't know. I'm figuring this out as I go here, but let's start by doing that. So if I use temp shift plates, hopefully they'll be warm enough, except I don't remember where they are. Hopefully the temp shift plates will be warm enough that they'll just kind of flash melt all this ice, because otherwise the air alone is going to take an extremely long time to melt it. So what here has high heat capacity? Not thermal conductivity, we don't care about that. We need high heat capacity. I don't know off the top of my head which elements have that. Does it show the stats if I click on these? No, I probably need a mod for that because we can't have nice things. Do they not show that information here? We've got thermally reactive and high thermal conductivity. I feel like the wording for this is not very good. What's the difference between those two things in this game? Like, there's two concepts for this. There's how much heat a material can store. So, like, how much, like, heat it will transmit, like, in units of energy per unit of mass. And then there's also how quickly it exchanges the heat. And I think they screwed it up when they, like, made, like, the wording for these, like, materials. So I don't actually know. What I'm looking for here is the ones with high heat capacity, and I don't remember what that is, like, called in this game. What is something that would have that in real life? Iron is conductive. I don't even know. Let's see. Let's read this. Maybe this will tell us something useful. It disperses heat because it transfers. Okay, so conductivity is how fast it is. And it doesn't mention anything about that. So what was the other one? Gold had the other one. Thermally reactive. That's not what that is. Why did they call that thermal reactivity? Everywhere I've heard of this term, this is like heat capacity is usually what I hear this referred to as. Yeah, specific heat capacity. It's right there. Why did they... Chat, I'm not crazy. Are there any physicists in chat, like, or anyone who knows this terminology? That should just be called the specific heat capacity, right? Not thermally reactive, because that's not what that is. I wouldn't call that thermal reactivity. I mean, I guess that means how quickly it reacts to changes in temperature. Okay, well, whatever the case is, we know what we want. We want one with low thermal reactivity, according to this video game. And I don't know what they called that. And the reason I'm going through all of this nonsense is because I'm looking for something that I can melt this ice with. It's this one. Okay, slow heating is what we want. So we're going to make some igneous rock temp shift plates. All of that culminated in me figuring out that I need to make igneous rock temp shift plates. So we're just going to slap down a bunch of these. And hopefully this will melt some of this ice. That's what we're working for here. Aqua Team Geyser Force. Yeah, we got two. That's what we're doing right now here. We're trying to get some water out of these geysers. Thermal devour ratio. Yeah, it doesn't sound very scientific, but then again, there are many terms in the world of science that aren't very scientific sounding, like spaghettification. It's the one that everybody always goes to. Devour these nuts. Oh, damn, you got me. I wasn't even ready for that one. I thought you were just making up like a dumb term for like specific heat capacity. Yeah, I don't know. I would have just called it specific heat capacity instead of thermal reactivity. Maybe that's a term that gets used somewhere. I ain't no like proper physicist. I do math and I do like computer programming, so I only know the physics as far as I need to implement something in a game. Or in this case, understand what's happening in a video game, because it's not like I made this video game. I didn't name that, chat. Like, I'm not the one who called it that. But based on how badly this game violates the laws of thermodynamics, something tells me that, like, realism wasn't really on the top of their to-do list when they were coming up with this documentation. That was a weird stutter I just did right there. Also, new blueprints. I noticed this earlier, and then I forgot about it. Yep, that's some toilet paper right there. I kind of want to use that in the bathroom, but at the same time, our bathroom already looks pretty sick. Never mind, there's water all over the floor. Why is there water on the floor? How did this happen? Why does, like, something always go wrong when I'm not looking? How did this happen? Make that Mulk's wallpaper? Alright, I got it. How did this happen? God, I don't even know. Okay, well, whatever. Let's go do that. Which of these is Mulk's room? Oh. You might have one of the... Oh, there we go. Okay, this one. Alright, let's see here. Toilet paper. They're gonna overbuild this. Can I just change it here? Or am I gonna have to do it the hard way? Okay, it's instantaneous if I do it like that. Never mind. Does anyone know if there's a way that I could do this without having to manually assign it? Oh no. Do I have to do this to every single piece of drywall? I hate this game. Devs, please, quality of life, I'm begging you. Why are you like this? You know what? Okay, let's try to overbuild it to see if that works. No, must be built in unoccupied space. Deconstruct and rebuild all. That's the opposite of what I wanted to hear. I don't want to do that. That would maybe be faster, but I'm gonna just do this. It's fine. It's fine, we'll get over it. I don't know why that one didn't register. I mean, at least it tiles nicely. I don't know what kind of cursed roll of toilet paper would even like connect like this, but it somehow works. Why is it just not working like sometimes when I do it? This game, I swear. If this game just got like a quality of life pass, it would be so much better than it is. Like just little things like that. It's worth it. I don't know if it was worth it, but you asked for this. This is your duplicate. You do what you want. Speaking of your duplicate, we still have one unclaimed redeem for name a duplicate, which should be, it's off cooldown. We still have one duplicate, so if you want to name Stinky, just do that redeem, and you could have your very own adorable baby, and then you could tell the streamer to change all of their wallpaper tiles to something else so that I have to spend another minute of my life doing that. Alright, so now they finally built this. I mean, they probably built this ages ago. Let's see. I want to enable auto bottle, and I need to just keep an eye on this. What we're trying to do here is we're trying to get this filled up to like at least like halfway up here, which this is probably going to trap a pocket of like something or another here, so I'm going to go ahead and just dig that out now. It's going to trap a pocket of gas here. I want all of this to be salt water. Yeah, use the point redeem if you want to name a duplicate, preferably people who haven't named one already. Though those have been up for a while, so at some point I'm just gonna stop caring. Yeah, excellent. Good mod stuff. I'm still not gonna pay you though, but thank you. Thank you for doing good mod stuff. You can go back to being toxic or whatever it is you were doing earlier. This is some good gas physics right here. This is a very realistic video game. Like you would think that like these gases would like shimmy up into this little gap right here, but nah. Just a wall of gases. Yes. Alright, they still haven't filled this one. I'm surprised we haven't had enough oxygen come through here to fill that second Atmos suit. But whatever, it's working well enough. Yeah, one element per tile. Like, to be fair, this game would probably run even more poorly if they combined gases and liquids. It'd be interesting to see, like, a homemade, like, game engine. Instead of using, like, Unity and whatever hacks they did to make this game work properly, like, from the ground up, a game engine designed with the ability to combine together, like, gases and liquids like this. Like, I wonder how well it would perform. Like, how well that could be optimized if somebody who really knew what they were doing went in and programmed something like that. Because, I mean, this is a lot of tiles. This is a lot of cells to do these kind of computations here, so it would be interesting to see how that would work. Oh, I just noticed. There's salt water in here. Hold on. Why is there salt water in here? Oh, there's brine ice. Oh god, there's brine ice in here. Okay, hold on. We need to not pump that. Luckily, they haven't built the pump yet. I think I'm going to repurpose this pump here. Or at least I'm going to try to. Maybe I'll just delete it, actually. We don't need this pump anymore. That was the bypass. Yeah, let's go ahead and delete this liquid filter, and I'm going to make a new one. And what I need to do is I need to send the brine into the other pipe instead. So let's see here. How are we going to do that? So it comes down this way. I could send out anything that is... How do I want to do this, actually? I could have the salt water come out the side. Because I can put clean water through either of these buildings and it'll be fine. So I'm going to build it like this. Luckily, they've been taking 4 years to build that pump, so I didn't actually damage anything doing that. Yeah, what I'll do is I will pump out the salt water specifically, and I will send it into this mess of pipes here. So we need to... I'm trying to be careful here so I don't cause more damage, but I think I just need to do this. And then we can get rid of the bypass pipe. We don't need that anymore. I'm gonna leave... Actually, I'll leave these here just in case I want to reuse this pipe so I don't have to build it again. Alright, so what should happen here is once I enable this, I'm going to send the brine, whenever the lag stops, I'm going to send the brine out to the right, and it will go into these filters here, and then the rest of it, which should only be clean and polluted water, is going to go do this roundabout through the cooling tank, and then it's going to wind up in these sieves, these sieves, whatever they're called, because I already don't remember. Why is this not disconnecting? I don't know why that didn't work the first time. And I believe once I have pumped all the salt water out of here, I can get rid of this filter. I hope. Alright, so how's this going? Have you guys done a single delivery yet? Have you built this yet? No, because I didn't build the pump. I'm an idiot. Pitcher pump. There we go. Let's get building now, guys, please. Idleness. How are they doing? They're doing perfectly fine on food. They're idle. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm having trouble focusing. So I'm going to just let them remain idle on this planet for now. Where are the hotkeys? Like, okay, it's accents 1 or back quote 1. I've like never heard this thing called a back quote. Either the accents or the tilde key is what people always call this. I don't know why it's over there. I'm sure there's a long history for why that button is over there to the left of 1, just on the opposite side of the keyboard. But at least it's reasonably easy to combine it with the number keys, so it's a decent hotkey if I ever remember to use it. Alright, so those will be connected when we're finished here. Now that they're doing this, eventually, I think Adam, no, I don't know what they're doing. Eventually they'll get around to doing this, and then they will pump water into here, and then I will not notice it until it starts spilling over. Because that's always what ends up happening here. And you know, we can prevent that by just walling this off temporarily, so if they do overfill it, it'll stay in this area. Hopefully I just don't forget though, but they should be able to come over the top, down in front, or maybe they could even reach it from the top. I don't know, we'll see. And when all that nonsense is finished, then I'll be able to seal this off again, and I think those are the only 2 liquids I can get from this area, so I probably don't have to open this thing again. I always forget where the errands are assigned. Okay, they do have errands. Kind of. Yeah, it's creeping up there. They'll do it eventually. I want to see one do it. I always get worried with this game because they're stubborn and they sometimes will just not do things. They all have this as their #1 priority, but nobody is actually doing it for some reason. There we go. Okay, somebody picked it up. Let's make sure that this is going to work the way I intend it to. I'll just kind of keep an eye on that on the side. Meanwhile, let me go set a salt filter. Or not salt, it's sand, right? They need a filtration medium for these things. Yeah, I think sand is the only filtration medium I have. I didn't know regolith was a filtration medium. I don't think we have regolith, though. Not very much of it, so we're just going to use sand. And we'll have them store, like, not that much. Actually, honestly, I might as well just put an auto arm up there. Whatever these are called, or an inserter. I forget what these things are called. Shipping, auto sweeper. That's what it's really. It does a lot of things other than just sweeping. But if we put that there, this thing will automatically put the sand in here, and it'll also take out. If I give it a storage for like polluted dirt, it'll also take that out. For now, I'm just gonna let that drop on the floor, but that'll just be one less thing that the duplicates have to do once they build this. And automation is the key to not needing 1,000 duplicates to get anything done. And machines don't need to be fed. And machines don't consume oxygen. Machines are in fact superior to these little fleshlings here. The only problem is I need the fleshlings to build the machines first, at least until the, like, robots take over. Or maybe the bionic duplicates or something, I don't know. I don't think there's really a robot uprising in this game because there's no way to automate, like, the building process other than by having these little nincompoops climbing around and doing things. This game isn't Factorio, where you can just stand in the corner and use robots to build your base for your entire playthrough. Alright, looks like this is working correctly. They're slowly filling this up. How much liquid did I put here? Okay, so they have to fill the bottom tile first. Eventually this will fill up. This is going to be an ongoing process, unfortunately. So I just hope I catch it before it becomes a problem. Otherwise, everybody would check and point and laugh at me. Because that'll definitely be my fault if I'm not paying attention. Alright, so this geyser is active. Eruption period. Okay, let's see here. Next dorm. Okay, that's the one I was looking for. Next dormancy, 32 cycles. Okay, so we'll have a fairly good amount of water, and then this one is going to become active in like 6 cycles. So with these two combined, and my infinite water storage tank that is using very legitimate game mechanics, I don't think... now look, I knock on wood, I don't think we're going to have any problems with water in this base, unless these machines break down. I feel like these two geysers are probably going to be enough, combined with all the melting ice for a very long time. That is the prediction that I'm going to make here, so you come back and like quote me on that later if you want to. I think we're going to be fine on water. And by extension, as long as this thing doesn't break down horribly, we should be fine on oxygen as well. And hydrogen, which is some power. So we might be able to move on to the next thing. I just need to finish the pumping process. So I need to wait for this to fill up, and then I could connect this pipe here, and that'll make sure that the pipes don't break immediately when the cold, like polluted water comes into this system here, because it will otherwise just cause a gigantic mess. I don't need this tile here unless I intend on having spills. I've never made a mistake in my life. We're definitely not going to have any spills, right? Is there anything else I could optimize here while I'm looking? I don't know why this door is here. I'm going to get rid of this. Any other doors I can get rid of? These need to stay because these are nature reserves. We don't need that door either, so I'm going to get rid of it. We don't need that, because I can put a slidey pole here. We really don't need any of these. I'm just going to put a pole the whole way down to here. And then this thing is in the way of the pole, because I forgot about it. I forgot I was going to put the pole here, so I'm just going to have to move this loader to the other side at some point. But for now, this should save them a lot of time to do it this way. We just move this thing in. Actually, honestly, I don't know if I need that here. I should really deal with the polluted, like, oxygen situation at some point here, because there's no excuse for it. I definitely have the ability to process all of that so that it doesn't just stink up the whole base. I just haven't bothered to do it yet. And I wonder how much productivity I would get in the long run if my duplicates were constantly afflicted by food poisoning. I don't know, so it's one of those things that, like, it's very hard to get a visual on, like, how exactly that's going to affect the productivity of the base. And I need to please the shareholders, and the way to please the shareholders is to make progression rather than fix, like, chronic issues of, like, filth and disease. This really all does tie back into that gaming conversation we were having earlier, doesn't it? Like, it's hard to see the benefits of dealing with minor issues like this, but over the course of these almost 365 cycles we've been playing this, I wonder how much we would have benefited by not having duplicates with food poisoning all the time. I do, however, want to do one of these things, but maybe we'll come back to cleaning. So, you know what, let's add another item to our, like, our drawing on the wall here, our to-do list. Let's see, what would symbolize this? I want to do like a healthcare pass. I want to give my duplicates proper healthcare, because right now these guys have United Healthcare, and the least that we could do here is like upgrade them to like Aetna or Blue Cross or something, because they got the worst healthcare coverage imaginable at the moment. So let's see, just I don't know what is it like a bed or cot? Yeah, tree-ish cot, whatever. That's what we'll use to symbolize this. So that's going on the to-do list here. Why is this lit up? They can't reach this. Why is it lit up as though they can build this? And number go up. That's essentially what we're doing here. It's just research go up. Technology go up. Speaking of research go up, research does not go up. So, why are you not doing this? Did I, like, ruin, like, a water source or something? Hold on. Why is that not getting researched? That's been there for a while and nothing has happened. Oh, did I never rebuild the research machines? No, I did. They're right here. They're not powered. Okay. Skill issue is the answer to what went wrong with the research machines. Like, I moved these at some point, like on the last stream. I could easily just use... whatever. The wiring here is an absolute mess. I don't even care. Alright, anyways, I moved them at some point last stream, and then I forgot to actually hook them up again. Go figure. Alright, so how is this endeavor going here? This did not work nearly as well as I was hoping it would. So you know what you need to do in that situation, chat? You just try again. The definition of insanity. Let's put more temp shift plates here. The whole reason I'm doing this, by the way, you might be sitting here thinking, streamer, why don't you just mine the ice? And the reason I'm not mining the ice is because that deletes half of its mass. Now, does that matter? Because I am the same streamer who just got through saying that I am never going to run out of water again. And yet here I am doing this, and this is just a situation where I want to see if it'll even work. So I'm gonna double down on this bad idea, and if it continues to not work correctly at some point, I will give up on this. And we'll actually do this the right way, which is just to dig out the damn ice. But you know what, at this point I want to see if this is even a viable strategy. So I'm going to keep doing this for a little while, and we're going to see where that gets us. Like, I think this will work if I do it enough, and we seem to have enough idle labor, like, sitting around to get the job done. Why are they not done with this? I really don't want to yellow alert this, but it's set to 9, and they're taking absolutely forever to do it. Like, this was... I mean, they're filling it up. The brine down there was at 600 a little while ago, and they're filling it up. I don't know, I guess we just let things go. Maybe the fact that I have them building temp shift plates instead of moving liquids is the problem here. I'm starting to realize I might be the cause of most of my problems in this playthrough right now. Like, I am instantly contradicting myself. Like, oh, we got plenty of spare labor for them to build temp shift plates. Why aren't they using the bottle emptier? God, I'm an idiot. Whatever. Just, it'll work eventually. We'll figure it out. Look at the fishies, though. Look at cute fishies. Listen, chat. I may be stupid. What is going on down here? I guess we had a spill, right? I never cracked this open because I am terrified to death of these things and the 4,298,842 zombie spores that are down there. I'm not an idiot. You take that back. Listen, you're out of line now, mister. You could call me a fucking idiot and give me bits like you did earlier in the stream. You have taken it a step too far by calling me a CEO. I can't believe the disrespect that I'm getting right now. How dare you? I cannot believe this. I thought you're my 4th favorite mod again after that comment. You've made a mistake today. You have disrespected me for the last time by calling me a CEO. Oh God. I don't understand CEOs. Don't you colon D me. You did this to yourself. Or D colon me. Yeah, just don't breathe in the CO2. I mean, we're not really having CO2 problems here. I'm more worried about just the other messes that I've made around the base right now. Well, at least use that Rafi email you drew for me if you're gonna do that. Like, come on, we have a D colon emote in our very own stream right now. And you're the one who drew it. Surely you're proud of that, right? I think we can hook this up now. No, not yet. This is not quite filled up. How close are we? Yeah, I'm being an idiot. Okay, what is taking so long? I guess part of the problem here is that temp shift plates are just really, really slow to build is part of the issue that we're having here with this. Like, yeah, this is definitely my own fault. So you know what? Here's what we're going to do, Chad. I need to go to the bathroom. I'm going to take a risk. We need a little bit of tension on the stream here, so I'm going to take a risk. We're going to do a BRB, but I'm not going to pause the game for the BRB. So I'm going to be actually gone for like a minute or two, and then I'll come back and I'll probably like idle around for a bit, but I'm going to actually be gone for a minute or two, and I'm not going to pause the game. If anybody dies while I'm doing the BRB, we are not rolling it back. We're taking a risk here. So everything looks to be fine. We're not constructing anything. I can't think of any reason. Hold on a sec. Can I think of any reason why somebody might die? They could get to this. I think we're fine. No duplicate got a name yet. Yeah, if you want to do that redeem, Marv, just go for it. If you'd like to name a duplicate, I'll get to it after the BRB. But I'm going to take a BRB right here, right now, and we're just going to see what happens. So I will be back in a bit. I am going to run ads, so if you're not subbed or whatever, you have to watch a little micro preview. If somebody dies, they're dead forever. We are not redoing it. Luigi, okay, I will get to that when I come back. What do I want to do with the game audio? Yep, the suspense is real. We need a little bit of suspense on this stream. Alright, so let me throw this bad boy down. Let's just have some unfitting music play, like while we have a duplicate suffocating to death or something. And I will be back in a couple minutes here. And then, like, if I get back, like, during the BRB, I will try to save them. I'm not just going to AFK for, like, 6 minutes, but I am going to go to the bathroom. So, let's see what happens. Be back in a couple minutes. Cross your fingers. anyone die? I mean, I guess I had the UI off, so it would be hard to tell. Let's see, we had... Alright, I think we're good. I think we had 19 before the BRB. Excellent. I didn't think anyone would die doing this. Now, the other question is, did this work? I don't think it did. No, this one melted. Okay, it worked a little bit. Alright, well, we're back. That was a bunch of unnecessary suspense. I didn't think anyone was gonna die during any of that. But it could happen, and I was willing to take the sacrifice for the content. I have a question, actually, like, with the music there. Would people prefer that I play, like, my Spelunky, like, science stream, like, playlist over this game, or kind of like what the game's native music play? Because the music in this game is very much just kind of like ambient background music, more so than anything that stands out. I haven't really decided what I want to do with it. I've so far just been playing the game's music, but I'm curious if anybody has, like, thoughts on what they would rather hear. Like, if you're here for the Spelunky science streams, like, do you prefer that playlist? Hold on, that was supposed to pause after that. I messed it up. I'm curious what people's thoughts are on that. Like, I don't mind this game's music, but it's kind of in the same situation as Astroneers, where eventually it just gets kind of dull, and it's not really interesting to listen to it. But it's not, like, bad or anything. In Astroneer, it was kind of bad. What volume is it at? It's at 100. In Astroneer, it was kind of bad, because I live near a gateway, and there's gateway music in that game that is the only thing that plays when you're in that area, so that's all we would have been hearing for every single Astroneer stream if I had left their music turned on. It's not as much of an issue with this, so it's fine. You think it fits. I'll leave it for now, but we may do a stream at some point where I just mix it up and just kind of see how that feels. Game's music, enough of a nothing burger that you could play yours over the game. Okay, so we have a couple opinions here. We have one for the background music, and then one for maybe my own playlist. I might try both. I might, like, mix it up, like do it on certain days and not on others. We'll see. I'm gonna watch this. I want to see how much the temperature changes on this when this gets finished building. Which you had better finish building it. Alright, so 6.8. Let's see how quickly that changes. So it's down to 6. I don't know how low it's gonna go. It's fairly fast, but it looks like it's already slowing down. This is not as effective as I was hoping it would be. Yeah, that took like 1 degree off of this, like, block here. And I guess technically it's kind of dispersing it over here as well. You don't really get any useful information from this preview. The scale's not very good. Yeah, this will eventually work. This is definitely not a good idea. This is never going to melt. I should probably just dig this out. You know what? I'm going to take the L on this one and just dig it out. This is too much of a waste, and I want to get this finished. So I'm just going to go ahead and abandon this idea, and we're just going to dig it out. I tried. It is not going to work out, I'm pretty sure. So let's just make sure I deconstruct it in a way that's not going to strand anybody. I was hoping this would be a little more effective. There might be better materials with more heat capacity later in the game that I could use for this, but I'm not feeling it right now. Let's see here. Is this ready? What was I waiting on? I was waiting on this. God, they still have not filled this up. It's taken absolutely forever for this to fill up. I guess it has a... Oh, you know what? I guess the salt water is a little more dense. Because 1,000 kilograms is what would work for normal water, but I guess the salt water has more per tile. Looks like it's like 1225. That's the pressure. Okay, so it's 1,200. It's just 1,200 per tile. So yeah, this is going to take a little while for them to do this. And it's not a matter of adding more of these bottle emptiers. I think it's just taking them forever to pick the assignment. Maybe 2 of them would go a little faster. And build 2. Okay, yeah, so I was just thinking, is it worth building 2? And I'm having trouble getting 1 person to do this at a time. But maybe they have a little more idle time now if they're done with all the temp shift plates. So I mean, I just instructed them to destroy all the temp shift plates they just built. mean, what is taking the food poisoning? I need to fix the food. Okay. Oh, never mind. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, is it break time? We're just not going to do the one thing that you were supposed to do when you came in here? Whatever. All right, let's go name a duplicate. So, we got Luigi. Where's Stinky? There he is. All right, congratulations. This duplicate, if I can get this UI to stop sucking. Welcome to the team, Luigi. I don't know what his job even is. Is there like a lineup here? No, he's a farmer. He's not a plumber. You know, maybe Luigi never wanted to be a plumber. I mean, he had different aspirations. Or this could be literally one of the many other Luigis that exist. But the one that I always think of is the Super Mario Luigi. Luigi Mario is his name, I believe. Because I got the video game brain rot. So there you go. I need to turn off that redeem as well. Thank you for naming all the duplicates. We no longer have a backlog of that. I don't know when we're going to get more of them, because I have a few extras that I could send to a third planet at some point here. Alright, anyways, how's this going? You know what? I'm going to do it. I'm making another one of these. You might be right. I don't know. Let's just do it. Was it a Mario reference? Is it a reference to anything, or do you just want him to be named Luigi? I should probably dig this out as well. I kind of don't want to destroy this one sleet wheat, but I don't know if it matters. I should really farm it myself. It's a recent Reddit thing. Okay, it's a Reddit trend I think I missed. You're free to explain the context if you want. Of course, you don't have to. You could also just let me be clueless. That's part of the advantage of you getting to name the duplicates, is it could be your own inside joke, and I never have to know about it. Greater starvation, yeah, the hatches. I'm just letting the hatches down here die because they ate, like, all of my rocks. And they've kind of been self-sustaining, so I'm not going to worry about that right now. I don't really need them to live. Idlers. Unrested, too bright. Excuse me, what? This is... What is this? Atmo poo. You're not... This one must have, like, slept in the wrong area because there's no light in any of these bedrooms. Oh, wait, is there a... There's a shine bug in here. What? How did this get in here? What do you mean? How did that even get into the bedrooms? When did that show up? Was it in here and I, like, opened this door? I'm thinking of where to put it. I'm just gonna stick it in here for now. Hopefully they can reach that. I don't know if they can reach that, actually. Oh god, what am I doing? Cancel that relocate order. Where'd it go? Am I blind? I looked away for a second. Where did the shine bug go? Did someone grab it in that, like, microscopic amount of time? And where did they drop it? Got bed bugs? Yeah, we got, like, roaches down on this floor. God, I can't find the shine bug. Am I losing my mind? I know it was there. Somebody must have grabbed it in that, like, tiny little time span. Is that it there? Oh my god, did somebody grab it and drop it in the door because I canceled the order? That might be what happened here. I'm actually astonished that somebody grabbed it immediately. I thought they couldn't follow that relocate order because it was in the air. I think that's what happened. I think somebody grabbed it and dropped it on the door. I'm gonna just assume that that's what it is because it's not here anymore. Anyways, admins are banning people for upvoting content related to Luigi because fascism. Is this that, like, the United Healthcare assassination guy, or is this like some different Luigi thing, or is this because, like, Italy during World War II or something was fascism? I don't know what, like, the politics are behind this, because I, in all honesty, have been kind of trying to ignore them. They're depressing. Okay, the United Healthcare one. Yeah, I'm not terribly interested in having a long, drawn-out conversation about that, because the whole state of affairs is just, quite frankly, depressing. Like, whatever your opinion on that assassination was. Which, let's just say, I'm not a fan of United Healthcare. Linguini macaroni. I think that's technically racist, but it's still kind of funny sounding. Like, Italian names are always a little bit silly sounding. Like, hopefully nobody's offended by, like, stuff like calling somebody named Luigi Linguini instead. I mean, Linguini is just a different name, right? Like in Italian, it's not even like just a deformed version of Luigi. That's just straight up a different name. Macaroni is the part that's just a pasta. No, I don't mind it. I don't think people are going to get offended about something like that. Like, I just find that to be kind of silly. Like, mispronunciations of names to something else, like related to their culture, doesn't seem like something that should really be offensive to people. But it always varies, and I try not to go like too deep into that kind of thing on my streams. I need to be careful about how I deconstruct all of this nonsense to make sure they don't get themselves stranded, because it's very likely to happen. Oh, linguine is a noodle. Okay. I could have sworn I've heard linguine as a name. Maybe it's also a name. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Luigi Linguini invented, like, the linguine noodles or something. I don't know what the history of that is. There's a name in okay, that's probably why. So, I mean, presumably Ratatouille did their homework and didn't just pick a random Italian pasta to name it after someone. Right, so no, Ratatouille was French, though. So hold on a second, what is the overlap here? Yeah, Ratatouille is French. Right? I'm not crazy, that's French. So, I mean, I know there's overlap between those two things. I don't even know anymore. It is becoming very evident how uncultured I am. Luigi Linguini and Mario Macaroni. God damn it. Okay, Ratatouille is French. Okay, but there is like some overlap between them. I mean, they're neighboring countries in Europe. I just don't know what that overlap is, and I am guilty of occasionally mixing them up. I think if I get rid of this, they should be able to reach all of this nonsense from here if I do it like that. All Romance language. I thought Spanish was like the Romance language. Everything that's... The English is not the Romance language. That's all I could say with absolute certainty. The main human character's name was Alfredo Linguini. Okay. That's why that sounded familiar, but it's not even Italian at that point. Yeah, they're all based in Roman. I mean, so is English, I guess, or does English not count? I mean, German is there. We're really going full circle on this conversation again. Alfredo is also... Okay, so they actually did make a meme out of his name. Like, that was intentional. Okay, I see now. His name is just Two Foods because chef or whatever. English is more Germanic. Yeah, but what is Germanic based on? Because it's very clearly also similar to these other languages. Just not entirely. Like, did Germanic like descend from like Scandinavia or something, and then it's like a combination of Latin languages and like whatever Scandinavian dialects from up north? Like, is that the history of that? Is that how those two things came together? English was German and French or something like that? I think that's what was said earlier in chat. And I'm just believing chat. I'm believing people on the internet to explain, like, linguistics to me, like the history of these languages. You're not stuck, are you? No, okay. You're just standing in that brine to clap about the research that finally got finished. They were separate tribes. Okay, I don't know exactly then. That's another one of those things that I, like, historically don't really know how it worked. It was just something that I, like, either wasn't taught properly or I just forgot all of it, or probably both of those things, if I'm being honest. I need to make sure that I can get over here. Let's just build a second, like, set of ladders to make sure that we can get over here. Yeah, something like this. This is definitely overkill. I don't need this many ladders. I just want to make sure that they can get over there without, like, getting stuck, because I really don't want somebody to get stranded while I'm doing this. You're not an expert. And etymology, that's the one. Not to be confused with entomology, which I think is insects or something. Yeah, I'm even less of an expert on this than you are, I would assume. Like, I know things that I've just picked up by just random chance, but beyond that, I really don't know all the history behind this. Again, not through, like, willful ignorance, but just the fact that there are so many things in the world that I just haven't been interested enough in to take the time to learn it. I guess that's willful ignorance, but not in like a malicious way. I want to see a really cool relationship. Listen to some Dutch. It legit sounds like lazy. I think I've heard of that. I've heard Dutch before, and it kind of does like have that vibe to it. There's a couple like Factorio content creators with a Dutch accent, and I've heard them speak it normally occasionally, and it does kind of have that like feel to it. And then German just sounds like English words, except like all stitched together into these hilariously long nouns, and I kind of love it. Like German is just like entertaining to look at, even if I don't really understand it. I mean, as I mentioned before, I'm not really a fan of French, but I think that's mostly because of all the letters that you don't pronounce is the thing that's off-putting to me, because I see a word in French and I'm just like, yeah, I don't know how to pronounce this. I see like bourgeoisie or like Madame Lucille or whatever, and I'm like, I probably just screwed up both of those pronunciations beyond recognition, because they are like each 20 characters long, but you only pronounce 10 of the characters. I'm probably more of a German fan, but I've like never learned anything about the language. The same thing with like Dutch or any of those other like more northern languages. Like I guess central northern Europe. I mean, not including Scandinavia, because you're saying like Norse was separate. I don't know. I don't know how this stuff works. look at this dumb idiot chat. I wouldn't laugh. This is your own fault for coming in here. You didn't have to be here. This didn't have to be your life, but you decided to come in here, and then I flooded the chamber, and you are going to stay there until the day you die, unless you happen to randomly escape. At least he has food. Yeah, this one tile of oxygen, I guess. I don't even know if these things breathe. I mean, polluted oxygen, but I think these two tiles are overpressured, so it doesn't even have food. It doesn't even have polluted oxygen. This thing is just going to sit here and starve, actually. Well, sucks to suck. German's pretty cool because if you need a new word, you just mash two together like Volkswagen or Schadenfreude. Freud. I also don't know how to pronounce German. Yeah, just, I guess, sad. Yeah, I kind of like German, like at least from a distance, without knowing anything about the language, because it just looks kind of cool. Except, German is an absolute nightmare for web design, because their words are so long that if you make any assumptions about how long a line needs to be to fit text before you have to wrap it, German ruins it. Because the second a German word comes in with 40 characters, it just overflows off the right side of the panel. I've had to deal with this problem before. It's extremely annoying. I'm not sure what exactly the correct solution is, though. Like, somebody with the localization team was responsible for figuring out how to display the data, or not the data, but like display the text. Yeah, drug names also do that. I think for drug names, usually you just like have hyphenated like breakpoints, and I assume for German it's something similar. There's probably acceptable places to hyphenate it and break it down to a new line. But I never really had to learn the details of that because I wasn't responsible for like the translation stuff. But I did remember running into situations where we had to change how like a specific widget was displayed at my old job, because it couldn't fit really long like strings of text because there were no line breaks that could be put in the middle of a word in German. Not every language is going to be perfect. Let's see, what was I... Oh, this finally finished. Okay, hold on. So where are we with this? So we have a carbon dioxide. Never mind, we don't. I was literally just waiting for that pocket to move out of the way, and it wasn't until I looked at it that it got bumped out of the way. So as far as I'm aware, the amount of brine in this tile doesn't really matter as long as it has the liquid in it. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to let this one more... I never even actually set up the second bottle empty, so that was a complete waste of time. Schadenfreude. Okay, I don't even know where the... I guess the duh. No, that's actually in the letters. I'm so, like, desensitized by French that I just assumed that you wouldn't even pronounce the E at the end. I don't even know anymore. Alright, let's start sealing this off. And yeah, thankfully I didn't have to well, actually... You know what? No, I take it back. I did have to design for mobile. It was like a responsive website. But it was for, like, cars, so, like, we didn't have to deal with drug names at the very least. Most of the terminology there was reasonably short in every language it was being displayed in. I don't know if it was German or if it was another language, like Portuguese or something that we were having issues with. It's been a very long time since I was doing that job, so I don't remember all the problems that I ran into with that. It was interesting, though, to say the least. Like, designing things, like, for an international audience is definitely a lot different than just English and nothing else. It presented an interesting challenge, to say the least. So what I'm going to wait for here is, I'm going to wait for one more shipment, and that should be enough, and then I'm going to destroy this bottle empty. I'm going to seal this off. Hopefully that's everything we need to do here. Because I don't really need to put anything else in here. I have the thermo sensor. I could put like a liquid vent, but honestly it's not that hard to open this up if I need to put something in here again. So I'm just going to let this do its thing and then deconstruct it. And that should be plenty of like heat sink. Combined with this liquid tepidizer making heat in here, I should have no problems with like hot or with really cold water getting through this system. Which is the whole point of this, is to make sure that the water doesn't get too cold. So let's go ahead and deconstruct that and seal this off. Hopefully no gases like leak in here. I do want to sweep all of the materials off, however, so they don't fall in there. How am I filling these up so fast? I'm getting a little bit faster doing that, at least. So we dumped all our crap on the floor again. No new blueprints. I thought it's been long enough for another one. Maybe it's like hourly. Maybe at the 3-hour mark I'll get another one. I actually don't know when I get new blueprints. Not to be confused with printables, which are not cosmetics. I mean, this is not a terribly compelling option here, but... Again, I don't really need more duplicates right now, so we're just going to take the food. I should probably do something about the fish just laying on the floor here, but I mean, they're not spreading disease or anything, so it's probably fine. I don't think I have anything to worry about. Okay, let's put our last igneous rock there. This is set to a good temperature. Okay, I feel like this should work. Let's hook it up and see if it works. At some point, I don't know if that's going to melt, because this comes out pretty cold. What's the temperature? -10. Yeah, this comes out pretty cold. This snow is never going to melt, but I need to sort of dump the rest of it into the water anyways at some point here. I should probably move this storage bin. Man, I'm not going to worry about that for now. We accomplished what I set out to do here, though, which is we now have 2 sources of water. If we look at this, it should be coming in... Uh-oh. Hold on, why is it... What temperature is that coming in? Why is that coming in so cold? Uh-oh. I'm surprised this isn't breaking the pipes right now. It's actually not cooling off enough. Okay, what's going wrong here? So we have radiant pipes. It comes in at -16. I guess I just need to... Okay, well, we're going to have some leakages. I'm just going to bump the temperature up a little bit. Let's try like 20. Oh yeah, this doesn't work. Okay, we're gonna have a bit of... Yeah, there we go. This is what I was talking about. I was trying to prevent this, but I guess the polluted water is having a little more trouble cooling off. Maybe I should have filled these tiles. Like, put a little bit more of a heat sink in here. If I had more mass, as far as the brine is concerned, I could get like maybe 50% more out of this. Okay, let's go ahead and watch it and see how this looks. Okay, so it's not stopping right now. What temperature? It's still coming out too cold. I mean, I could make it a little longer if I need to. I don't want to make it too much hotter, because water sitting in the pipe will get warmed up more than it needs to, because it's going to get up to a maximum of 20. Yeah, but it's just coming in like a little too cold. I think the problem might be that the temperature in that top tank is a lot warmer than what was going on, or a lot colder than what was in there. Alright, what is a quick low-effort solution to this problem? It's probably to just increase the temperature. Let's try 25. I might need to revisit this at some point. This is going to only warm up over time because I'm going to start melting everything. It'll stabilize at like -10, probably. But in the meantime, we need to fix this issue. I don't need this tile here. Is this thing not keeping up, actually? No, it's definitely keeping up. It's all at like 25 now. And I had a delay so it spends more time in the hot water. I could do that. It's also a valid solution, actually. I could lower the throughput of the pipe. That is actually a good idea. Let me try that. That might help in the meantime, because I think we don't need this amount of water throughput right now. I might want to come back to this later. So what we're going to do with this is we're going to reduce the packet size going through the pipe. Yeah, thank you for that. That's a good idea. Let me just do that. I'm going to set this to like half capacity or something, and we'll just tune that value until it's able to cool it down or warm it up sufficiently quickly. Let's go back to 20 on the temperature here. Unfortunately, there's already a mess. Story traits. Oh wait, did that actually happen? We've been waiting for this thing to fill up for ages. Like last stream, I kept on coming back to it, thinking I was almost done. Meeting the initial quota of dream content analysis has triggered a surge of electromagnetic activity that appears to be enhancing performance for duplicants everywhere. If my duplicants keep this building filled with dream journals, perhaps we will continue to reap this benefit. A small side compartment has also popped open, revealing an unfamiliar object. A keepsake, perhaps. Unlock maximum aptitude mode. Oh, it's an airplane. I don't even know what that has to do with this. Alright, what does it do? Okay, how long is that? That's many seconds. I mean, that's a fairly long amount of time. I don't want to do the math right now. How long is that? It's like it's like almost half an hour or something. That's actually not that long. How long do I have to, like, how many dream journals per second do I need to do this? I really don't want to run the numbers on this right now. Yeah, so this stat, like here, I don't think this existed until I activated the machine, so I'm hoping that the demand is lower than what it took to initially turn this thing on, because eventually those sleepy dupes are going to actually be put to work. I think we have 2 of them right now that are doing this. I'm not sure like what the production rate is on these dream journals. Yeah, whatever. I'll figure out the numbers later. The second question is, I forgot what the second question is. Oh yeah, what does it do? What does the buff do is the second question. I'm just gonna put this airplane like over here or something. Yeah, what's the buff? That was the question. Let's see here. I mean, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good buff. And it sounds like it just applies to all of them. Does that apply to the other planet too? Yeah, they're getting it too. It's just, it's everywhere. All the duplicates have this buff. I might like want to have somebody like perpetually producing sleep journals for that thing, just to give everybody else this buff. Because really all I gotta do is feed them. And Mulk, oh, let's not get carried away here. I don't think Mulk, we saw Mulk struggling to climb up that ledge. I don't think he's gonna be very useful for anything based on that like lowly performance we observed there. I don't know, anything is possible. Maybe he just hasn't stood in enough radiation. You know, maybe this is the Mulk's origin story and he hasn't become irradiated yet. May become credible. Yeah, well, if you ever want me to rename him to that as part of the bit, then just go ahead and let me know. Alright, let's try half and see if we stop damaging the pipes. Yeah, it's coming out too cold here. So at half capacity... I said... Am I dumb? So these are definitely... Why is it letting through that much liquid? Okay, this is 10 kilograms. I have it set to 5. Oh, it's a work errand. Why is this a work errand? Okay, well, have somebody go do that. And then we'll see if this worked or not. In the meantime, I'm not even going to bother mopping this up right now because it's just a mess. Why is everything so slow? Come on, I got rid of the temp shift plate project and you guys still can't get anything done. Oh, they did it. Okay, hold on, let's see if it worked. Alright, so there we go. This is what we wanted. So before, it was coming out at like -3 or so. Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, that was a good solution. That works for now. I eventually should change this tank to just be able to exchange more heat, either with a better radiant pipe or a bigger tank. But for now, this appears to be working. So it comes in at negative like 16 or something. Yeah, okay, you know what? You're back to third favorite. Yeah, okay, I'll give you that one. Welcome back, buddy. You're back to third favorite mod for that one, because this was a legitimately good idea. So it comes in at 5 now, which is, I would say, a decent threshold. I could probably lower this back to 18, because I'm trying not to make any extra heat that I don't need to, so I could probably lower this back to 18. So yeah, it comes in at negative 16 or so. And it comes out at, it should update in a moment here. We should see this pipe lower a little bit. No, it's actually stabilizing at 5 still, even with that minor change. I guess it just hasn't sucked the... Actually, you know what happened here? It hasn't sucked all the heat out of the brine now. Because you can see this is at like 25 or 26. If you know what to read, I'm looking at the bottom, like, brine info panel. Yeah, this is actually a little bit warm. I think we're just gonna leave it, and if I notice any water here, I can come back and fix it. Hopefully that problem is taken care of for now. So, let's go back to our project. So far, let's see, I need to count this on my fingers. Let's see, carry the 1. We have finished 0 of these projects so far on today's stream, so let's see if we can knock one of those out. I should probably work on the cooling. Alright, so let's have a look at this. How do we do this? It has been a long time since I built one of these, but the gist of it is this base is getting a little bit toasty. It's pretty hot over here. The bedrooms are getting a little bit warm. It is getting very warm over here. These are going to actually start overheating very soon. Because I think... Let's see, it should have an overheat. Yeah, these are going to overheat very soon. They're very close to their overheat temperature. I need to figure out a cooling solution for this base. And I'm trying to think how I want to do that. There's kind of 2 approaches to this. You could have a central cooling system. Or you can have, like, individual isolated cooling areas. Central cooling, the problem with that is it requires you to run a cooling pipe through your entire base. And as you can see, we have a couple pipes, like, congesting things. And I maybe just should build one just kind of in a central location and just see if I can, like, do the pipe spaghetti is kind of what I'm inclined to do here. So I think we're gonna go for the pipe spaghetti. So let's build a cooling system. Where do I want to put it? I'm gonna want probably a couple rooms worth of height because I need to put a steam turbine and an aqua tuner. Let's see. I don't want to do it in the hatch room. Over here is a possible candidate, but I might want to expand this area later. Over here, these are nature reserves, so I'm kind of reluctant to mess with these if I can avoid it. I could stick it like over here. I mean, the length of the pipe in the grand scheme of things doesn't really matter. So I could put it all the way over here because this is going to be self-service when it's finished. I don't need anybody to go over here and maintain this once I build the steam turbine and the aqua tuner. There's no upkeep for it. It's all automatic. So I'm tempted to stick it over in this area on the side. What other candidates are there? Let's see, I think I already have a fat power line going over there anyways, so... You know what? Yeah, let's just build it over here. I don't really have anything else going on, and this is a hot biome anyways, so this is a good spot to cool down at the beginning. It's right above the bedrooms. Alright, let's do it, chat. Let's design a cooling system. And in the spirit of all the other stuff I've been doing here, I'm not going to look this up at all. I'm going to go off of my memory of how to build this. So, do we have enough plastic? They did build all the beds, so I think I can get rid of these now. Oops, hold on. Just the beds. I don't know an easy way to do this. I'm just going to construct them manually, but let's see how much plastic we have. We need at least 1 steam turbine or generator, whatever it's called, to do this. And they should auto-assign themselves to all of these beds over here. Let's have a look at our reserves. How many resources do we have? Plastic. We have plastic. Okay, we might actually have enough to also make the beds. So, power. Did I not research it yet? Are we not doing that? I'm going to immediately research it if I don't have it. I thought I researched it. I did not. Okay, hold on. Why do I not have this yet? We can still start the build. Like, I just won't be able to actually turn it on until this is finished. Okay, I never researched it for some reason. Alright, that shouldn't take too long, right? I think we have all the prerequisites for that. This is material science. Yeah, we have all of that. And that is also going to get us solar panels, which I'm not going to use right now, and steam engine, which is probably what I should be using for the rocket, because the CO2 engine is very, very weak. And I mean, we have plenty of CO2, so that's not really an issue to get more. But we'll see. I'll probably change it to steam at some point before I launch another rocket. Alright, how do I want to do this? I want to give myself a little more space to work with over here. So let's just start the build, like, here or something. I can always move things if I really have to. I'm going to leave a gap between the bedrooms and this setup here in case I want to build something in that space later. Because one of the things that'll always burn you in a game like this is, like, boxing yourself in so you don't have room to make something later. So this is where we're going to build it. And I can just get rid of this. I don't need these here. These are never going to even grow anymore. Like, all of their living conditions are wrong. And this one generated, clipped into the floor below it, because that could just happen for some reason. Don't know why. Alright, so let's start designing. We need to build... I can't pre-place the steam turbine, but I think it's 5x3 in size. At the very least, we can start screwing around with the aqua tuner, which I believe only needs a 2-tile space. So if the steam turbine was up here, I could fit the aqua tuner here and they would have room to run underneath it. I could always make it taller if I have to, it's not the end of the world. I do want them to be able to run past the build. So let's go for the tentative idea that it's going to be 2 tiles and then... God, I really want to know how big the steam turbine is actually, because this is a bold assumption. I might be able to find out actually, hold on. Can I get the little journal entry for it? I think I have to search for it here. Okay, does it tell me how big this thing is? Okay, it does. 5x3. Okay, so 3 tiles for that. The aqua tuner is 2x2. And then we have a floor here, and then they can run underneath it and do maintenance access. Let's use igneous rock. It really doesn't matter. Insulated tiles are such insanely good insulators that it barely ever matters what you build them out of. I'm just going to pick whatever I have a lot of. Maybe granite for the decor bonus. Well, actually, I think they have a negative decor, which I think just reduces the negative decor, which isn't terribly important. Yeah, whatever. Let's see. So the steam turbine is 5 wide. I want to leave room for like a buffer tank next to the turbine. I don't know how big exactly I need this to be. We're just going to kind of wing it on this. So if it's right here, I would need like 2 more tiles off to the side. Maybe a sensor or something. I'm going to make it this wide. I'll make it a 7. Might be overkill. We got tons of space to work with, so I'll figure it out, and the next time I build one of these, I'll be able to do it a little bit better. So we're going to carve all of that out. Hopefully not too much sand falls in the way. I need to keep an eye on anybody falling when they like try to build any of this nonsense. They should be able to get in through this side. I need to have this hole over here because I need to eventually like flush all the gases out of here and fill it with water. Now, let's think about how we do this. So if my OCD doesn't kill me, I could just like leave a gas pump or something in here, or even just leave like oxygen, just like a single gas. I could also vacuum it out. Well, no, that's the problem, is vacuuming it out and then removing the pump later is difficult, though I could use a liquid lock for that, actually. Yeah, actually, let's do that. Let's just use a liquid lock for that. I'll put a little droplet of water there. And then I'll be able to vacuum it out and then remove the construction I used to vacuum it out. So we'll do that. The steam turbine is going to go right over, probably on the right side. And then I'm going to have a liquid reservoir right here. And that's going to be like sort of a heat buffer. And let's see here. I forget what tile the output is with the steam turbine. We might just want to dump it in the middle, because what happens with the steam turbine is it absorbs steam from the room below it, and it outputs hot water, which I'm going to just dump back in here to continue the cycle. And then I need the aqua tuner in the room. So let's go ahead and build that. We can always go in here if I have to change things later. As usual, I would rather not have to do that. I know how to type, I promise. Alright, so the aqua tuner. I should really build it out of steel to make sure that it's never going to overheat. Because this overheat temperature... No, actually, this is going to be... It already has an inherent... I think it already has an inherent bonus of 50. Normally this would be 75. This is going to be 175. I should be able to prevent the heat from getting higher than 175 in here. So I'm just going to make it out of gold amalgam. Like the other things, this is something that can be changed later. Now, what I got to remember here is how you do the bypass loop. Because the situation with this is I need to make sure that I do not like boil the water in the pipes or whatever coolant I'm going to use. And I'm trying to remember how you do that. There's a lot of approaches to it. But what we're ultimately trying to accomplish here is we want to have a buffer of like maybe 15, 20 degrees Celsius coolant in this tank, looping through the aqua tuner and through the base and back into the aqua tuner system over here. We do not want it to get cooled too much or it'll freeze. We do not want it to get too hot, which it shouldn't do because we're going to use insulated pipes in here. And I think the way you do that usually is you would just turn off the aqua tuner and have a bypass. So I've just got to remember how to do this, and I'm sure the professionals know how to do this nonsense, so I'm just going to have to get berated for it and or advised on whether or not I did it wrong. So let's see, what is the condition to turn off the aqua tuner? We're going to need to detect the temperature of the water. Do I want to do that above or below? Let me first think about how the bypass is going to work. So if the aqua tuner is turned off, now let's get some insulated pipes in here. Just use igneous rock. So if it's turned off, what we want to do is we want it to skip it. So the first priority would be for it to go to the aqua tuner, and if that's not an option, then we want a different output. I think we use a liquid... I want to say we use a liquid bridge for that. Let's see, we'd go through here. There's phases when learning the sacred aqua tuner steam turbine. ATST. Okay. I'm sure that's not a coincidence people chose to abbreviate it to that. Why am I not making those out of igneous rock? Yeah, just don't... If you don't want to help me through this, don't help me. You don't have to. I'm trying to think about the logic for this. The other thing I have to consider is whether there's going to be like contention between the liquid packets for this. There's probably a lot of ways that I could do this as well. I want to do something reasonably compact. And I feel like it was something like this. Let me build it and then see if I can like work through it in my head. Yeah, it was something like this, I think. So I would input on the left, and then this is the output on the right. And what happens here is water comes in. If the aqua tuner is turned on, then it will go out this pipe. And the thing that I have to worry about is whether there can be a backup. Is there a situation where this pipe gets blocked in some way? Let's see here. Where's the water going to come in from? Probably the top. So we'll do something like that. I need these to be insulated pipes, actually. Insulated pipes for the ones that are in the tank is what's important here. And it doesn't really matter if they're insulated anywhere else in the system. I'll recheck the types for these pipes when the time comes, but I don't want the liquid in the coolant. I don't want the coolant pipe to actually get heated by the hot steam. And again, insulated like tiles in this game are so overpowered that beyond making like liquid hydrogen, I'm probably not going to have any issues with temperature leakage through these pipes, especially if I keep them running at all times, which is what I intend to do. I intend to just have this circulate infinitely. So we'll go ahead and build that. Anyways, let's think through the process of how this works. And then I could probably have the pipe go back up, because the tank is up here. I could have maybe built the tank down here, but I'm just going to go with what I've got here. So let's see here. We want to make an insulated pipe like this. This is always very annoying to deal with this problem. Okay, we do that. Okay, we have the correct pipe types. There's probably a more compact layout for this. I don't feel like trying to figure out what it is right now. So let's think through the logic. A packet of liquid will come through here and it'll hit this point. Then on this game tick, if the aqua tuner is turned on, it's going to teleport to this tile right here. So on that game tick, I think what happens is the game will check if there is a liquid here, and then in one game tick, it will teleport here and move down one tile, I believe is what happens. Otherwise, it will just move down one tile and wait here. That is my recollection of how this game engine works. It'll teleport and move on the same game tick. And what I'm trying to prevent is a situation where there is a liquid trying to come out of the aqua tuner, like blocking this pipe. Which I think we want that, actually. I think that's the reason why this works. Yeah, so the liquid packet will either be here or it will be here. And then one game tick later, it will either be here or it will be here. So it'll actually go a little bit faster if it goes through the liquid bridge because it doesn't have this extra pipe here to deal with, I think. Or maybe not, actually. Hold on. Here and here. Yeah, it gets one tile ahead due to the mechanics of the liquid bridge, causing it to skip this tile, and it skips this tile in a sense, because it ends up over here at the end of the game tick. So what happens here is if the aqua tuner is turned off, water is going to be bypassing like this. And the second it turns on, the liquid that is coming through this little pipe here, this link, is going to block the bridge, which is what we want. That means the aqua tuner will take priority. And then if the aqua tuner turns off again, this liquid will get to go through. I think this works. I'm going to go off the assumption that this works. I feel like the logic checks out. If you didn't understand what I just said, don't worry about it. I'm working this out as I go here, but I feel like that is going to do the trick. I hope it will. Let's see here. I am actually going to move this over one tile because I don't like where it is. Why can't I cancel this? Okay, I don't know why that was not working. I'm going to move it over one tile. Just so that I can have it built ahead of time while I'm setting all this nonsense up. And then the steam turbine will go here. It won't be perfectly centered, but I don't think that actually ends up mattering. I guess I could just narrow it down a little bit as well. I mean, this gives me room to maybe make like a second aqua tuner or some other nonsense. I do have to make room for a pipe, or not pipe, a gas pump while I'm filtering the whole thing out. I don't know how I'm supposed to interpret that emote. I'm sure I'm doing a great job, whatever the case is. Alright, so anyways. Let's see. Alright, so the second part of this is I need to activate the aqua tuner at the right time. So we're going to need an automation wire for that. I'm going to just run it like here so I can get it out of the tank. We did not build this out of lead, so it is not going to melt or anything of that sort. We should not have anything anywhere close to the necessary temperature to melt this. That would be very bad if that happened. And I need to power it, which I'll do from the bottom. I'm thinking where to put the liquid vent as well. I'm kind of all over the place while I build this. Doesn't really matter where this goes. I think you can mirror the steam turbine. And I believe the steam turbine outputs from either its top left or top right corner. So I'm just gonna like make the guess that it's gonna be like this. I believe you can flip the building, and I think that's where it's going to end up coming at. And then that leaves me room to maybe put something over here or something in this little 2x2 here. I don't know if we're going to do anything like that. We will eventually need to vent out the room. So I will have a gas pump, at least temporarily, in here that I will remove through a liquid lock before I seal the whole thing off. And if I make the liquid lock out of water, I think I can just sort of just push the water in when I close it off, and it won't really matter where it winds up. Alright, so back to this. So what we need to do here is when an incoming packet when there's a packet of water incoming to the steam turbine, or not the steam turbine, the aqua tuner, I need to decide whether or not I need to be cooling the water. And the problem with that is the packets could come in at like really weird volatile temperatures. So I'm trying to remember if I want to put this tank right before or right after the aqua tuner, because then the liquid is going to go around the whole base. We don't know what temperature it's going to come in at. And what I should probably do is stabilize it with the water tank. Now let's see here. Do I want to stabilize it before it comes in? Yeah, I probably want to stabilize it before it comes into the aqua tuner to make sure that I can just read the temperature of what's coming out of the tank, because the tank will sort of smooth it out. It'll smooth out whatever like ridiculously high or low temperature coolant might be coming into the tank. So I think I will have it come out of the tank, I will read its temperature, and then I will turn the aqua tuner on or off based on that. And if there's enough of a buffer in this tank that I don't have to worry about the temperature in the tank differing from the packet that gets to the aqua tuner, that all makes sense to me. So that is what I'm going to go ahead and do here. So we're going to need to read the temperature, which this is going to be a very gross pipe because I have to do something like this, I think. Yeah, using the tank. I think I figured that one out myself when I was like first designing one of these. I vaguely remember wanting to do it. That's not the output. But yeah, there's probably a lot of ways to do this. So I'm going to do this here, and we're going to need to put a little thermal sensor on the pipe. Yeah, something like that. Hopefully this is not going to interfere at all with the steam turbine. I'm just kind of guessing what the arrangement is for the steam turbine. Oh yeah. Let's get distracted real quick. What do I win? Wallpaper. I only want wallpaper, please. Well, for some reason I didn't click, by the way. It just closed immediately, like when it opened up. So whatever. It was a yellow like flower pot. Anyways, back to what we were doing here. We need a liquid pipe thermosensor. I'll just put it right there. Let's see here. I'm thinking here. So what do we want to do? We want to turn... I think the thermosensor has like a greater than or less than setting on it. Fake news. Look, I'm telling you, what happened was I mashed clicking on it like 80 times until the animation started, and then I stopped clicking, and I'm knowing this game, I'm guessing that it buffered one of those clicks, so it just immediately closed it, like after the animation finished. Food decayed, don't care, we have too much anyways. Red Bull generator, that's been happening with gas range. Or wait, oh, I didn't turn off I didn't suppress the nuisance, like, notifications on this. Yeah, we did build a spice grinder, I just never turned it on. Wait, let's stay focused here. We're working on the aqua tuner right now, on our to-do list. I want to get a cooling system figured out, so we are going to need to sweep out all this crap at some point here. And I'm going to need to pump water into this room as well. I also need to have a little bit of water on this tile here so I can start vacuuming it out. But let's worry about the pipe design. So what happens here is it comes out of here, it goes through this liquid sensor. I don't know what exactly I want to set it to, but we can find out. Let's see, the cooling factor. Yeah, it doesn't matter what the liquid is somehow. No matter what liquid you put through, it'll subtract 14 degrees Celsius from that liquid. I could have a second buffer tank as well, like right afterward, if I really wanted to smooth this out. Again, there's a lot of ways that you could do this, because otherwise what is going to happen here is that the temperature of the liquid that comes out of these pipes is going to be very volatile on the way out instead of on the way in. And having two buffers would kind of be a good solution to that. Let's see, there is one other way I could do this, though. Nah, I don't need to make a heat exchanger. Let's just do it this way. Let's just do it. We can add a buffer in post if we need to. So it's going to come out of here, and then I'm going to run it through the base. So the temperature that I want that to happen at, it's going to subtract 14 degrees if it goes through the aqua tuner. So I'm going to pick, like, let's just say 25 or 24 Celsius is what we'll pick. So if the water comes out, any hotter... Oh, that was a weird noise. Oh, what the hell was that? If it comes out any hotter than 24 degrees Celsius, then we want to cool it. So we will send a green signal, and that will cool the aqua tuner. Or that will operate the aqua tuner, and it'll come out at 10 degrees Celsius instead. So kind of like a mix of both temperatures will be running through the coolant pipe. And I think it'll kind of stabilize itself out a little bit, or at least that's what I'm hoping for. We'll end up with an average temperature of like 17 degrees Celsius, which is a little chilly, but I believe it's within their comfort range. Like, what temperature do they want? I think it says somewhere like what their accepted temperature is, and I don't remember where it says that. Does anyone remember like what the comfort range is on the duplicants, or how I find that information? Because I don't want to make it too cold. I think it's like 10 or 15 where they think it's too chilly. And of course this information is just like not explained anywhere. Do I dare look in here? No database entry for duplicants. Like the crux of the game, like the whole premise is these nincompoops, and there's no database entry for them. Devs, please. Maybe it's in this menu. There's a... Maybe this tells you, like thermal tolerance. I don't even know anymore. Whatever, we'll find out if it's a problem later, or somebody can tell me if they figure out what that information is. For now, though, I'm going to assume that this is like a reasonable temperature distribution. I guess I'll bump it up to like 25 or something. If it's too cold, we can always tweak the numbers later. Being too cold is an easier problem to solve than it being too hot. I think our quantum storage is filled again, so let me dump this out real quick. Do that. I almost overrode all my settings, but didn't quite do it. There we go. Alright, very good. They should be able to clean all this crap out now. Yeah, there they go. Okay, let's see. What else do we want to do in here? So I recall something about the steam generator, like running more efficiently on hotter steam. So I think what I want to do is put a thermo sensor in here as well. And that will like control whether or not the steam generator runs. So we're just going to have it pre-built. Let's see, we have a couple of options here actually. You know, the other thing I've seen people do is put a layer of like oil or something on the bottom of this to make sure there's always a liquid in here so the aqua tuner exchanges heat a little bit better. Do I have enough oil to fill the bottom? We have none. We have none oil. I thought I had some in here. Did I actually like process all of it at some point? I might have refined it all. We don't have any petroleum. We have 2 micrograms of steam in here that apparently this thing won't release. I could send oil from the other planet if I need to. I'm thinking if there's a better, more elegant way to do this. What we want to do is have a layer of a liquid on the bottom of the tank that won't evaporate. And the reason is that things conduct heat with liquids way better than gases. And this thermo aqua tuner might overheat if it can't exchange its heat into the steam fast enough, because this whole thing is going to be full of steam. I'm trying to figure out what liquid I want to use for that. It has to be something that will not boil in that room, but we don't have access to anything that won't boil in here that I can think of off the top of my head. I can make naphtha or something. I don't know if that's worth doing though. It's weird. It's also very thick, so it might not even spread properly. Yeah, turn all your water to steam. Yeah, that's the thing is I'm not sure if it's going to the steam is going to be enough to keep up with the aqua tuner is the problem. I do always have the option of like throttling the amount of liquid that goes through the aqua tuner if that's the case. Let's see, naphtha. We're probably going to achieve that temperature, but this stuff is weird. Yeah, it solidifies at a very low temperature and it boils to gas. I could use naphtha for this. I kind of just want to use oil because it's a lot more convenient, so I wonder if I should just send some oil over from the other planet. It's inconvenient to get it, but once I have it over here, like, we're kind of good to go. Where's the teleporter? Though we don't have very much oil to begin with. Though this like one slickster I think has been doing some work. I would have to crack this open, but I could send them in there to get some more. That is quite possibly enough oil just right there. You know what? Let's try the water. Let's take a risk because I don't want to do something complicated that ends up being unnecessary. Let's try the water first for doing this. So we have two things I need to do here. I don't really care exactly how much water is in this tank. Let's put a liquid lock right here. Let me see if I can get just like a single water bottle sitting on the ground somewhere. And let's do a liquid lock. So are they going to auto drop off here? Or not here. This one. Are they going to auto drop off here? I think they will. I'm going to disable this thing temporarily. I'm going to get like a bottle of water on the ground somewhere, and we're going to make our liquid lock to start off with. So, where's my bottle filler? This one here. I didn't recognize it when I was looking at it. Alright, so let's go ahead and... Right, I can just do this to get it to empty storage on its own. Which I don't know what the point of the empty storage order is if I can just do that. So we're going to relocate that here. Half of this is going to spill, which is fine. I don't really care. I'm just going to relocate it over here. Hopefully they won't, like, dump it in here before they disable this building. Yeah, okay, they're fine. And that'll make our liquid lock. And then I can pump out the room, so I actually don't need to have that hole here because we're not going to push it out with liquids. We're going to just vent the room out instead of the gas pump and then remove it. So we can just start pumping it now, honestly. Just put the gases and whatever, like right there. Nothing's going to be built there. Alright, let's see if all of this works according to plan. Where's my power wires? Something like that. I always like to pull the wires out of these builds as fast as possible. Like, I don't like to leave them behind these walls, because if I need to change out the wires, it'll break everything. But in this case, we are going to go back in to clean up the wire later. So I'm just going to kind of have a temporary one here. I'll rip the whole thing out when I'm done. And then that's going to have to be a regular floor anyways, because they are going to strand themselves if I don't rebuild that. Building wires through solid tiles is impossible for some reason. Alright, so anyways, we don't have our steam turbine yet. The research is ongoing. Eventually, this is going to be connected to the steam turbine and the top of this, which I'm going to place that there to get it to stop whining. This is insulated. I do need to double check those are all insulated. The top of this is going to be the input, where the pipe goes after the full cycle is finished. Uh-oh. Oh. Soviet, you... Alright, are you the one building this? Who is building that right now? Okay, it's you. Can you... Yeah, Incredible Mulk is trying to kill you right now, so if you could just, like, stop dancing... Get out of there. Get out of there now. Get out of there right now. Okay, good. Now, if you guys could just... I need to eyeball this, or these idiots are gonna get killed. So I need to cancel that whole build. I was just trying to lower the priority. Okay, nobody died. There was another one. The Incredible Mulk tried to assassinate you there. You almost got, like, cask of Amontillado by that one. That would have been absolutely tragic. Just stuck in a room full of chlorine and carbon dioxide. What a wretched way to go. Alright, so this is going to start pumping immediately, which there's no reason for it to do that until the liquid lock is done. I can't help but notice that they never moved this. Where did it go? They must have dropped it. Where the hell did that water go? Or somebody in the process of running it over there. No, I mean, the little designation is gone. I don't know where the hell the water went. I'm just gonna make another one. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on it this time. Also, I think we did get a blueprint around the 3-hour mark. This is tempting, because I kind of want to take another shot at using slicksters for this. And I want oil. Let's do that. Let's get the slicksters again. And where can I put them where they won't die? Alright, so multiple things are going on here. I'm going to try to move the water again, and let's see if we can prevent the slicksters from dying. The food item would have been kind of good, but I wanted to have another chance at doing that, because we didn't treat our first ones very well, and Mom and Dad took them to the farm when I wasn't looking. So let's see if we can do better this time. Alright, so relocate. I'm actually... do I want to yellow alert it? I'm going to yellow alert it specifically so that I will know if the duplicant, like, stops the order. Or wait a minute, hold on a second. No, that might be it right there. No, okay, no, that's for the supercomputer. Okay, so I will get a notice if the duplicant, like, cancels the order for some reason, because the yellow alert will stop. Why are you... I thought I told you that you're not allowed to work. Why are you moving this? What schedule are you on? You're on the crybabies. You literally don't work. Is this just more like oxygen not included jank that I don't understand? They did move it. I mean, it ain't here. I don't know where the first one went. I don't understand why this duplicant got assigned. I guess yellow alert must mean they could do it on their break. Okay, let's just watch it then. That must be what it is. I guess yellow alert means they could do it even if they're on break. I thought they just only assigned the duplicants that were currently working. I didn't know it would interrupt their downtime. It must be just anybody who is not, like, currently asleep. Or maybe even if they are asleep, they can get assigned it. Well, you know what? You actually did a pretty spiffing good job there, Saffron. You know, you go take the day off. You did a good job today. You did a lot of work. You go have a nap now. Read messages 2 minutes later. What time is it? Did I miss it? 2 minutes later. It's like 1.5. Anyways, I don't know what you mean by they did move it, because it's not here. So if they moved it, they must have picked it up and taken it away. Oh, you know what? That's what they're doing. Yeah, it was there and they took it away. Why are they taking it away? I don't know where they're trying to take it. Stop. Just empty it. Just empty it, please. I don't know where they're trying to take it. They must have tried to, like, refill something else with it. I really wish it wasn't such a pain in the ass to do this kind of thing. But there we go. That's what I wanted. We now have our, like, crummy liquid lock. Let's go ahead and turn the gas pump on now. Which should just start running immediately. That is going to pump out all the gas in this room. At which point I can deconstruct the pump, seal the room off, and then I can get water into the room through this pipe right here. So I don't have to worry about it. Honestly, the smarter thing to do would have been to probably just drop a packet of water here using this pipe. Because I need to get water up here anyways. And I think I'm just going to use this pipe just because it's here. Yeah, I'm just going to use this pipe just because it's here. I will run it around the top, however. Maybe the other side, actually. I want to make sure that I can not run the pipe through the tank if I can avoid that, because I want my build to be clean. So that's going to be the input. We're going to actually do it a little bit roundabout. And we're going to run the pipe like this here. I think it's terrifying. I'm glad this thing doesn't eat my duplicants. At least if it does, I'm not aware of it. This is what I get for not reading your chat messages. I'm telling you, you're cursed. I don't know what to say. I don't know if anything can lift the curse on your chat messages that the streamer never notices. Truly a terrible fate. Alright, so we're just going to wait for a while for this to get emptied out here. Meanwhile, I want to make sure that the steam turbine only operates above like 150 or something. Something like that. I forget exactly what the right setting is. I could tune this later. We just have to make sure that we don't peak above 175 to avoid the overheat. If I do have overheating in here, unfortunately, it's going to be damaged until I send somebody in to fix it, which at that point I'll probably make a proper airlock, maybe on the right side to get into this. Hopefully I don't have to. I should probably start at like 125 and tune it up from there. I forget what the minimum temperature is for the turbine. It might be 125 before it'll operate. And the water it outputs is at like 90, something like that, I'm pretty sure. Oh, whatever, we'll see. Alright, so it outputs, it goes here. Strictly speaking, I can and probably should just output out the bottom instead. I don't really have any reason to send it back up, so let's go ahead and just output through the bottom. Could just use steel. I thought about that. I just don't have that much steel. I mean, I can make more. Which iron? I got plenty of iron. Lime. Hey, yeah, maybe I should just make the thing out of steel. I'm thinking about it. I'll decide in a bit. It might be paranoid. I don't know if the temperature is going to get hot enough in there to do that. I'm tempted to just not make it out of steel, just to learn a lesson more than anything else. Instead of just being paranoid from the get-go and making sure literally nothing can ever go wrong. Because then nothing interesting can ever happen. So I think I'm going to leave it be. We can mop all this now. That should finish fairly soon. The pump is able to operate even though there's water on its bottom point of interest tile, which I think is, I want to say that tile right there. The point is, the pump is functional. This will eventually empty out. It's a fairly small area. Meanwhile, what did we want to cool while we were doing this? Temperatures. So the bedrooms are going to get a little bit hot. They're kind of okay for now. I mean, your plants are having a little bit of trouble here. And then this area is very close to overheating. And I can always change the layout of this pipe later, like as time goes on. So I think what I will do is I'm just going to kind of wing it on this. I'm going to run the pipe through here, through the bedrooms, back through the Great Hall. And then I think I'm going to take it on like a spaghetti path through this area, then up and back into the cooling system. That's the plan. And I'll put both of those pipes, I think, at like head level here. I'm not going to bury them in the floor for now. And I'll use the radiant pipes in the locations where I feel like I need to. I'm not going to insulate the pipes anywhere else because ultimately everywhere I run these pipes through, I want them to like stabilize the temperature. But I will use radiant pipes in like specific points of interest while I do this. So let's see here. Yeah, I could use radiant pipes like as they run through the bedroom area. I don't really have like a good standardized design for any of this. I'm just kind of winging it. OSHA disaster. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of OSHA violations of just the way I've laid out this whole base because there are plenty of pipes at head level. Look, they're off to the side, okay? It's not like they can walk under the pipes. They live in a bizarre two-dimensional universe. Let's see here. I'm like, honestly, I'm just kind of eyeballing it on this. I don't know exactly how I want to do this. I don't want to use too much like metal for making these pipes, but it's extremely easy to just add more later. So like a couple sweeps through the floor there will probably be good enough. And then we'll run it across here. And I'll put more radiant pipes like in the flooring here. So this floor is going to be cold as hell, so I hope they're wearing shoes when they come into this room. And we'll go back to normal piping. I'm just going to run this one across the wall, I think, because I don't really have a better place to put it. I already have a pipe in the floor anyways. Now let's see here. So this whole area is kind of hot. Like, they're not really living in this area, but yeah, we could probably make this a little bit cooler. So let's run the pipe down this way. Through here. And then I'm going to run it through this floor as well, and I'm going to put radiant pipes there. And the way this works with the radiant pipes in these tiles is these igneous rocks aren't exactly the best heat exchangers, but I think they're better than running the radiant pipes through open air because they have contact with the air on both sides. I could be wrong about that, but I remember that being more effective when I did this ages ago. So that's what I'm going to go ahead and do with these. Let's see here. I also haven't figured out what I'm going to use for the coolant. I'm probably going to use, I want to say, salt water, because I don't have to worry about it off-gassing if I have any incidents. So we're going to do something like this. You know, actually, yeah, they also have poor conductivity. I mean, what'll happen here is the heat will disperse all along the floor tiles, which have way better conductivity, and then those floor tiles will conduct the heat into whatever gases are adjacent to them. And I think it just results in a larger like dispersion of hot or cold water and heat. Or well, really, it's the opposite way around. We're trying to suck heat out. So what'll happen here is these tiles will get cooled down, and then they will absorb heat from a larger number of like air tiles around them, ultimately resulting in the base getting cooled. Like, it works basically the same way in both directions. Okay, I think that hopefully that last packet of water got removed. Alright, so I wanted to run it through... we can always move these around. Now that we have this fancy pants disconnect tool here, I'm not nearly as paranoid about like bad arrangements of like pipes forcing me to somehow deconstruct them and rebuild them again, which used to be just the biggest pain in the ass, and thankfully that's just not an issue anymore. We can just delete that pipe. Because I could just sever a pipe and then just build a new setup there instead of having to worry about like dripping water everywhere if I break a pipe, because that was the only way to cut them off. Alright, something like this maybe. Honestly, I don't even know if it... You know what, I'm going to make it go that far just because I don't want to fight with this nonsense here. So let's go ahead and dig that out, because these are going to get destroyed anyways. And even the regular non-radiant pipe is going to be exchanging heat as I do this. I've been wanting to replace the floor in the hatch room anyways. I just don't want to drop the hatches out of it, so we're going to do that. And then this area up here is very much like on the verge of overheating. So I don't really care about the temperature in this area right now, so let's just go ahead and run the pipe up like this. I don't think airflow tiles are particularly good at heat exchanging, so I'm going to just run it through this here. I think this is where, I mean, I guess I could just put radiant pipes everywhere in this room, but the hydrogen should be better than most of the other gases. Maybe something like this. Yeah, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, there's a water pipe in the way now. I can't obsess over this too much. We'll do that, and then I'll run it out like right there. And then these will be radiant pipes. And hopefully this will do the trick.
Hi cosine, how are you?
Hello,
Cosine
Adam.
to rough, cosine to stare.
Hello, Adam. Thank you for the resub. I am doing quite fine right now. So far, nothing has gone horribly wrong, and we're about to learn some new things here. But for the time being, this is going well, and I've been enjoying this. And then I think I'll run a radiant pipe through here. Yeah, something like that. I very much am... Oh, I'm out of... Yeah, I'm out of copper. Maybe we should just replace these with radiant pipes, like, as we go. Because I don't know exactly where I need it. I know I need it up here. I think this might be overkill, honestly. We're probably going to need to change this. Yeah, I do like the noises it makes when you build things in sequence. I think it eventually loops. Like, it doesn't, like, keep going up in pitch or whatever. Or octave or whatever you wacky... I keep doing this. Whatever you wacky, like, music people call it. I don't know the terminology for any of this stuff. I like it. I like the sound design in this game. It's amusing. There's a lot of little things that make it just sound more interesting than it would otherwise. But yeah, it does loop eventually. It doesn't even try to do that weird fake pitch thing that you see on YouTube every now and then, where somebody discovers the revolutionary idea of overlapping pitches to like trick you into thinking it's like a rising pitch or something. I forget what the term is for that. China invented the octave. Yeah, I'm not gonna check you on that. That's probably true. How do we get this back over there? Oh, this is... I hate this. Okay, we're gonna have to do something like this, I think. This is a mess, is what this is. I don't have to do all of these with bridges, but I think I'm going to. What direction is this middle pipe, actually? I don't even know what this middle pipe was for. I think I was sending polluted water up here for some reason. I'm probably going to use it again, actually, so that means this bridge is on backwards. Yeah, I need it like that. And we're going to cut this, and we're going to cut that. Wait for the water to get out of the way. There we go. I honestly might not even need the radiant pipes. Just given, like, how effective this should be, just because of how big this loop is. I suspect that it's still going to exchange temperature even in these igneous rock pipes. But there's only one really good way to find out, and that's to try it. I need to move this at some point. This wall should be over one tile. There's still a little bit of this base that I haven't, like, migrated over. But that is a problem for future me to worry about. So we're going to go up like this. Eventually I could split it off and have the coolant pipe go even higher up there. This is fine for now. Then I'm going to drop it down one and run it through here. And then up and back in. And that's the loop. That is what we set out to do here. And then I just had to fill this with the coolant of choice, which I'm not sure what I want to use yet. I think I want to use salt water though. And I can probably achieve that by just putting a second pump down in this water somewhere, because this is otherwise taking a fairly long time for this pump to produce, and I kind of need a lot of salt water. Though, I mean, the only reason to not use polluted water is that I don't want to deal with off-gassing if the pipe breaks. Realistically, it's a giant mess no matter what, so you know what, we're going to use piss water, we're going to use sewage to cool our base. The duplicants don't have to know, they can't see the water, so they have no idea. And that means I could just crack open this here to get the water out, which makes this a lot easier. Eek? No, don't worry, it's fine. It's completely sanitary. These pipes are very well sealed. There's absolutely no chance of this raw sewage getting all over the base if there's a leak in the cooling system. That is impossible. That could never happen. I don't know what you're worried about. Alright, so it goes through here. I think I can turn this back on. Alright, let's see. Alright, so the pipes, they run up over here. I'm looking for a spot to merge these two for a moment so I can fill up the tank. Just over here somewhere should work. Let's see, I forgot a bridge. I think. Yeah, it's supposed to go down like this. Alright, so it keeps going up, and then on the way back, this is probably the spot for me to do it. Yeah, right here. Alright, so I don't know exactly how much liquid I want in here. Better to use for cooling than cooking. Is it better than irrigation? I mean, I'm also using it for irrigation. Down here, I think. It's getting used for a lot of things, and we have plenty of it, so I might as well use it for this as well. I mean, we're using it for this. No, we haven't had any incidents with this. This pipe has never broken. Although it occurs to me this brine is getting a little toasty, so this is a problem that is going to happen. It's probably sooner than I would like it to, especially since I'm pumping out the cold water. Yeah, we will need a cooling system for this, and it's also possible that I could reuse this coolant system for this refinery, or make a second one. I've got a lot to think about here. I'm going to keep pushing this issue off until later, because I quite frankly don't know what I want to do about it right now. This is actually pretty close to melting just on its own, so I'm going to stop digging that out, and I'm just going to like let the rest of it melt. Except for that one, that one's not going to melt. But I'm going to let the rest of this melt normally. That'll give us a little bit more of like cold water in here to work with. I should probably put the clean water in there as well instead of storing it over here, because I don't really have a reason to do this anymore. This was during the water crisis where I was melting ice. I don't really need to do that anymore. It's going to be an Old Faithful situation. I mean, what do you mean? Something to do with this thing? I mean, we're not going to have an Old Faithful situation out of these pipes. That's not really how that works. I don't know if you're talking about the geysers or not. Like, my expectation, if we do have an incident involving this liquid pipe, it's going to be over here. Oh, the brine is heating up. Well, I mean, it's not going to boil. Like, we're not going to get to that point. Something else is going to break first, so we're not going to have, like, a steam geyser. What'll happen, the first thing that I think is going to go wrong is the pipe. I think one of these pipes is probably going to break right here. Like what's going to happen is the coolant is going to break as it comes out of the refinery because it's going to boil in the refinery, and it's going to break a pipe the instant it comes out, like right over here. This brine is not going to boil away. Something else will fail first, is what will happen in this situation. So I don't have to worry about this exploding into steam, which would be incredibly bad if it happened, because I didn't even seal this room off. Speaking of seal this room off, there's a lot of polluted oxygen in here. I should probably do something about that. Oh well, anyways. How's this going? They're taking forever to build this for some reason. And then what I want to do, I think, is just fill the entire tank. So let's see here. I'm going to cut off the output. So we're going to fill this entire tank with liquid. That'll function as the buffer. I don't know what the volume of this pipe is, so I will pump more liquid into it if I need to. We need more copper, and what I'm probably going to need to do is cut down on the amount that I used for the radiant pipes, because I just quite frankly cannot keep up right now. Let's see, we can make another 99. We have a lot of copper ore right now. I mean, that's not going to last forever, because I really need to go dig it out of these areas, but this is cold enough that I think it'll actually hurt the duplicates. So I don't want to send them in here without Atmos suits. And there's not that much of it anyways, so it's not... I mean, there's a lot over here. I could send them in here. I'm debating cracking this open, like, after these Atmos suit docks. I think we can ditch this sleet weed at this point. I'm gonna have to come back and revisit this later. And since there's a free Atmos suit dock here, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna have them, like, go over here and do some mining activities. The duplicates yearn for the mines. Let's send them over here. I need to make sure this polluted ice doesn't find its way, like, down in that tank, because I turned off the water filter earlier. But we're gonna have them just do some mining, and that'll get us enough copper to last for a fairly long time. I'll figure out paths to the copper once I've designated all the mining. Do something like that. Run them along here. Mine into the rocket pad. They're gonna try to build it through the corner. Naturally occurring. Now, believe it or not, I actually put this here. I'm not even gonna try to do a bit. Let's move it out of the way now. This is our to-do list, like, storage area, and unfortunately I'm building into the to-do list. There's a little copper right here. I should probably seal this off, actually. Let me dig that out, and then I'll seal this off. Do I plan on going to see the Mince Raft movie? I'm not gonna go to see it. I value my health and well-being enough to not physically go to see the Minecraft movie. But, like, I may watch it with, like, friends or something. I'm not gonna go see the movie, however. That is definitely not a thing I'm gonna do. Like, not in person. And I don't know if it's gonna be good or not. Like, my expectations were very low when the first trailer came out, and then they went up slightly when the second trailer came out. But, like, I really don't know what to expect from that movie. Yeah, we can go up like this. Okay, I think I should have access to all of these. They should be able to reach all of these. If not, I can come back and tweak it a little bit. Let's see, the polluted ice is going to fall down, so it's not going to, like, melt and make a mess if it does melt up here, which realistically this is not going to melt. So I don't have to worry about that right now. I shouldn't have an incident down here. We can delete all of this, I think. No, not quite, actually. We can delete these ones, though. Eventually, when this ice melts, they'll be able to just climb up the right side. Alright, how's this going? They finally built it. Why is there no liquid? I probably messed up one of my pipe bridges. Why is this not working? I think I know why this is not working, actually. The pipes are getting confused about the directionality again. There we go. I just had to change it to the output of the gate, or the bridge. I keep calling these gates. They're not gates. I have like 2 or 3 different materials for these pipes, so I keep like accidentally sampling the wrong one and then building over it. Which in our case, we don't really care what that material is. Why is there liquid nuclear waste here? All I could think is that this rad bolt generator must have hit something. You had an accident? No, I don't think you did that. And I don't think the uncredible Mulk did either. This rad bolt generator must have hit like one of those stupid, like, plug slugs or something. I don't remember if anything bad happens when they walk through this. I'm just gonna mop it and just leave it there, because I don't think it actually... Yeah, we don't want them getting soggy feet in the radioactive waste. Even I have my limits on how unreasonably dangerous I'm going to let this place become. So we're just going to go ahead and mop it and leave it in a container, and we'll find out if that causes problems or not. Oh, that looks great. I love how it just goes into one of these instead. Emitting liquid nuclear waste. Is this thing supposed to, like, leak or something? Because it's not doing it. Maybe it has to have more in it. I'm assuming that they have a system that makes you, like, not want to just bottle it up and ignore it. I'm gonna bottle it up and ignore it. We'll figure out what to do with that if it becomes a problem later. That's how I've been solving all of my problems, and it hasn't burnt me yet. Alright, they vacuumed all of this out. So what I have to hope for here is that they will not breathe into this room. If they do, I'm gonna have to do this again. So let's see what happens. I'm gonna, like, slowly delete things, and I'm gonna keep an eye on this. Oh, the slicksters. Oh, shoot. Hold on. They're eggs, so they're still alive. I don't want these to die. Just real quickly here, where can I put these guys? What are their living conditions? Okay, they can live up to down to 0. I probably just want to put them down here then. They should be fine. This is not in their comfort range, but it's hot enough that they won't die and they won't starve either. Let's see, they'll be able to wander all the way over here. Yeah, I think I'm just going to relocate the eggs to this area, just because there's a fairly consistent supply of gases. I do want to pump a little bit more here. I keep forgetting about this thing. And the whole point of this thing was just to arbitrarily pump out whatever random-ass gases accumulate down here, but I'll leave a little bit of carbon dioxide. Don't Starve is a different game, yeah, but it's applicable to this game too. I'm gonna move these one at a time. I have so much stuff, like, stacked on top of that tile that I just gonna have to manually click all of these. I just want them to move those now. And hopefully they will not drop the eggs somewhere else like they usually do. Alright, anyways. How's this going? Okay, they didn't breathe into the room. What I'm hoping for here is that I can deconstruct all of these buildings and, like, get the materials out of here without the duplicants actually creating a gas pocket in this room. That's what we're hoping for here. It's not the end of the world if, like, bit gets in. I might just have to make a better liquid lock or force someone to wear an Atmos suit. But I might be able to get away with it because I put it so close to the wall over here. So I need to keep an eye on this. Because you see they can reach it from out here. So I don't think they have any reason to actually go in here. Also, I think we have enough water in this room, so I'm gonna cut it off, like, right here. I think we have enough water in here for now. Alright, so the last order of business. Sweep these up, which I know you guys can do from a distance, so you don't have to come in here. And yeah, Don't Starve is a fun game. I don't know if I'd say you should play it, but if it looks interesting to you, it's probably worth playing it, because I've had a lot of fun with that game. Not that I think you have any, like, bias or anything, chat member. It's not like your name has Don't Starve written in it or anything like that. I'm sure you have a credible, unbiased opinion on the matter, that everyone should play Don't Starve. Alright, guys. Are you able to sweep these? Yeah, it looks like you are. I think they, like, it reapplies the maximum aptitude buff, like, every day or something. Speaking of that, are we keeping up? I don't really know how to read this. Lacks oxygen. It's either that or they're like gaining and losing it. You know what's happening? I think they're actually gaining and losing the buff constantly. Because I don't have enough oxygen to keep this thing running, so the brains are just getting jostled. I gotta fix the oxygen situation. I gotta tear this piece of crap down. Because this is a mess. I hate this thing. I'm gonna rip that thing down at some point here and rebuild it. And whatever. Come on. Got another cuddle pip egg. Adorable little critters. Alright, I think they did what they were supposed to. So this is the final check. Do I need anything else in this room? Am I going to regret this? Nothing in here is going to melt. This has an overheat temperature of 175. We have only insulated pipes in the room here. We have our automation wires set up. I feel like this is everything I needed to do in here. God, I hope it is, because I don't want to have to open this up again. Alright, the final check. Is this going to work as intended? What should happen here is this pile of water is going to get pushed out to the left or the right, and no gases are going to leak into this room, and then when this all flashes to steam, it'll just work. And hopefully the aqua tuner is not going to overheat. There's a lot of things that could go wrong here. I will add a liquid lock of some variety to the right side of this thing if it goes wrong. Alright, let's see it. The uncredible mulk. Copyright. Trademark. Alright, that's exactly what I wanted. It actually pushed the water to the right, too. There's probably a bias for that, knowing this game. Now, if anybody in chat noticed that I forgot something, don't tell me until this is all steam, because it'll be funnier that way. Unless you're feeling generous. We did finish the research at some point, so I should be able to make the turbine now. So let's see here. I can rotate it. That should be it. Wait, what material did I just build it out of? Hold on. Steel. Wait, do we need to build it out of steel? Hold on. How does this thing work exactly? I know the steam turbine itself creates some heat, but we should be able to cool it with the pipes. It's selected steel for me because that is the thing I have the most of. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's not use steel for that. That's a little unnecessary. And the steam turbine is not just here to remove the heat from the room. I should probably connect it to the power grid because it's free power. So let's go grab our crappy wire. I should really just run the wire like this, I think. Okay, I'm gonna make a wire bridge there. So let's go ahead and remove those. So this will probably be an easy way to do it. Yeah, something that should work. If these burn out while I'm in the process of building, it's not a big deal. Kappa, you just make me doubt it. We haven't even... Why do I have access to glass? I don't think I've even made glass yet. I thought you have to make it first before it'll show up here. Whatever, we have some glass now. Yeah. Just enjoying your balloon there. Okay, well you keep doing that while you stand in all the the rotted fish. I should really do something with those fish. Oh well, anyway. So they should be able to build this. We have copper in production. This is getting fairly hot. I mean, relatively speaking. I don't have to worry about this until it struggles to cool down like the coolant from the pipe. So when this gets up into like the... I want to say like the 70s, that's when we really have a problem here. But this is going to become an issue soon. At least at the very least we do have this to provide some cooling, but it's probably not enough for the demand I have for copper right now. Okay, we don't need this gas vent anymore here. I very much hope I don't have to open this up at any point. It's just a hassle is the reason I really don't want to do it. Alright, they're gonna hook this up in a moment here. So this should be almost full. Yeah, it's getting fairly close. Once this is full, I'm gonna start running liquid through here, and the aqua tuner is ready to go. I do not know how long this pipe is. Each of these pipe segments carries 10 kilograms, so this is going to be 500 pipe segments worth of liquid. There might be about 500 here. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, I also missed your chat message. Forgot the steam reheating loop for rocket ignition and propellant. Yeah, I don't know how to do any of that, and we have this rocket here. That'll be an issue for future me if we want to, like, min-max optimize like using rocket exhaust. And that's a thing you could do, and it produces a bunch of free energy for some reason. I don't remember like how to do it exactly. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. Alright, so how close is this to being done? I think at this point, honestly, I could just turn it on. Now, one thing at a time. Let's go ahead and cut this off. We could just add more to the pipe very easily if we have a gap in it for any reason. All right, let's turn it on and see what happens. All right, so very closely watch this. So what should be happening here is, let's see, what is the temperature of the water in the tank right now? So it sends it, all right, so it's not hot enough to actually require this thing to run. So what we should see happening here is it's going through the bypass loop because the machine is turned off. It may be a little while before we actually see this thing run. I'm going to have to draw a lot of water. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to temporarily lower this temperature threshold just so that we can see the thing operate and make sure that this works as intended. So the water is too hot. And now it's coming through this thing. So the water is currently coming out at like 21. This should change to be way lower. Yeah, now it's coming out 14 degrees colder than that. Circuit overloaded. Is it this one? Oh, it's this one. That's not good. We don't want the wire to burn out inside of here. I'm gonna cut this off for a moment just so that the wire stops overloading. I'm gonna have to revisit that. Okay, fortunately it didn't damage the wire in here. So let's keep an eye on this. Alright, so it's coming out fairly cold, and then let's pretend that it's at the correct temperature again. So it's back at like 25. This thing is going to turn off now. The remaining water coming out of the aqua tuner is going to get prioritized. And we go back to this. Yeah, and it's stalled for one tick. I think we're good. I think this part of the loop works correctly. We shouldn't be at any risk of anything like breaking horribly. So while this is slowly filling up the pipe, I need to figure out the situation with this, which I can probably just add another one of these. It has to be a large transformer or else the whole thing will burn out. So I'm going to just slap a large transformer, like, honestly, like right there, I think. And we don't need that connected anymore. And we'll just run the heavy watt wire like that. Okay, that'll solve the problem. We'll have a dedicated transformer for this thing here. And we can delete all that. I need to actually be recovering my wires. Alright, so we don't need the aqua tuner to run anyway, so it's fine if it has no power for a little bit. They'll eventually get around to doing all this nonsense. Now let's have a look at this. Yeah, this just takes forever, and I don't want to speed up the game here and waste a bunch of time. That little gap is when I think I turned it back on and off. There's going to be a little gap during, I think activating the aqua tuner creates that little gap there. But given how I stabilize the temperature here, I think it's going to be like fairly rare to have that gap show up. There's probably a design that prevents the gap from happening. I don't really care enough to do anything about it right now. If I like notice issues with this design here, I'm going to have to build another one at some point for the coolant system here. So I will get to like learn from my mistakes. Also, I have an achievement. It's probably something to do with the steam power. Oh, never mind. Oh, we did that apparently. I wasn't even paying attention. Yeah, we did it. Whoa, 1 whole year. In fact, that just happened like a moment ago, and it probably made a sound, and I just didn't notice it. This building is flooded. Oh good, another notification that I don't want. Go away. Thank you. I know what that thing does. I am trying to stay focused here. So this is what we're currently working on. I need to move this loader eventually, but fine for now. There's really not much else to do here except just wait and see how this plays out. Like, we can kind of watch this. I don't think we're going to get a lot of instant feedback from it. I mean, you can see here that the polluted water is like 35 Celsius. But then if we go all the way back over to the source here, it's 20. And the aqua tuner is not running right now. So we are definitely taking heat out of the base. Like, this is actually looking cooler than it was earlier. We are taking heat out of the base. The bedrooms are looking a little bit colder. You can actually see this line here got chilled a little bit, probably by the aqua tuner cycle that I had running. Like, the whole premise of it is working. So these are getting cold, and then it runs through here. Realistically, I could have probably just run it through the floor instead. I might change that later. And then we had it running through here. These are all not radiant pipes, but it's not terribly hot in here. It's a little toasty in the bathroom, but I mean, you don't want it to be cold in here when you got your pants down. And it goes up here, and then this is the area where I really want to see something happen. So looking at the liquid pipe, it's at 32. These are the radiant pipes, and it goes all the way up to 40, and then a little bit after that. Basically it absorbs like 10 degrees worth of heat on its trip through this room. And it looks like it's working because chat, this was like 72 degrees. I don't know why I addressed you as chat for no reason in the middle of that sentence. This was 72 degrees Celsius before we built this, and now it's down to 33. So I think we just barely saved this before it overheated. It's a little bit hot down here, but my expectation is that this will all kind of stabilize itself. And yeah, I know hydrogen generators can like delete heat in the hydrogen. I don't care enough to go into the exact like janky game mechanics that allow all that to happen. I'm content just seeing the fact that the temperature is going back down. I don't need to min-max this base. So anybody who's like a super sweaty tryhard, I do apologize, but I have not reached that level in this game yet. I haven't needed to do that. So I'm content with how this is working. And then it goes up here, and it goes through here where it's getting a little toasty. And then it goes all the way back up here into the tank. And I could add some radiant pipes in this area to make sure that the steam turbine doesn't overheat, but we are not currently operating the steam turbine, so I don't know how that's going to work out. It'll be a little while before the aqua tuner kicks in. I'm just going to have to kind of notice when this happens, because what has to happen here is this aqua tuner has to boil like 3,000 or 2,000 like kilograms of water, which is going to take a very long time. Then it's going to all flash to steam, which fortunately will not explode because gases are not able to overpressure tiles. No matter how much is in here, will not overpressure these tiles. Okay, we do get to see the aqua tuner running now. Yeah, so what just happened here is now the hot water from the water from the oxygen room. The hot water from the oxygen room just got here. And it's going into the tank, and it's bringing up the average temperature in the tank. So it's 26.4, 0.5, and so on. So it is bringing the temperature up in the tank. And now it has crossed the threshold that we set of 25 degrees. And now that is just above the threshold for the aqua tuner to run. So it is now producing 12.8 degrees Celsius water. Which, again, you don't get a very good visualization of the temperature here, but you can see here in the bedrooms, these rooms are nice and cool. Very cozy temperature going on here. And if this ends up being a little bit too low, what I could do is I can add a second liquid reservoir down here to act as a stabilizer for the output temperature. I don't know if I need to do that yet, so we're going to have to see if anybody starts getting chilly. But like, these two floors here should be plenty for the bedrooms. And hopefully in a little while here, these plants will, like, have their body temperature fixed. For some reason, this one has growth halted for body temperature twice. And it's because it's just barely a little bit too warm up here, but I think the temperature is going to drop pretty quickly. So, like, give this maybe, like, 10 or 15 minutes, and I think it's going to cool off enough. You guys are looking good. I think this project is finished for now, until something breaks. Now, one potential issue that I might run into is whether or not I have the power production to actually keep up with this. Oh, never mind, hold on, something went wrong, but it's on this planet. But yeah, I don't know if I have enough power production to keep up with this nonsense. What went wrong here? Uh-oh. Okay, hey, guess what, chat? We have our next project to work on, so I think that... Yep, of course. Alright, so I think that wraps up the Aqua Tuner project here. So we did it. We did at least one of the things on the to-do list today. I have a cooling system, and I should be able to build that design elsewhere as needed. Alright, so someone just peed the bed. Me peed the bed. Let's see here. Why don't you stare at me? And look, I'm one thing at a time here. I don't know what went wrong. So where were we getting our water from? Because I thought I was piping water into this area. Okay, but I was only pumping it into here. They have diapers for that? Yeah, I don't think they do in this game. If you mean in real life, I said me. Like, if whoever named this duplicate, you could have named them I, and then it would have made that more awkward. That is just their name. Their name is just me. It's completely different. It has nothing to do with me in real life. I'm not quite old. I'm very old, chap, but not old enough to have that problem. Give that a few more years, and we'll see where that gets me in life. So what went wrong here? Where were we getting our water from, and why are we not getting water anymore? Was I ever getting my water from anywhere? Sludge press. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't think I was ever getting water for this base. Okay, let's think about this. We need a quick fix for this. So how was I doing that? So we have polluted water coming in from the main base, which is a good candidate to keep us alive. I didn't ever build a water sieve by the look of things for this. Sieve. Going back to that again, I don't know what it's called. I think I should probably start taking water from here. So right now it's currently set up as the output. I can repurpose this pipe fairly easily to be the input. Because I don't know where else I can get water on this planet. I have ice here, but it's kind of a pain to melt it. And there's not even that much. A lot of this is just rock. This is not going to hold us over for too long. I need a sustainable source of water. Or I need to get enough water from the main base to not have to worry about this anymore. Until I can find a sustainable water source on this planet. I don't know what this geyser is. I'm gonna cheat. Now look away if you have like a code of ethics. This is a chlorine gas vent. That's not gonna do us any good. What is this one? That's a hydrogen vent. That's also not helpful. That's a frozen fossil. I don't think we can drink that. That's not gonna help. I forget, there's a couple more of these. Like, if these were closer to the base, I would actually, like, not be, like, scumming to check what they are. That's a minor volcano. But they're very far away, and I don't want to take the time to dig out to them to find out they're not what I wanted anyways. It doesn't look like I even have water. Did I check this one? I did, yeah. I don't think we even have, like, a steam or, like, a liquid geyser of any sort. Actually, no, this one's new. Hold on. That one's liquid sulfur. No, it's a liquid geyser. Sievers in chat. Sievers, whatever. Yeah, okay, we need to figure something out for this planet. I think our temporary fix is going to be, I'm going to send water over from the main planet. I'm going to clean it, however, here. So let's go ahead and set that up. Refinement. The inputs are on the top, so I can just stick it in here. I'm thinking about where to put it. Give myself a little room on each side. I don't know how much I need. I'm just gonna stick it like right, well, whatever, right there, don't matter. Actually, I'll move it over one in case I want to put one further to the left of it. So I'm gonna move it over one or two, and that's where we'll stick it, because I might want to put another one to its left. Yeah, right there. Okay, so we're gonna build a water sieve, and then what we need to do here is redirect this pipe. So this pipe is no longer going to be an output. So I'm going to go ahead and cut it off right here. And I'll just delete that. I don't need that right there. And we're going to run it up. Well, actually, you know what I could do, actually, is... I mean, I don't really care to fill this tank at this point. I can always rearrange this nonsense later. Yeah, for now, let's just do it this way. And then this will produce regular water, and if I was smart, I would have mirrored the building, but I didn't, so instead, I'm just going to run it over the top. Yes, I know you don't have a bathroom. Go in a plant pot somewhere. And we need to connect it to... I guess I could connect it to this line, actually. I mean, I prefer to just go, like, straight down into the building when I do this, though, no, that's a huge pain. Let's just do it like this. This will eventually accomplish what we're trying to do here. Even if it's a little bit roundabout to do it this way. Alright, then for the power, just hook it up to this because I'm lazy. Now listen, you guys hurry and build this as fast as possible so you can stop standing in your own pee-pee. Like really, I want this as badly as you do. Alright, here comes our water. Make sure this works. Awaiting filtration medium. Do we have filtration medium? Yeah, okay, they're bringing sand over. Alright, I mean, that seems to be working. Yeah, it's gonna dump in here. I feel like I could probably set up, like, a bypass loop for this situation. I don't know if that's worth doing or not. If I connected these two pipes right here, what would happen? It would be a directional flow. No, it wouldn't be, because this pipe would try to go here, so I would have to use a bridge if I was going to make a bypass. I mean, it's doable. I don't know, that's a minor thing. I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm just thinking I could potentially skip the step where it goes through the liquid pump and only use the liquid pump if I actually need to. I didn't leave myself room to do that efficiently down here. I think I know how to do it with these liquid bridges, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. Let's just make sure that we've got everything fixed here. I want to do something a little more interesting than, like, fiddle with pipes for the rest of the stream. Okay, they have a bathroom now, so you guys can mop all of your piss. Let's see, some of it fell down there. I think that's it. I don't think anybody made a mess anywhere else in the base, or at least I can't find any. Hope they didn't. I'm just looking at the filter to see if I spot like a liquid on the floor, and it doesn't seem like there's any. Okay, we're good. I think we only had a couple of incidents. I noticed it like right as it was starting, so that wasn't a dire issue. They're still complaining about toilets for some reason, but they're fine now, so I don't know why that notification hasn't gone away. So, who urgently needs to use the toilet? Okay, it's gone. Alright, it's fixed. Let's see here. How's this going? I'm gonna leave these ladders here, in case somebody goes over here for a material, like right as the ice melts. I don't want them to get stranded. Well, let's see. I think we move on to the next task. So, what have we got? I might take another BRB, actually. Need to catch my breath and go get a drink here, refill my water. Yeah, we might do another BRB. So I'm thinking here, is there any busy work I could set them up to before I do another unpaused AFK session here? Let's see, really quickly, what can I have them doing? You know, we could just have them do a big sweep order, and then I'll go AFK for a few more minutes, run ads to turn off pre-rolls, and then we'll do like one more of our key tasks. Wrong one. So let's go ahead and dump this out real quick here. Do that. Do that. Do that. I give him a research focus as well. What do I want to research here real quick? Probably this, because I kind of want to do more rocket-related stuff. I don't know if I'm going to get to do that immediately. We're, in reality, probably not going to get to do that today. I don't think I need any of this stuff. Bleach stone hopper. I think, is that new? I don't remember that being in the game. That might be new. New as in it wasn't in the game like 5 years ago. Let's just do the durable life support, because I kind of want to make rockets that don't suck at some point in the future. I could use these at some point as well. They're not exceptionally useful for anything I'm doing right now. Yeah, so we'll go ahead and leave it at that one. So I'm going to make a big sweep order, and then I'll do a BRB. So let me just find rooms with like random stuff laying on the ground to get rid of. Like that. You guys can sweep all of those. I don't know why that abyss light is even there. Alright, what else have we got? Yeah, all of this. Let's just get all of this in the base. And then we'll have a nice little, like, activity going on in the background. I'm probably missing a few things here, but let's look at the bulk of it. Now, the bedrooms I already cleaned out earlier. A few, like, random bits of sand. I really wish they wouldn't just drop crap on the floor. Like, when they, like, lose an order and then just leave it sitting there. Yeah, go ahead, sweep all this as well, except for the eggs. This is probably more than enough to keep them busy during the AFK. Have all that as well. Make sure I don't grab eggs, because I'm not sure where they're going to wind up. They might just not be able to sweep the eggs at all, so I don't really need to worry about that. And then there's usually like a billion drops, like, down here at the bottom. Because every time they drop something down the ladder, it winds up down there. And then nobody ever picks it up because it's really far away. That's another common spot for this to happen. And it just doesn't hurt to have all these items centralized in one wretched pile of low decor. Okay, I think we're pretty much good to go on that. So let's see, what would be a good angle for the BRB? I'm going to leave the UI up as well, just in case like you guys could see if somebody's suffocating to death. But once again, I'm going to go AFK for a couple minutes here. And if somebody dies during the AFK period, they're dead forever. We're not going to roll it back. Everything here is looking fine. So here you go. Here's just a look at the base. This is what we've accomplished so far. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll run ads during the break. Don't touch that dial. Yada yada, whatever. I don't know what streamers are usually supposed to say during this. So I'll see you in a bit. Oh, let's go. No one died. We still have all 19 of them. I gotta have this kind of confidence in my base. I mean, if I'm not willing to go AFK for a few minutes with the base running, did I really make a proper base? Am I really confident in the quality of my work? Alright, so turn that off. I gotta come up with a more elegant way to do this. Alright. See, I don't think doesn't look like anything of importance happened here, though we are getting a crops warning for some reason. One or more crops are wilting. Where? Does it include like the potted plants? This is not really a crop. I mean, I thought this thing would like cool down a lot faster than it ended up doing. It'll get there. This is the weird jank with how heat exchanges in this game. It's like so slow. So it's apparently taking a lot longer than I thought it would. I mean, the light is also making a little heat, but it's not all that much. Like, it shouldn't be taking this long. Yeah, whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it. It'll eventually fix it, and then you'll have pretty plants in your bedroom. So cute with your watermelons. I still can't believe we got so many watermelon-themed items just by pure RNG. New plant. Oh my god. I mean, look, alright, you know what? Just for you. Because I'm tired of looking at this thing. I forget which tile controls it. We'll just use that tile. I think that is probably going to fix it, like, almost immediately. Let's see, what's the bottom temperature for it? What the heck? Why is... That is not what I clicked on at all. I just wanted to click on the plant. Yeah, 10 to 30. The other one is also... No, it's actually 20 to 50. We're aiming for like about 20. Destroy might reset the temperature because jank. Nah, just do this. Alright, check this out. Watch. Any second now. Here it comes. It's gonna do it. Come on, you can do it. Just become healthy. I'm not sure which tile it actually cares about. The top one's a little bit hotter than the bottom one. Live. Look, it's right there. Look, you're right there. It's almost. Yeah, this might actually... I don't want to destroy and replant it because that just takes them a long time to do that. Like, having to redo anything in this game just takes forever for some reason. No, it is going down. I'm looking at the temperature of the plant itself. It is going down. I thought this would work immediately because it cooled down the pot, like, almost instantly. But the plant itself is actually taking a long time. It's got to get down to 30, I think, before it'll work again. As much as I want to stare at it, and the lamp's not helping. As much as I want to stare at it, this is not the most productive use of my time. Hello, Amethel. Ame? Ame? I always calls you Ame. I don't know how you pronounce your name, but hello. Yeah, okay, it's probably the lamp. I mean, how much heat production is that? Like, I would think that this would be enough to override that. Is it getting worse? Yeah, this is gonna take forever. I thought this would be way faster than that. Just quit your pointing. Oh, calm down. Look, we're gonna figure this out. A lot, really. Okay, you know what? Let's see here. Pipes go in front or behind wallpaper? I don't remember. They go in front of it. That's unsightly. I'm gonna have to run it through the ceiling, I think. Just for you, just because I'm feeling nice. We're gonna run a little extra pipe through the ceiling of your room specifically, because you're special. So let's see here. I'm gonna do that. And what I need to do is this, and then cancel. Build that right there. And then this little leg here doesn't really matter. I could run the whole thing through like that. We do, however, need to do some construction in your room to set this all up. So you're gonna have to just mind your head for a little bit. Eventually, what I probably could do is like zigzag like this through this whole room instead. It would accomplish basically the same goal. But these lights are apparently producing way more heat than you would expect them to. So we're just going to change it from you having a cold carpet to a cold ceiling instead. And then your plant is going to look nice and beautiful once these idiots actually get around to building all of this. You know, top priority just for you, because you're special. You get it. You get top priority piping. Everyone is going to drop what they're doing. Oh, look at that. You're even building it yourself. Oh, never mind. Nope, lunch break. They love standing on that carpet. Pickled tootsies. Just standing on carpet reduces their stress. I wish it was that easy in real life. But to be fair, my floor right now, like where I am, is not carpeted. So, who knows, like, how much better my life would be if I was, like, on a carpet right now. I'm on some extremely convincing fake linoleum, like, hardwood paneling. It's extremely convincing because let's just look at these panels and just see the repeating pattern, because they only made, like, two different patterns for the panels and just rotated them around when they laid them on my floor. A high-budget apartment. Alright, let's see it. It's gonna work. Please, come on. Please, this bit has gone on for far too long. So it's at 31.1. I am so committed to this at this point. It's going down. We're 31. Surely this cold ass water is enough to counteract whatever heat is coming off of this stupid lamp. It's gonna happen. Your feet don't even need to physically touch the carpet for the stress reduction. What, in real life or in this game? Because I assume they're getting it while they're in bed. Yeah, they get it in bed. Just the thought of being above the carpet is sufficient. Incredible stuff. It's gonna happen in a moment here. I don't want to miss it. This is a monumental occasion because I'm pretty sure this plant has been withered from like the moment I placed it here. And this is actually working. Though it is competing with some of the heat up here is part of the problem. I think your room is just generally hot because of this here. But this is going to get cooled by the like cooling loop just as a consequence of everything else that's going on here. Like it's sort of sealed off and it can only get lower in temperature at this point. Brace yourself. The payoff for this isn't even worth it. Come on. Oh, let's go! It lives! The deed is done. We can all go home now. That was it. That was the highlight of the stream. We can all go now. Thank you all for watching. Tune in next time for I don't even know what I'm gonna be doing next time. I haven't figured that out yet. That was it though. That was the highlight. Right, I'll have them all rip that crap down and I'll sweep it all up later. Oh my God. Hey, you're so fast now. Except for the pole. I don't think they use the pole any faster, like no matter what their movement speed is. Man, I wish I could climb up a ladder that fast. If I had that kind of upper body strength. Badge-worthy moment. If Twitch hadn't removed moments like a bunch of idiots, that would have absolutely made a moment out of that. Like for sure. The time has finally stopped being wasted. You see, there's always something to celebrate. Whether it was the fact that I was just wasting my time staring at a plant, or because you're happy that the plant grew, there's something here for everyone. And I'm glad I could provide that kind of experience for all of you. They actually swept pretty much all the stuff I designated, I think, while I was doing that. Alright, let's figure out our last project here. Rockets are going to take too long. I'm going to go for like maybe an hour and a half. Let's look into the spice grinder, whatever that is. I don't remember what this thing is called. It's a spice grinder. Okay.
Cosine, my ceiling is too cold now.
Yeah, get over it. You'll be fine. It's not even too... Look at this. Your ceiling is literally warmer than the floor. You can quit whining. You can't even reach that high. There's no way that you would know how hot it is up there. You're only 2 tiles tall. Don't be such a baby about it. I did a nice thing for you. So I was told by a chat member that this actually just completely stops the decomposition of foods and reverses them. Is that true? Or was I bamboozled? What else have we got here? We don't have sucrose. Not much. We don't have water weed at all, I think. And that's strength. I assume this just increases their strength level. It doesn't actually say what it does. And this improves operating skills by some unspecified amount. It adds freshness over time, so it just reverses it. I mean, this seems like the one to make. So how does this stuff work? Are they just gonna like automatically apply it to the food? Or, oh wait a minute, hold on. Okay, they apply the spice to the food. I think. I'm extremely confused here. I'm trying to figure out how to get them to actually use the spice grind. Yes, the spice melange. I'm trying to figure out how to get them to apply the spice melange to the food, and this UI is extremely confusing. I'm guessing that I have to pick the spice here, and then they will bring a food to it. So what's a food that we have so that we can immediately test this? I want to use something good. What's the best food that I have? Do I have any barbecue sitting around? No, they've been eating all that. Very little gristleberry. What have they been eating this whole time? I can just check what I have up here. Oh, yeah, that's not exactly ideal now, is it? Whatever, let's just give them some lice loaf, I guess, because I think... Is this for both planets, or is this only the current one? I need to figure out how these UIs work. Yeah, okay, so it's the current planet. Let's just test it on lice loaf. Let's get some salted lice loaf. Or whatever, the freshener spice. Which, I mean, it uses salt, so I can only assume that that's what's going on here. Alright, let's see how this thing functions. Meanwhile, we have new principles. I don't need more duplicates right now. Get more crap to throw on the floor, along with these poor fish. I should probably do something about them. That is like, look at, this is living the good life right here. Look at that, Saffron is having the time of her life right now. You get to have a good sleep, you got your balloon, you got your animal friends, you got a good book. No carpet though. Maybe carpet is really the thing that would bring this together. Hold on. There you go. That's the life right there. Alright, so let's see how this works. So they place the goods, and they're getting mealwood seeds, which I'm being told insufficient resources, even though I know I have mealwood seeds. There we go. Alright, what did that create? Alright, so it just like produced a seasoned variant of the food by the look of things here. So it has been seasoned with the freshener spice. It doesn't actually say what this does, but I've been told that it will actually just gain freshness. Yeah, okay, alright, no, we have the stats. So refrigerated would be -3. I don't know why it thinks it's refrigerated. It's definitely not. So it does. So the way they implemented this is stupid. It doesn't add freshness to food necessarily. It just changes like the progression of the staleness. So if you have, oh god, if you have like more things that increase freshness than the amount being decreased, it doesn't like cap it at 0 or anything. It actually goes up. Thank you, Shai Hulud for blessing that lice loaf. May we be blessed by his passing. Thank you. Thank you, Kai. Kai is the one who's doing this, I'm pretty sure. I don't know what that name is, by the way. It sounds like I should, like, know who or, like, what that is, but I do not. So are they just gonna always do this now? Is there, like, any way to turn this thing off? It looks like they are just gonna spice all of the lice loaf now with this machine. It's the sandworms from Dune. Is it, like... Is there a sandworm with that name? Or is that like a god or something? Like, I don't know anything about Dune, other than that the spice must flow. That's the only thing I know about Dune, and it's because you have forced me to know that. So, feel free to, like, inform me. Because I am probably never going to watch anything from the Dune franchise. Well, I wouldn't say that, but I don't intend to right now. Okay, they think of the sandworms like gods. Alright, got it. I mean, I guess I also know there's sandworms in Dune. I'm uncultured if nobody picked up on that. The Fremen that live on the Dune planet. Alright. Well, today I learned. So, I mean, they don't use very much mealwood for this. Like, it's 0.1 units and 3 whole kilograms of salt, which is insanity. Literally, they're putting like 3 kilograms of salt on this lice loaf. I suppose that's why it would be preserved. What I'm questioning now is whether or not this is worth doing. Maybe I should be doing this for like high value foods. Like things that if we get a surplus of it, I don't want it to like spoil as fast so they have more of it around. It's tough to say. What I'm worried about here is that I don't want to have to micromanage this thing. And I don't want them to waste all the mealwood seed. Yeah, salt with a side of lice loaf. Like, this is ridiculous. 3 kilograms of salt for one meal. Because the duplicates eat 1,000 kilocalories per day, or kcals or whatever. So they're eating 3 kilograms of salt along with their daily meal if they eat this lice loaf, is what this is. If a cow pooped magical spice that gave people superpowers, anti-aging, better health, super brain power, you call that thing a god? I guess. I don't know. They might be losing their minds in that universe. I don't know if I would call that, like, a god necessarily. I would just say that's a very useful resource in my, like, arsenal of, like, creatures or farming or whatever it is. I don't know what they do with the worms, or maybe they just follow the worms around and eat the dung. I really don't know anything about that. 1 kilogram of lice loaf. Alright, so, like, my instinct in this situation would be to just put this on, like, the really good foods, or even just, like, the barbecue or something. So if a barbecue comes along, they'll go ahead and do that. I don't know if there's any way to prevent them from, like, eating it before it gets spiced, but at that point, there's no reason to prevent that, because if they eat it, it doesn't go bad. I'm just gonna do this with the barbecue. What else? Maybe like the frost burgers or something. Like, these are not sorted in any useful order. They're alphabetical. I thought I had a frost burger in here. Maybe I never made that. I made a frost bun. Yeah, whatever. Just the barbecue. Oh, I looked into that. That seems like something I'm gonna forget about, so somebody can remind me to look into that again later if it's gonna be useful. But it sounds like I probably want to just min-max that for like rocket trips is the thing to do. Like if I could get a bunch of spiced food into the rocket so it like just never goes bad, that would probably be the way to do it. It does require mealwood seeds, which, I mean, realistically, that would be the only reason to even bother doing this, would be to get the mealwood seeds at this point, because I don't actually need the lice loaf itself, really. The worms are massive and they eat people whole. And they probably make a lot of the spice melange then, don't they? But yeah, as for the other spices, they're not really giving me info on like the stats that it provides. This is one of those features that I wonder if it's worth the trouble. Like, given like the tedious manual process that it requires to like decide if I want some specific thing to have a specific spice and then also not run out of seeds. This feels like something that would be prone to just accidentally deleting all of my mealwood seeds if I left it running for too long, so I don't really know like what the optimal way is to use this thing. We have 721 mealwood seeds though, so I don't think it's gonna fail anytime soon. Hopefully. No, we'll see. Let's move on to the next thing here. Diseases is probably the last thing that I want to tackle here, unless that ends up being really quick. So, how do I deal with this problem? Also, let me wall this off just so the cold doesn't get in. Hopefully that'll sort itself out. It's polluted ice. I thought that was snow. Okay, that's not gonna even fall down. So why do we have people that are sick constantly? Let's get to the source. I'm tired of seeing this happen. We have two main issues here. Food poisoning and yucky lungs. Yucky lungs is the polluted oxygen, so let's figure out where the polluted oxygen is coming from. That should be the easier one. Like, there's just kind of some of it in the base, but I think this is the area that's causing the problem up here. I think this is where it's coming in. The rest of it is just like small quantities. There's like kind of a pocket of it over here, but it's not being produced down here really. Okay, it's being produced by that. Alright, so we need to figure out what to do about this. This may be as simple as just putting some of those like filters or like deodorizers or whatever in this room, because otherwise the pressure changes are going to constantly cause it to kind of move up and down, like depending on how the pressure works out. And then the other spot it's coming out of is over here. This one is going to always be stinky, so what I might want to do is set up a liquid lock right here, which would also help with the temperature exchange anyways. So let's do this one first. Do I want to do anything with this ice? No, not really. Okay, so let's see here. What we're going to want to do is take advantage of the range of the deodorizer. So let's put some airflow tiles down. I believe they access like a 5x5 area. So if I were to place them this often, I should be able to get all of the stink gas out of this chamber. I don't know if they can get flooded, so I'll put that one over there. And since the gas moves horizontally, I don't really have to worry about putting them over on the right side. It'll eventually waft over and get eliminated. If possible, I want to get rid of all of the stink gas in here because there are no longer any sources of stink gas in this room. So if I can get rid of all of it, like, we're just kind of good to go. I'm thinking where to put the last one. Stick it like right over here maybe. I don't really need this ladder. Yeah, something like this. That's where I think I'll put these. So we're gonna have a bunch of deodorizers there. Just build them out of just the rock I have the most of is probably the way to go here. Over there, and then we're gonna stick one like right here. That should be able to get everything, except maybe down here is the only spot I wouldn't be able to reach. So let's also put one right there. If there's a little bit behind, it doesn't matter that much. And this should also help with the food poisoning if there's any like germs in this, though this gas doesn't seem to have any in it. I'm not sure where that is. We're gonna tackle that in a moment. I also need to wire it all up. We have a lot of copper now because we did a lot of metal refining. Let's see here. I might as well just replace this wire at this point. This one here, I'm actually just going to do this because it's a little bit cleaner on the wiring system. And then we need to run it like that. Okay, that should take care of that. The wire is definitely not going to get overloaded, and then we'll just run it in like this. I don't know, it doesn't matter. We're going to get rid of it. We're going to get rid of it once it's done. And then over here, since I'm not going to be able to get rid of this because this is literally a slush geyser which just emits stink gas, what I need to do instead is set up a liquid lock over here. We know how to do this, so it's just going to be this design here. I feel like that's just very easy and straightforward to build. And even though I know this is abyssalite, I'm going to replace it with normal tiles because I think it objectively looks better that way. I'm thinking if I want to give myself another, like, pile of space here in case I want to make this longer. Yeah, let's future-proof it in case I want to bump the checkpoint over one tile and add an additional one. We're going to future-proof this a little bit. I also know you don't need to have the diagonal tiles for the heat transfer to be blocked off. It objectively looks 5 decor worse. Have you gotten the impression at some point today that I give a shit about the decor of my base? They'll get over it. Look at this. Look, maybe their workplace sucks. Look at how beautiful this place is. They got a picture of a guy making a self portrait. You can't get that anywhere else. So what if this abomination exists? So what if they think this is a little bit ugly looking? It's fine. It's fine. Everything is completely fine. This is gorgeous. Look at this bedroom. You wish you had a bedroom with a plant this beautiful. It's not even dead anymore. 5 decor worse? Whatever. Whatever. They'll be okay. They'll get over it. Alright, so... I'm trying to remember... Let's see, we want to use something that will not freeze. Let's see, the temperature in here is eventually going to get down to -10. Let's see, I think polluted ice... Yeah, it's -20... It's about -20. What about this? This one is also a little lower, so ideally we would use this. We would use brine for this. It probably won't freeze because it's going to be sitting in insulated tiles exposed to air from, like, hot air from the right and cold air from the left. This, although this is very cold here, it's going to warm up fairly quickly once this is established. I think this is going to work. Now, is there a risk of anybody getting stranded over here? I think I need to get them to build that first, or there's a risk of stranding happening. And then I'm going to need to get some of this stuff over here, which I'm just going to use a pitcher pump for that. And then hopefully not forget about it. Why did I click on refinement? Why would that ever be what I need? I forget, I think I determined that this works if I put it here. Like, it'll output the liquid in the correct spot. There's only one way to be sure. We don't need that much, but I'm gonna put 2. Risk of stranding sounds like risk of rain x Death Stranding. Well, I never played Death Stranding, but I don't get the impression that this game is a Strand-like, so I don't want to be doing anything like that here. For risk of rain, you could honestly probably come up with something like of some bizarre mod that made that work, but I don't know, be creative with it. I got nothing. I can't think of anything. Like, I know what Death Stranding is. I've watched people play through that game. It is definitely not a game that I would like to play. The Strand-like genre is not for me. I need to get this polluted ice out of here so it doesn't melt and fall into here. But I'm sure somebody could make a Risk of Rain, or like a Risk of Rain 2, like, mod that functioned like Death Stranding. Unless that game is ruined now. My understanding is that whoever they sold that game to, like, tried to ruin it, so I don't know the current status of Risk of Rain 2, or the franchise in general. Just remember, folks, this is what happens when you sell your indie game to a large company, and they just shit all over it. There's a new game coming out, Death Stranding 2, still stranded, I assume is what you meant there. I mean, I wouldn't even put it past them to name it that. Like, I wouldn't even be surprised at this point. That game is definitely way too edgy for me. Like, I don't properly appreciate, like, the work of art that was that video game. Were they unable to reach? Oh, they can't get through this gap yet. Alright, so anyways, set the filters on this. So I want them to put brine in here. Enable auto bottle, and set the priority to, like, 9. Death Stranding 2 on the beach. Alright. What is it? Have something to do with whales? Weren't there whales in the original game? Or I don't even know. God, it's been... I watched somebody play through Death Stranding. I was so confused the entire time. Can I go on a rant about how they ruined Risk of Rain 2? It's more entertaining than having to look it up myself. I'm not qualified for that, because the thing is, I didn't really like Risk of Rain 2, like, before it got ruined. Like, I played it, and I was like, I don't really like the end game, and I just stopped playing it. Like, it was too much of a clusterfuck. I was dying too much to random shit, so I just stopped playing it, was my experience with Risk of Rain 2. And then, apparently, they sold it to some other company, and that company immediately released a terrible DLC. It is kind of a skill issue. That company immediately released a terrible DLC and broke everything, and I just don't know the status of the game at this point because like I didn't want to play it to begin with. So I'm not really a good like qualified source to explain the drama of Risk of Rain 2. I liked Risk of Rain 1 though. The beach in the game is like where dead people go. Okay, there was like a beach. Alright. I was like, I thought I remembered something like that. You watch all the cutscenes in movie form. Does it make any sense if you watch it in movie form instead of like piecemeal cutscenes? I'm gonna assume that it still doesn't make any sense. But maybe I just don't watch enough Rick and Morty to have the IQ necessary to understand and appreciate the art that is Death Stranding. Like, it could be a me problem. It very well could be. Like Kojima or Kojumbo's games, Metal Gear Solid. I mean, I feel like the stories in those games, although full of plot twists, like actually kind of were coherent if you were able to follow them. I didn't get that impression from Death Stranding. Like, I got the impression that Death Stranding was just intentionally full of, like, weird loose ends and, like, unexplained things. Like, it was just meant to be contrived and weird. Like, I'm not entirely sure. It all does get explained. Okay, well, that could have fooled me, but I mean, again, I just watched somebody play it. I forget who it was. It wasn't just Vine Sauce. I think I watched somebody else play it, and I still couldn't figure out what was going on from that. So, I don't know. I may just have too low of an IQ to properly understand it. I generally don't enjoy convoluted stories anyways. I'm one of those people that can just appreciate a good, easy story that doesn't have, like, some insanely, like, convoluted explanation behind everything and a million, like, plot holes that you have to follow to the end to actually have them filled. That kind of thing just isn't for me. I've just never cared for like super convoluted storytelling. Yeah, my IQ is too low to understand Kojimba's plots. What about Metal Gear? I only loosely know the Metal Gear plots because I've never played a Metal Gear game, but I've been able to follow them, like watching other people play them, like Let's Plays, if anybody was still alive when they called them that. I've like watched enough of that to kind of sort of understand what's going on. I'm like, okay, yeah, I see what the twist was on that. I see where they were going with that. I didn't get that from Death Stranding, like, at all, watching a playthrough of that game. The whole thing felt like a fever dream, like, beyond the part of just watching somebody carry packages across a barren wasteland full of zombies. Well, not zombies, but the Death Strandings, or whatever the things were called that, like, try to grab you. God, I don't even know anymore. I wonder if I should watch like a speed run of that game, see if it makes even less sense. Alright, anyways, back to what I was doing here. Let's see. So this is all set up. They don't seem to actually be doing this because they're just very slow at doing this, or it's freezing instantly, but I think they're just not even bringing the water over right now. What I need to do is make sure that they're actually taking all of the ice out of here. It looks like they did. Because I think we have a storage container for all of the ice types. And what I should probably do, actually, is move this water ice container. Yeah, this just has normal ice and snow in it. I should probably put that up here to get a little bit more of a cold bank to postpone the inevitable disaster that's going to happen here. So I'm going to do that. Let's see. There's a couple ways I could. I'm thinking of making a dropper instead of like a storage bin for this. And then I could just have them drop it up here and just have it fall down into this room, and it'll accomplish basically the same goal, but they don't have to go down to the bottom. Yeah, I think we're just going to make one of these. So I'm going to stick it... I wanted to go down the ladder, but unfortunately I built this thing in the way. Like, the less, like, walking around they have to do, the better. Honestly, I could actually just have them drop it off on a, where is it? A shipping. I could have them drop it off on one of these things instead, a conveyor loader. And then just have that immediately, like, dump it in here, because I think you could set these to be sweep only, so I'm going to do that. I'm just going to put the conveyor loader, like, right here or something. It'll take them a little while to build this, but I think it'll pay off with a little bit of reduced labor when it's finished. just dump it right there. It'll be fine. And a conveyor chute. Okay, so once they build that, I can set the filters on the loader. And let me double check that the loader will actually allow me to set sweep only. Yeah, okay, good. That'll work. So that's what we'll do. And then I'll move all the ice from down at the bottom up to the top. I have to set it to be sweep only so they don't just run down here to pick it up and bring it back up to the top, unfortunately, because they're dumb like that. They don't know any better. There we go. Alright, so meanwhile, how is the filtration going? It's not going. They're awaiting filtration medium. Why are they awaiting filtration medium? Am I out of sand? No, they wouldn't have the order if they were out of sand. Okay, well I need this to happen now, so we're gonna P9 these. This is a top priority because I want to get rid of this crap like as soon as possible. The only goal here is just to get rid of the stink gas for now. And then hopefully I won't have any new stink gas get in here, and I'm just trying to reduce the yucky lungs situation. Because even though they're wearing atmo suits when they go in here, I'm fairly certain that this is getting out of this room through the door here. And an airlock door here would help a little bit, but every time they open it, it's still gonna get out. These guys don't create stink gas, right? They just, like, breathe it in. Yeah, these guys breathe it in and then excrete the material, but if there is no stink gas in here, then they're not going to, like, create additional stink gas, is the thing that I care about here. So we've got to set up another couple of these filters. I think it's probably time that I built the layers properly for this. So let's see here. This one was always one tile too high, so let's deconstruct that. Change those to mesh tiles, and I'm going to put a heavy watt plate there in a moment. And then meanwhile, we can get rid of all of this. Put another mesh tile there as well. I don't know why I didn't do that the first time. I guess there was a wall here the first time. Eventually, I'm going to have to update all these heavy watts into, like, conductive wires, but for now we don't seem to be hitting the threshold. Because down here at the bottom, we're actually fairly close to the potential load, actually. I can have 20 kilowatts, and I'm at 18 apparently. So I'm probably going to have problems with that. We're very close to this finally kicking in. It's at 90 degrees Celsius. When this gets to, like, I think 100 and, like, or actually, no, it's only, okay, 99.4 is when it's going to boil. And then let's see here. The overheat temperature, this thing is never going to overheat, so I don't have to care about that. And I think 125 is the minimum temperature it's allowed to process. I could be wrong about that. They could have changed that. Or I could be delusional, and that was never the case. I'm just going to, we'll figure it out when we actually have steam in there. Alright, this finished, so we need... liquefiable. I need to put ice, brine ice, and snow in there. I don't think I need to put the priority on it because I'm only going to have them sweep into this room anyways. And now what I should be able to do is destroy this container. I keep scrolling past it. Destroy this container here. And then just sweep all of the ice, and hopefully none of it melts while they're carrying it up the ladder or gets dropped at the bottom. And that should be it. That should take care of the water system. And I think I could just get rid of this. Because, like, this was only here so that I could, like, speed melt water. I can always rebuild it if I need to. It'll free up some materials. You know what? I'll get rid of this if I need... I'll get rid of this if I need the materials. I'm going to leave it sitting here for now. But I'm going to get rid of it later. Once it gets to 125, I have steam for the steamed hams that we're having. Yes, that is correct. That's what I said, steamed hams. There is a steamed ham recipe in Don't Starve, but there is not one in this game. And it feels like a missed opportunity, honestly. Like, Clay, it's not too late. You can make this happen. You can make a recipe that requires that. And then you could relive a meme from like 8 years ago that people are just going to forget about. I should play Sons of Liberty. I don't think I would enjoy actually playing any of the Metal Gear games. It's one of those things that's fun to watch. Somebody that kind of knows what they're doing, like, experience the game, but I've never, like, had the compulsion to play one myself. I'm not gonna say never, but like it doesn't particularly interest me right now to do that. I should play a lot of games, but I'm some sort of amalgam. That's a fine compliment. Like there are way worse things you could have called me than an amalgam, and I thank you for not doing that. No, I am a very picky individual as far as naming these things, as far as playing games are concerned, and I'm aware of that. I'm gonna change this wire over because I don't like the way it looked. I'm very picky about these things. I don't know why I'm like this. Guys, can you please fix this one wire here before you do anything else? Metal Gear Solid's a clusterfuck, you wouldn't recommend that. Yeah, I don't know where I would start with any of that. I suspect I wouldn't care enough about the story to really mind being dropped into the middle of it, but like I just had never at any point in my life have I watched somebody playing a Metal Gear Solid game and thought to myself, wow, I want to stop watching this and do that myself. Like, I'm just content to watch it as though it's kind of like just a movie or something, rather than wanting to experience it myself. Like, the whole, like, stealth gameplay. You're stuck there, aren't you? Yeah, the whole, like, the whole stealth, combat, survival, whatever thing just hasn't, like, interested me. Or whatever the abomination of Metal Gear Solid 5 was supposed to be. I don't even know what that genre is at this point. There you go, Adam. You're free to go. I mean, you could have just like made that jump, honestly. I've seen you guys do more athletic stuff than that. So they still have not done this at all. Are they just like losing track of this errand or something? I mean, they have to use the Atmos suit dock to get in there, but I'm not sure why they just refuse to do that. Maybe I need to do a pathfinding check to see if there's a reason why no one's doing that. Hold on. Show navigation. No, they can get in there, so there's nothing preventing them from doing that. Yeah, the task is there. They're just not doing it. I'll set it to, yellow alert if I have to. But I guess they're just busy, like, sweeping and doing other nonsense. Speaking of sweeping, once again, I can do this. There we go. I don't know how I even have this many, like, loose items on the ground. These like, slow-ass animations. We gotta do something about the food poisoning. So let's see if we figure out the stink gas situation. Yeah, it looks like it's actually working now. It's slowly depleting the amount of stink gas that's in here. How fast do these operate? 100 per second. Yeah, it's gonna be a while. It's gonna be like, I don't have a good estimate. It's gonna be a while before they finish this, because each of these tiles is gonna take like 10 to 20 seconds for them to finish off, and there's hundreds of tiles in here, so it is going to be a bit. Now this one here, what's in here? Polluted ice. Okay, we can leave that one alone. Did I give them the sweep order for this yet? I did. Why have they not done this? Snow and ice. Is this just full? This might just be full, so they're taking us a long time to do it. It's not full. I really hate how hard it is to tell sometimes if anything you tell them to do is actually happening. Like, I can't tell if anybody is, like, servicing this, if anyone is bringing materials over to this machine. Other than just by, like, happening to see someone do it. Like, they're moving something. Allow dupe. Oh, okay, they weren't using it. Thank you. I forgot. I didn't even notice that. Okay, thank you. That's what the problem was. That was a skill issue. That one was a user error that was causing that one. I will accept that. Alright, so now they can do that. What else do we want to do here? Alright, so they finally swept this out. They are still not doing this. Let me just make sure that they can do it. Yeah, it looks like they can. Like, somebody is doing it now. I mean, part of the problem, I think, is the fact that they need an Atmos suit to get in here. To drain this out of this room. I'm starting to wonder, honestly, if I want to store this. This is like the second or third time that I've wanted to have access to brine. I could have a pump like down near the bottom to just put it in like a bottle filler. The only problem would be if water got into it somehow. It would like deadlock it and I wouldn't be able to use it anymore. But this has been coming up often enough that I think I might want to do that. We know that the water is going to sit on top, so I'm going to go ahead and I think build a pump down here somewhere. We can make a liquid bridge. Yeah, I can do some really cursed liquid bridging to make this work. So if I just do that and cut these off, which is going to turn off our refinery for a moment here. I should be able to put a pump down here, and then I can just make a bottle filler like right here. And that will solve this problem, because then they won't have to go in there anymore to get water, or to get salt water. So, let's see. I think I did this wrong? Question mark? No, I guess I gotta wait for them to finish building that. Let's go ahead and get rid of this one. I'm gonna P9 this because I need them to do this now so I can do the next step of the process. And then meanwhile, we're going to run it out through right here. It's gonna look like this. It's gonna be super cursed. Because you can do weird overlapping liquid bridges like this, which is horrible, but it technically works, and that's all I really needed from this, was for it to technically work. And then I'm going to put the pump in once they deal with this tile here, but I don't want to leak this polluted water into the tank, so I'm kind of waiting for them to build the top half, which unfortunately is taking forever. Why is there an extra one here? How'd that happen? It sets a vacancy only. Why is there a random ammo suit here? How did that get there? They shouldn't have been able to do that. But like one of them just like took off an ammo suit at some point. I'm just gonna put it back over here near the crafting station. Where is it? Right there. I'm just gonna put it over there. I don't know why that happened. I'm just gonna assume that this is some bizarre jank that caused this to happen here. Like, I don't know why there's a container of polluted oxygen here either. That shouldn't even be getting pumped into the suit. Yeah, this game is weird sometimes. Alright, we have a new one of these. We've had this for a while, actually. Again, I don't need more duplicates. I'm just going to take the seeds. And let's quickly get a research going. Let's do that one. And we have a prize. Alright, no gloves. Wallpaper. Wallpaper, please. Yo! It's almost a black wallpaper. We almost have like a color scheme. Like, ideally, I would like a solid color. I think we wanted a black one for something like a stream or two ago, but I mean, this is a wallpaper. We could do something with this. If I was an artist, I could actually make something pretty out of it, but I don't know. How does it stack? I don't know if you can rotate it. We can look real quick. Let's see. Yeah, you can rotate it, so all four corners is what we have right now. Like, I can make like a sick little looking like diamond thing out of this if I wanted to. I kind of want to. I'm just gonna build one for no reason. Actually, I could have done this with the other one as well, but like you do this, it looks like. You could probably make some really cool like patterns and artwork with all these wallpaper skins. I'm just not inclined to do so because I'm not built like that. I would like to let this out. I mean, this little bit here doesn't matter too much. I'm gonna go ahead and dig it out anyways. Hopefully it'll like make its way over here. I think the hydrogen will push it down and it should get close enough to this deodorizer eventually for it to get cleaned up. Because there's a little bit of overlap between the deodorizers because they believe it's a 5x5 around them and I have them like 4 tiles apart. So they should be able to clean that up pretty quickly. And they are finally doing this. It looks like they brought a couple, maybe? I might have to, like, provoke them into doing it again. Yeah, it looks kind of cool. Like, very clean, elegant looking. You can make some neat patterns in, like, the bedrooms or something like that. And I have a few others of these. It's just, like, I just don't have, like, an artistic motivation, like, or anything, like, I feel like I should make. Can I rotate all of them, actually? Oh, you could actually rotate all of them. something to keep in mind, I guess, if I want to, like, decorate something a bit differently. Wakey, wakey. Oh, they're adorable. I love the animations in this game. They're adorable sometimes. Anyways, back to what we were doing here. I forgot what I was doing. I got distracted. Oh yeah, this. Alright, so how's this going? We need to place the pump. Liquid meter valve. Didn't that used to look different? I thought... I remember this building looking different. Maybe I'm just crazy. I never, like, used it for anything. I know what it's for. It's for, among other things, the kind of stuff that I've been doing. Must be built in unoccupied space. Oh, there's a ladder here. That's inconvenient. I'm gonna get rid of the ladder. I'm just gonna move the ladder over to the side like that. Alright, and we need to power it. It's going to be right there. This is not at any risk of breaking, so I'll just run it like that. And whenever they get around to coming in here and breaking those ladders, I will be able to build the pump, and then we will have an access to salt water without them needing to use the stupid pitcher pump. I'm just going to disable it in case for some reason this doesn't work out. I'll be able to turn it back on. Also, if I deconstruct it, then anyone who's over here would get stranded, and someone will find a way to do that. I'm just making up like weird excuses at this point. So this is taking forever. Somehow this tile ended up being a vacuum just as a result of the liquid shank. I don't like to risk this with like how little brine is in these tiles. If anything, like pushed it down into this pit on the bottom. So I'm gonna go ahead and yellow alert these just to get it done now, because they are just taking absolutely forever to bring this over here, and I only need them to do this like 2 or 3 more times. And then that will lock off the stink gas, which is like the main goal that I had in mind here, was to prevent the stink gas from getting through here. And I'm gonna put one of these like right here as well. Which hopefully they don't have to use the atmosuit dock to actually put filtration medium in that, but they're probably gonna do it. Alright, how's this looking? Yeah, the temperature is fine. I don't think we're at any risk of this freezing. Like, even though technically it's cold enough in some areas here for this to freeze, it shouldn't happen. Alright, you guys. Let's see, we got about 800 in here. I need them to bring 2 more, and then make maybe 1 batch after that, and then we'll turn off the yellow alert. But, like, I need them to do this now, and I don't even have that many tasks set to priority 9, but for some reason, they just will not do anything unless I set it to, like, yellow alert, which is not good. There's usually a reason for that, I just don't know what the reason is. Hello, Pro Man. But they just refuse to prioritize, like, storing materials, even though I think I have a couple that actually have that set to a high priority. Like, they absolutely do not want to do this task for some reason. What are the priorities? Let's have a look here. I think this counts as a storing errand. Maybe I don't have anybody set to that. Hold on, so you're set to digging. You're really good at storing. Let's bump that for a couple of duplicates. Yeah, you're a chef. But I mean, you're also pretty good at that, so we could have you do that. I'm just gonna pick the ones that are kind of already the best at it to give them like a slight priority to do this. The supplying and storing both use strength. They're both fairly similar tasks. And then just on this planet here, just because you are the farmer, you could do that. And you can do that. I don't know why the brightness on these icons keeps changing. Whatever, let's see if that solves the problem or helps it out in any way. Alright, so I need you guys to bring like a couple more. No pending deliveries. Right, because I disabled the building. Okay, well, let's go ahead and turn off the yellow alert then. I'm not a yellow alert streamer. Let's get rid of that. The yellow alert is when I need something to happen now, not to be a perpetual state of being for the base. Alright, so somebody is going to build that. It should turn on immediately because I... Did I build all the pipes? No, I did not. Huh? I thought they fixed this bug. I thought they fixed this bug. This bullshit, where the pipes will, like, just randomly originate from the center of the map for no reason due to a lag spike. Is that not fixed? Clay, come on, please. Just forget about Don't Starve Together for a second. And fix your game. At least we haven't had that happen yet. That's the first time we've had that happen. Like, just for some reason, the origin point of that, like, drag click was the middle of the map instead of where I actually did it. Play, please. Please fix. Alright, this should work once they build those. Which, again, they're taking forever to do. Part of the problem is these Atmos suits. Which, I thought I gave this a higher priority. I just want this out of the way, because it's visually annoying to see it here. Okay, somebody should move it in a moment here. And yeah, we got so much idleness. Honestly, I'm wondering if I should send somebody back from this planet. I mean, I could. I have the teleporter available. What do we have? Who do we have on this planet? Should I send somebody back? Let's see. We need a farmer. We need a cook. A builder, a digger, and operator. The researcher, though, is also the doctor. They kind of cover the bases. I don't know if I should move anyone back. Maybe I should get another duplicate. Or I should fix, like, the food poisoning issue, which is causing them all to be really slow. And the fact that you keep getting tasks during yellow alerts, which might as well just not have anybody doing this task, honestly. Like, this is the combination. What is, like, is this like negative 30 agility? This is the combination of, like, the Atmos suit and the pajamas together, like, causing this. Where do I see their stats? Didn't bio. Negative 11 athletics because of the pajamas and the Atmos suit. I mean, at least she's having a good time. There you go. Look at that speed. That's the kind of speed I'm looking for. Alright, how's this going? So this bottle is going to be the one that fills the pit, and then I need to put in, like, at least 1 or 2 more. Disable her priority. This is because I did a yellow alert. Like, it's not preventing anyone from doing this order over here. So I don't think I'm going to disable that because I'm going to forget, and it's a hassle. She has high supply. Well, that's not the reason. I think she took this task during the yellow alert and has taken so long to get down there that it is still a yellow alert priority task. Like, or basically, like, they won't cancel the task, is what I think is happening here until they finish it. If it was yellow alert when it was assigned to them, I think that's what's going on here. What is overheating? No! No, dude, this is what I was afraid of. No, I should have put the oil in here. Alright, let's see here. How can we fix this? Yeah, I was afraid this was going to happen. I wasn't going to know about this until this turned into steam. But it looks like what's going on here is that the aqua tuner is just not exchanging heat fast enough with the surrounding environment. Like, it's not even close. It's at almost like 200 degrees right now, sitting in the coldest possible steam that I could have in this room, and it's melting. I should have made it out of the steel. Zap, why didn't you argue your case harder? Why didn't you argue with me? I should have made it out of steel. This is my fault. Told me. I took a risk. I took a calculated risk while I was doing it. Alright, so we need to put a liquid lock in. And we need to replace the aqua tuner. So let me get that going on in the background. Let me think about how I'm going to do this. We don't want to let the steam out. So if I were to place a droplet of water here, and then remove this tile and have one there, I think I know a way to do this. We're going to use since it's not too hot in here, first of all, let me turn the aqua tuner off because it's just going to keep damaging itself. Yeah, point and laugh. Look, I tried. I took the risk. I knew that this might happen. I was aware that this might happen. I took the risk. So what I'm going to do here is try to make a liquid lock in this corner right here using some salt water. Yeah, I probably need to use salt water. Yeah, and then I will remove this tile with a tile right there where the steam turbine is. First thing you hear is zap. Yeah, I think you were the one that told me to make it out of steel. I did consider it. I wasn't sure if I needed to. I think I have two options here. I can either rebuild this out of steel, or I can put a layer of like oil or something on the bottom. I'm probably just going to make it out of steel, because steel I think increases the overheat temperature by like 200 or something. And we should have a fairly good amount of steel. I can make a few more actually, and this is not hot enough to be a problem. So let's make a little bit more steel, and then we're going to build it out of steel, and we know it is not going to overheat if I do that. So we're going to put that there. I'm going to dump some salt water right here, which conveniently we have a bottle filler for that now. I don't think I have a brine drop off, so they shouldn't do anything with this because they have no reason to, so I'm just going to relocate it. I know this is way more than I need here, but whatever, it's gonna spill no matter what, so I might as well just have the full capacity here. And how's this going? They are still refusing to do this. No pending deliveries. Why are there no pending deliveries? Cannot currently store materials. This has something to do with me switching it over to a bottle filler. Okay, so there's one sitting on the ground. Are you guys gonna, like, empty it now? I guess they just don't know how to take from bottle fillers, so that's actually kind of annoying. Like, I have auto bottle enabled, but for some reason they're too stupid, I think, to take it from the bottle filler to move it to the bottle emptier. Which I thought that was the whole point of the auto bottle thing, but whatever. We can force this to work. We have a way to make this happen. Alright, so it's got another... Okay, so they have access to 2 of these, which should be enough to fill this up. Really, I only think I need the 1, but I like having a little bit of a buffer. A little more, like, aesthetically pleasing to me. They actually still haven't even disabled this thing yet. They just... I guess they're not allowed to use it while it's being set to be disabled. I don't even know what the point of being able to disable it is. It's already... I don't even know at this game. Whatever. I'm just gonna go with what I'm observing here. This, however, I do need to increase the priority or they're never gonna do it. Yeah, so they are... I finally see them doing it. Yeah, they are shuttling ice over here. This thing only has a limit of, like, 1 ton at a time, so, like, there's a bit of a limit to what the throughput is going to be from them. Ideally, I should actually get rid of this mesh tile. It doesn't need to be there anymore because they have a ladder to walk on, and that'll allow it to fall into the water where it should exchange a little faster. No, actually, we don't want to do that yet. We don't want to do that because we don't want it going down to the liquid pump. So I'm going to drop it down like 1 tile instead.
Have a good stream, Mr. Streamer. I have sleep to do.
Okay, thank you for the bits. You enjoy doing your sleep. Sometimes that's how it feels to me too. It's just a chore. It's a thing you have to do. Why have you guys not moved this? I think I need to do a checkup. Okay, what is everybody in the base doing right now? We need to do a checkup. This is getting really annoying. What is the easiest way to check everybody? Alright, so you are doing research. You are moving ice, which I think might be set to P9. That's probably part of the issue. A lot of them are moving ice. Let's set that to like 6 or something, so it doesn't override all their orders. Yeah, don't stare at me. Look, I'm trying to solve a problem here. Alright, what else? Okay, you were going to generate power. What do you mean? Are you guys running on the hamster wheels? Too much 9? Yeah, I think it was that pile of ice like that I was trying to move that was causing it to be a 9. That's not a high priority task. I think I just muscle memoried that. So we're having power problems apparently, or they're they're deciding they need to use these for some reason, even though the batteries are... What are the batteries at? Where are the batteries? No, we are definitely having power problems. I think it dropped below 50%. So a lot of them are just running on the wheels. That's absorbing a lot of time. What other things are we doing here? We're going to actually fix this problem. Okay, you are also on a hamster wheel. Let's see, you are cooking. That's fine. Supplying critical materials. How does that even mean? What is that material? I can't even tell. What are you doing? What do you mean critical materials? I don't understand what this duplicate is doing right now. Hey, swordfish. Yeah, we're, currently what is up is I'm trying to figure out why my duplicates won't get anything done. Oh, it was the deodorizer. Okay, that's what that guy was doing. Alright, so this guy is just doing generic shipping tasks. Or Swordfish and Ozzy, whichever of you or both of you are here. Hello. I'm still working my way through this, trying to figure out why these duplicates just refuse to actually get any work done. So let's see, that was fine. You're on break. Okay, you're moving food, that's good. You're eating, that's fine. Building, okay, that's good. That's what I want. I think honestly, Ozzy, okay. Gotcha. But you answered to both. Yeah, it's probably a good thing. I know the context behind your name, but others might not know the lore. This is a... Swordfish and Ozzy are like two people. It's like sharing a channel for streaming. That's the story behind it. So I can't be sure like which one is actually the one chatting, or if they're both together doing it. Alright, I can delete this now. Alright, so anyways, back to this. Let's see. Building was fine. Recovering from heat. What? Heat resist. Okay. Is it still too hot somewhere in the base? I need to figure out where that's happening. Yeah, it was mostly the ice that was causing problems here, but storing materials, storing food, mingling. I think that one's on. Oh yeah, these are the two that are just always sleeping all the time. Almost always, let the kid loose on Twitch. That's probably a responsible thing to do. Twitch isn't exactly the worst environment. At least you're not on kick, but yeah, that's probably advisable, or at least for the two of you to be together if you're gonna watch another stream. Why is there water here? I probably spilled it from upstairs. I need to clean this mess up down here. It's just an absolute mess. That as well. So the labor situation is looking a little bit better than it was before. Let's see, what else was I doing? I got distracted again. So they're fine. I am probably never going to do anything about these Paku, so they're just going to die there. They're never going to do this settings errand because it's a low priority, apparently. They're not even trying to allocate it. They're just like, nah, we're not even going to give you a number. And number 7. If everyone was an Oni or DST streamer, you'd be fine, but there's other stuff out there you're not ready for them. Yep, that's completely fair. That's very responsible. I approve of that decision. The internet is a wretched place. So I wouldn't say that being a DST streamer automatically like makes you wholesome. I mean, I'm not wholesome. I say the fricks and the hex, but I try not to be like some like just shitty, awful like piece of garbage streamer. Well, I don't try. I'm not a shitty garbage piece of like garbage streamer. But like understandably, you'll get people playing all of these games like all the time. So like these are generally wholesome games, but it's like not automatic. Like just because you're playing Don't Starve or Oxygen doesn't automatically make you like a wholesome streamer. And I'm sure there's occasionally some bad people in the bunch. Hopefully they kind of get like pushed away by the community. That tends to be what happens with games like this, but you never really know. So although I am not wholesome, I try to be a very inclusive streamer. The rules here are basically just don't be a piece of shit. Don't be racist, don't be like discriminatory, and don't be a complete toxic asshole. But I don't really care if people like come in here and swear or make like a dick joke every now and then. That's kind of like the vibe I'm going for with my stream here. It's a safe space, but it's not necessarily like a weenie stream. So like I'm not gonna like ban swearing or anything here. So like technically speaking, this is an 18 plus stream, I think is what I have it labeled as, but I don't have any of like the like restricted categories enabled because I don't do any of those things on this stream. And the 18 plus thing isn't because I know that it actually works, because I know that kids lie about their age on Twitch all the time. It's because I do not want like really young children watching my stream. Partially because they're obnoxious, and then partially because this is occasionally not appropriate for them to be on this stream. Can't log in without you being around. Yeah, that's responsible. I like that. I like that you're not one of those parents that just like puts their kids on a tablet and just like, yeah, just go ham. Go watch like Finger Family, like brain rot on YouTube. Like, I'm glad that you're not doing that, because that is not what kids need in this day and age. I don't know what kind of damage that's already been doing. Maybe that's part of why kids are so annoying, is because they don't develop proper social skills when that's all that they do. Did they not? Oh, you know what happened? They moved the barrel finally, and then they probably took it over here to fill this up. Speaking of this thing, I think we're done with this, so we can go ahead and deconstruct these now. We have our liquid lock set up. The kids yearn for the Skibbity. God, Skibbity's not even the worst one. Honestly, I think I hate Hawk Tua more than Skibbity right now, if I'm being completely honest. So I despise both of them, like in some form or another. Like, we had brain rot memes back in my day, but I swear to God, they weren't this bad. Like, there's no way that our like lolcats back in the day were as bad as Skibbity Toilet. Like, there was something to it. It felt like there was a joke buried in there. I don't know what's going on with society at this point. I don't even know who to blame for this one. Nephew is always glued to the tablet. Parents have made different choices. I mean, to whatever extent you can, like, advise them on the consequences of doing that, but yeah, that's really not on you. It's a shame to see that happen. Like, in general, I do not like kids because they're annoying and I don't want to deal with it, and I'm an adult. But like, I hate to see that kind of shit happen, because they're gonna grow up into adults that just don't function correctly if that's all they do as a kid is stare at a tablet, looking at like just Finger Family, like brain rot YouTube feed memes. Like, I can't imagine that that's actually like a good way to develop your brain when you're really young. So like, if I happened upon a child and I was able to like advise them or the parents on like what they should be doing, I'm gonna be like, no, please do not let them watch YouTube Kids. Like, just to give them, like, go pay a subscription for like a show or something. Like, go have them watch like a season of Word Girl. Like, don't put them on YouTube and have them watch Finger Family. Like, for the love of God, that is just the worst thing you could possibly do. Or at least I presume that that's the worst thing you could possibly do, because it just seems to me like an extremely like mentally destructive thing to have a kid watching for literally the entire day while their parents are just ignoring them and they're learning literally nothing about how to be a functional human being. Why did the order for relocating this get canceled? So there you go. There's parenting advice from Cosine256, who is neither a parent nor wants to be a parent. Make of that what you will. You had to look up what Hawk Tua meant. You were confused about how something like that could be pop with the kids. Anything can be pop with the kids at this point. You know what? I think that's actually a different Atmos suit. I don't know what is going on here. You don't know what Finger Family is? You can look that one up. It's not like gruesome or anything. Finger Family, to summarize it, is like a song. I don't know what it is. If somebody wants to sing it in chat, you can. I refuse to actually stream what the song is, so you're gonna have to look it up yourself. But what it boils down to is that content creators figured out that like the YouTube algorithm will keep linking kids. Yeah, Coco Melon. The YouTube algorithm people figured out that the YouTube algorithm will keep showing kids like nursery rhyme videos. And so what channels have been doing is essentially just procedurally generating like brain rot nursery rhymes with like randomly selected assets. So you get these really fucking weird like Elsa, Spider-Man, Finger Family, Baby Shark like amalgamations that just consist of like automatically generated content where they just mash together a bunch of like popular like kids characters into these weird like nursery rhyme videos. And the whole point of these videos is to just get the kids to stare at the video and then autoplay the next one over and over and over again with ads running in between every single one. And apparently this is a profit model for these companies. And it's just brain rot, like the whole way through. Like worse than Skivity Riz for real, bro went to the store, like brain rot. Like this is actual, like, destructive brain rot. Like it's kind of terrifying to think that there are children that are just like literally growing up watching this stuff for like hours and hours a day, just over and over. Like I don't know. I don't know what the impact of this kind of stuff is, but it very much bothers me that this is a thing that's happening. And in about 10 years, we're going to find out what the consequences are. When all these kids turn 18, we're going to find out what happens when you watch Elsa Gate for the first like 10 years of your life. Like even if they stop watching it now, like I don't know what that does. It's kind of scary. But I don't know. I don't know what to do about it. Like if I had kids, they would not be allowed to watch that shit, but really there's not much else I could do except advise against it. Keep an eye out for it. Don't let kids fall into that. There are better things you could do for them. I need to do this again, but I need to actually pay attention this time. And again, there are plenty of good kids shows out there. You can have them watch some of the older stuff. You can have, again, like I mentioned Word Girl earlier, like apparently that's a really good kids show, even though it's like 6 or 7 years old. I don't think they make it anymore, but like there are modern, like kid-oriented cartoons that are actually like fairly decent. Oh, I see what happened. The liquid waste like melted again. I need to just put that somewhere off to the side. So like there are things you could do to get your kids to watch a show so you don't have to monitor them like 24/7. But Cocomelon ain't it. Let's empty this. I need to make sure that our little blockage here shows up. Yeah, a lot of old Disney shows. But there's plenty of stuff out there. I'm sure you can like search for this exact problem, like good kids shows, and you will get all sorts of recommendations. And like just watch it yourself for a bit to see if it like looks good. Like see if it's weird or creepy, or like see if there's actually a plot, a substance, something that they can learn from it. Especially like as a parent, like you have the opportunity to prevent this from happening with your own kids. Where do I want to put this nuclear waste? I mean, I can't bury it in Nevada or New Mexico because that doesn't exist here, but the next best thing is probably to just shove it over here somewhere. And I think I'm honestly just gonna put the nuclear waste like in a pit, like down here. I'm just gonna like stick it down here somewhere. I don't really care at this point. I'm gonna put it like right here. How much radiation is this making? Not much, actually. I don't know what the nuclear waste does really, besides just get in the way. Actually, hold on. Can I dump it in space? This is the material that you cannot vent into space, right? Like it doesn't get deleted by the vacuum of space. I'm pretty sure that that doesn't work. I think I have to actually do something about it. Yeah, just like what they do in real life. There's probably ways to delete it. I'm not sure what those are. I could maybe crush them with like a door or whatever. There's probably ways I could crush it, but I don't want to set that up right now, so I'm just going to dump it down here. I need you guys to do this now, though, because I want to remove it, because I think them walking through it is giving them a debuff. So I need to get them to do it now. You think it does vacuum into space. I vaguely remember trying to do that when I first tried this DLC before I gave up on it, and it didn't seem to work. Now, I've been wrong about many things, so I'm not positive about that, but I don't think that works. Alright, anyways, let's see here. They're gonna probably breathe into this room. You know, we'll burn that bridge when we get there. If they breathe into this room, I can deal with it. The priority here is for the steam to not explode out into the base. And if the steam does explode out into the base, we are going to have an emergency on our hands. So let's keep an eye on this and see what happens. Because this is very highly pressurized. Okay, looks like we're good. So I need to deconstruct this. I'm just accepting the fact that I'm probably going to get a gas tile in here. And I'll figure out what to do with it when the time comes. And I'm going to replace this with steel, and I think that's the only change I really want to make. Are you gonna breathe? I'm gonna see it happen. Scalding, right. Well, look, you'll be okay. It's just a flesh wound. You'll be alright. Go ahead and sweep all this out. And then we need to place a new one in there. I'm thinking if I want to put another thermo sensor in here. This one is for the steam turbine. Do I care what the temperature is inside of there? To, like, turn something off? Like, I guess if the steam turbine's not keeping up, I want to be able to turn it off. I'm going to add another thermo sensor in there. Again, I don't want more duplicates. I need to, like, use their labor more wisely. I don't need to get new ones. Yeah, I'm going to put another thermo sensor in here just so that I could read off a temperature that isn't the setting for the steam turbine. Like, I wish these were data wires. These are just, like, Boolean, like, true-false wires. I do wish this would transmit, like, the actual temperature instead. Look, dude, this is not the time to rub your... I know you are literally scalding your eyes out with the steam, but you don't need to rub them while you're in the tank with the steam. Come on, dude. Use your brain. Your priority here should not be in this room. You know, I wonder actually if they won't exhale in this room because they're holding their breath while they're standing in the steam. That's a good thing if that's the case, because I might not have to worry about that happening. Okay, I hope that's what's happening. Asking for too much. Well, look, all I'm asking really is that they don't breathe out in that room. Like, if I can get them to be like that, then I'll take that. That's all I really want. I don't want to have to vent that room again. I don't know how I'm getting this many loose items here. Like, I feel like when I had 2 of these, it took just as long for these to fill up. And now I have 5 of them. They're still filling up, like, instantly. Alright, so we need to make an aqua tuner. I've learned my lesson. I will be making it out of steel. I think I could have avoided this with a layer of oil on the bottom, but I know I could definitely avoid this with steel. I do not know what category it's in, because nothing in this game makes sense. This is the same, like, delusional problem that, like, Don't Starve Together players had when they changed the crafting menu. This is the Don't Starve Together crafting menu before they changed it, where the categories make no sense. Like, I don't understand why anyone would think that that was a bad idea to make the crafting menu like that, because this is what we had before, and it's like, I want to find a water tank. So I go to the plumbing section. Where's the water tank? Chat, where is the water storage tank? I need a liquid storage tank. Oh, I'm stupid. It's in base. Why is it in base? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. It should be in multiple categories, but for some reason it just isn't. They're dedicated to their work, I gotta say. You're sitting here burning to death, and you're singing while you're standing in the scalding hot steam tank. I'm gonna have to, like, make sure they get to the medical bed after this. No, you don't need to do that. Okay, you took another tick of damage because you rubbed your eyes. Easy. Yeah, well, you got some severe burns. Yeah, you're regretting what you were doing in there, aren't you? But you're still singing. My God. Still keeping a positive mental attitude. My God, we could learn a lesson from these duplicants right now. They don't complain about their work as long as they have a nice bedroom and some carpet. But yeah, you could type a text box for Don't Starve Together and for this game, but I think this wasn't here. You're talking about the old crafting UI for this game and Don't Starve, right? Like, neither of them had a search box. And then maybe this game always had a search box. I don't remember. I mean, I hate having to use a search box because it means I have to take my hands off the mouse to type into the box. It would be nice if this was intuitive. And I guess there's this. I actually didn't even notice this. How long has that been a thing? Chat, I've never clicked on that button. Okay, what has a higher density? The other one has a higher item density, but I can see the names. I can collapse these as well. Does it remember? Hold on, does it remember the collapsed state of these windows? Probably not between game sessions. I'm gonna try this out. Actually, I might like this one more. I didn't even realize this was an option. Yeah, both games. Okay, that's what I thought. This game didn't have one originally. Alright. So, I think we're good to go. I'm not going to connect this until I've sealed off the whole room here. if I did this correctly, when I fill this in, what should happen is that steam will get pushed down. And this thermosensor, I'm just going to leave it at default settings. It's just there in case I need one for some reason. That's the only reason I have that there. If I need to read the temperature of the room to like turn off the aqua tuner or something, I can have like a logic gate. I should probably do that. Yeah, that would be smart actually, if I did that. I can just do that right now. So the condition for the aqua tuner would be the temperature here, and also I could have this one like set it up so it'd be an AND gate. Let's go ahead and do that right now. Yeah, I think I like this more. I like seeing the text because sometimes I don't know what the building looks like. I can rotate it, but I can't flip it, which is annoying. But that should work. Alright, so it's turned off right now. And we want to do something like this. And I can always read off another setting from it if I need to. And then this is... Wait, which of these was connected to the steam turbine? It was this one right here. It was going to be this one. I'll do whatever bridging I need to get that to work. And it looks like we're good. We have only steam in there. So I can rebuild that. And then when they get rid of this tile here, which I want them to do now, though they're usually pretty quick about destroying tiles. Oh, they finished this finally. Okay. Can you guys please... I'm going to make a bottle emptier down here. Plumbing... bottle emptier. Alright. I'm going to have to get used to the new layout. It's going to trip me up for a bit. Yeah, I think what's happening is the radioactive waste spills automatically a little bit after you mop it up, so I need to take care of that, like, reasonably promptly. You use that one when you unlock too much stuff. I assume you mean this layout. I think I just like this layout in general. And I can always use it to collapse some of the menus, though what I would like is the ability to have, like, a favorites list at the top. I mean, Don't Starve has that, and it's convenient. Oh, whatever, we'll worry about that later. Alright, so they did that. We can mop the brine now. Looks like it went straight up this time. I don't know how the game decides where to push the liquid when you build the tile. It went to up instead of to the right, but the one over here went to the right when I closed it off, so... Don't really know how this nonsense works. Alright, so anyways, the logic gate. We don't want the aqua tuner to run to its overheat temperature, so by a fair margin, I'm going to set it to 250. So if the temperature is below 250, and if we need to run the aqua tuner, which is what this one is telling us, then it will activate the aqua tuner. Otherwise, the liquid will go through without getting cooled, which will cause the base to overheat, but that's way better than the aqua tuner overheating. So let's rebuild the steam now. So that's the wrong button. Why can I not build it? I think I might have one of these in the way. Hold on, let me... I really hate how this looks. Where is the... I usually don't have to click on this. Okay, yeah, that's because the output's there. I'm gonna have to move this, so let me just delete this so I can build the turbine. That's annoying. It's in a inconvenient spot. So I'm gonna have to remove all of that and do it again. I don't have to remove that one. Yeah, pin recipes was great. Like, I'm kind of clunky about, like, switching the hotbars for the pin recipes, but it's still so much better. Like, I just have, like, the bundling wrap on the pin menu, and I could just make the bundling wrap, like, immediately. I don't have to open the crafting menu. I don't have to do anything for, like, making a pickaxe. Like, it's so much better. I don't know why people complained so much. Like, I'm somebody who has an aversion to change. And I like the Don't Starve Together crafting menu that they have now, like, so much more than the old one. Like, it is just objectively better in every way. So, I don't know, people are insane if they think that the old one was better. Let's see. So, I'm going to set up the steam turbine first, and then I'll figure out how to weasel all this other crap in there. So, this, again, doesn't really matter what we build it out of. The overheat temperature is insanely high. That's not going to be the thing that goes wrong here. Automation wire. Alright, so I need to fit an AND gate. How do I want to do this? It's kind of a mess. I can do an automation bridge here, but I mean, I know that tiles, I know that these will build up. Like if I deconstruct this automation wire, it will go up to this tile. So I think I could just do that. And we can set it up something like this, I think. Then we're going to cut it here. We're going to set our gate here. I don't know why the gates are at the bottom. I don't know, maybe the sensors are used more often than the gates. Do that, and then we can connect it like this, and then we can do this. That should do the trick. And then for the steam turbine, I'm only having it activated if it's above 125, which I think is the correct way to do this. Alright, let's see how this runs. Alright, so they're currently bypassing, which I think means that it's cold enough. No, it's not. Why is it bypassing? Is this thing turned off? No, okay, now it's turned on. Oh, they hadn't built one of the wires yet. Okay, so it's activated now, because it should be. Because it's going to be activated as long as it's 25 degrees Celsius or above, and if the temperature in here is below 250, which means I shouldn't have any problems with overheating, and it's steel as well. So as long as it can exchange heat with the steam, like, fast enough that it doesn't overheat in this situation, I think I'm good to go. And then what we're waiting to have happen here is this is eventually going to heat up to 125, and the steam turbine should turn on and essentially just convert the heat into energy. And I believe what happens is if you have too much energy, it just gets deleted. Like, it essentially just removes the heat from existence if it has nowhere to dump it. Which I'm not even going to complain about, honestly, because I don't want to have to deal with that otherwise. Like, finding a way to burn off excess heat would just be more tedium. I'm going to research this one because I wanted to put this water fort in the rec room, even though they can't use it. So I'm going to research that because I had forgotten about that for a while. Let's see, what else have we got to do here? We're coming up on 6 hours, so I think I'm going to end it soon. We didn't get to these projects today, but I'm actually surprised I got to as much as I did. However, we're not done with the food poisoning situation, so before I call it here, let me see if I could figure out what else we need to do. So we solved the stink gas problem, for the most part. Like, there's a little bit of it wafting around in here, but the overwhelming majority of it has been eliminated. I think, like, having a little bit of it is going to be inevitable because it's going to find its way into the base at some point or another. It wouldn't hurt to add, like, a couple more deodorizers to catch a bit of the excess, so I'm going to put another one, like, right here. I just want to get this place clean, because if we do start having more stink gas materializing in the base, I might be able to spot where it came from more easily. So let's see if we can touch up, like, the final little bits. So we're going to have one there, and we're going to put a deodorizer there. I don't think these do much of anything if they're not running, or if they're not actively filtering. Actually, does anyone know if these things actually, like, drain your power if they're not running? Like, if they're not doing anything with the gases? I think they might, because it does say it's just 5 watts. There's no indication that it doesn't. But then again, these machines don't do anything while they're idle. I'm not really sure how to tell. I guess I know how to tell, actually. I could detect it. You don't believe they take power. I'm trying to think if I can spot, like, the power draw from one of these things. That would be the way to tell. Not 100% sure. Yeah, me neither. Let's see, let me look at it another way. Do they show anything different if they are running? Where do I have one that's running right now? Maybe on the other planet? They don't take power, you can... Oh, there's an energy tab. Okay, hold on. That's way better than this. Where's one of them? This one. Where's the energy tab? Here we are. Yep, okay. Yep, looks like we got it. So yeah, they don't... Okay, so there's literally no downside for me leaving these sitting around. Alright, good to know. I gotta either leave them here. I'll eventually, like, get rid of the extra ones. In fact, I could probably get rid of these ones now. Yeah, there's nothing here for these guys, so I am going to get rid of these ones immediately. These were just temporary for me to clean up the gas that was up here. And I think I'm going to leave one... I'm going to leave, like, these two here to sort of, like, guard the door in case I have any incidents But I should just be able to get rid of the rest of these at this point. So let's just remove those. We don't need these down here anymore because we got rid of all the stink gas that was in this room. And this will just free up like extra supplies for me. Any like sand that was like just held up in them for the time. Let's see here. What else can we do here? So I do want to look into the food poisoning. They did finish the liquid lock. I can have them just do that. I think there was one of these brine bottles was on top of it. Actually, I can just empty this right here. Just do that. I think. The hitboxes on these things are really weird. Is this the bottle? Yeah, this is the bottle. I hate how it has the same name. Like, if you look here, I have 2 instances of brine, and they're both liquid. There's no difference between them. I can't tell them apart other than by clicking to see which one I actually had there. But I told them to empty it, so they'll get rid of that in a moment. A lot of quality of life stuff they could do in this game. I would be very stoked if any of that happened. We can get rid of this one as well. I'll leave this one as well to kind of guard the door. I'll leave that one too, actually. We can get rid of this one now. Like, it's kind of inevitable that more of this stuff is going to materialize in the base, but it's not too bad. Like, there's a single packet here. There's one, like, right there. I suppose I could try to capture that packet by putting another one here. What else? Are there any other major sources of this stuff here? There's really no downside to just putting a few more of these down elsewhere in the base. So we'll stick one there. That'll get most of this. The bedrooms are in fairly good shape. There's a little bit like floating around the ceiling here. It's kind of a pain to get. I could put one like right here. I think right here would eventually catch it, though that blocks off some of their pathways. I'm gonna just leave that for now. What else can I do? This is not really that big of a deal. This is kind of bad. We should probably stick one down here. Deodorizer. What else have we got? That'll get most of this gas. I don't think I have one level with this floor at all. What is this room? I don't even know what this room is for. Just stick one there. Yeah, especially that I know they don't take any power. I have no reason not to just put them everywhere that I might need them. And I could just get rid of them if they're in the way, and if there's no more stink gas in the room. I'd probably stick one down here as well. Okay, that should be fairly good. So I think most of their yucky lungs problems should go away now, because there's really not any large quantities of it left. It's a little bit stinky in a few places. So the last thing I want to do here today... Actually, hold on. Do I have one on this layer? I actually don't. Okay, let me add one. Then the last thing I want to do, I'll just put it over here. Alright, so the last thing that I want to do today is figure out where they're getting food poisoning from. So we've been ignoring this. Hold on, I need to hydrate. I don't think anybody's told me to hydrate. Oh, all stream. I'm dying. There we go. Need to thirst. Well, I'm thirsting right now. Thirsting for water like a normal person. That doesn't have to be weird. Okay, thank you. Now I'll hydrate again. There we go. Alright, I'm not dying anymore. Anyways, so we have not been, like, paying any attention to the germs. So what exactly is going on here? You know what, actually I have a better idea. Let's find out if this thing says anything about food poisoning. Alright, how does this work? And then is this actually correct? Temperature range, can't do anything about that. Pressure range, also can't do anything about that. So let's see here. food and drinks tainted with food poisoning germs are unsafe to consume. So it's if they consume it. So it's if it gets in the food. And they say drinks. I assume that means that like espresso or whatever. Like if you got food poisoning in that, they'd also get sick from it. So anything that they consume like this is presumably an issue if it has food poisoning germs in it. Which... does it? Yeah, okay, so this has food poisoning germs in it, so you have a chance of getting a disease. And this is all you've been doing for like your entire existence on this asteroid, has been drinking from this espresso machine and eating my food. So it's just, I assume just like a random chance that they get the food poisoning based on the exposure. Isn't there something that shows like their germ exposure? Or is that not a thing? Am I crazy? Yeah, here it is. Mild exposure. So we do have the tools to figure out what's going on here. So we can trace it back to the source. Let me pause before that goes away. I don't know how long that lasts. Let's see here. So they've been exposed to food poisoning, and they risk waking up sick. Alright, so there's a delay. They might already have it. I'm not sure if it'll tell you. There's also contact with it, which I don't know what the difference is, but it does tell you the location, and it is this. They give you the tools for this. It's just, I kind of wish that this game mechanic actually mattered, because they seem to have actually thought this one through. Because it's telling me where this exposure was, even though it's telling me twice. And it's just a probability. So what we need to do is we need to get rid of it in the water and the food. So let's start with the water. How is it getting in the water? So the germ overlay, I don't think I could see it on the pipes. This is always rendered really weirdly. I'm not sure what this is indicating. I think this just means that there are food poisoning germs in these water pipes. But I mean, this is really going to be the problem here. I think if we get rid of the food poisoning germs in this one, in the drinkable water tank, then we should be fine. We're actually running out of polluted water, which is not what I was expecting. I might want to do something about that, actually. I might want to have a split pipe here and have half of the water just go down this way. Whatever, that's a problem for future me to deal with. How do I sterilize this tank? Since this is where all the food poisoning germs are. Let's see. I'll learn my way through this. So how does it multiply? It multiplies in polluted water. It doesn't even say anything about it surviving. See, this is one of the things that has always confused me. Do I want hints? In a moment. I'll ask in a moment. Give me a second here. This is something that has always upset me, is it multiplies in polluted water and edibles. It survives in polluted dirt and genetic ooze. Cool. Inhibited by liquid. It's literally in a liquid right now. And it doesn't seem... I don't know if it's going down or if I'm pumping more of it in. It's not killed by liquid. I'm assuming that what's happening here is I'm, like, sanitizing the polluted water. And it's just, like, leaves the germs in it. And then they stay in here, and then it's not losing it fast enough. Okay, does it say that? I think it's just not losing it fast enough, since it's kind of like exponential decay. So let's see if we can figure this out before I get any hints. Is it gonna tell me? Does it say what the decay rate is anywhere for the germs? Or do I just have to kind of figure that out? Yeah, okay, here it is. Dying on... Okay, so it is dying. I really wish that they would not hide this information, because it's so hard to find anything. Status, food poisoning. Okay, I can't see how it's dying. Properties, disease, food poisoning. Still can't see how it's dying. Surface germs, food poisoning. Still can't see how it's dying. Down here is the only one of these 3 locations where it actually tells me whether or not the germs are dying. The information is available, but it's so hard to digest. So what we need to do with this water is figure out how it's coming in. So let's work that one out. So if we just pause and check on a packet of like normal water, how is it getting into this tank? This is the only spot it's coming in from, I think. Yeah, it's coming in from here. It would also potentially come in from here, though it's not currently doing that. This contains water, which I don't think the game is going to tell me whether or not there's germs in this water, but I have to assume that there are. Okay, I'm losing track of it now. Contents. Okay, it's here this time. Like, this is what I'm complaining about, is it's so hard to read this. There is food poisoning in the polluted water. The liquid pipe, the regular water actually doesn't have food poisoning germs in it right now. The polluted water does. And I assume it's because the sieve isn't sterilizing it. But why, how's the amount of germs in this tank going up right now is my question. Like, what am I missing here? It should not be going up, and yet it is. I keep seeing it go up, like every time a new packet of water gets dropped in here. But this water doesn't have any germs in it. Except I can only see that, I think, if I... Only some of them have it? This is so confusing. Or was I reading the wrong thing? The oxygen has slime lung in it for some reason. That's a problem for later. Am I missing something, or is there actually no good way to tell whether or not there are germs in the pipes? What I'm trying to figure out is which, like, pipe is this, like, germ water coming in. I guess we just gotta check them all. Alright, so we know that there's two possible sources. You can only see it in the germ overlay. Yeah, but I know there's germs in these pipes. I think there are. Maybe not. I don't know. What does this indicate? This weird... Like, they have a germ overlay that shows food poisoning, and I guess it's only these right here. These are the outputs, so maybe it's showing, like, sources into the pipe that are producing food poisoning. And it's just really hard to see them due to the way the layering works. Like, this is not helping at all to change this. In fact, this is literally not doing anything to change this overlay. Dad, if you could figure out what is happening when I toggle these options, I would love to know. Because I cannot figure it out. I have no idea what is changing. I see a flicker up here occasionally. Like, I set it to gas pipes, and it's still showing it on the liquid pipes. And if I have the germ overlay on, it will show me if there are germs in the pipes. Yeah, that time it just did it. But now it stays. Whatever. I'm just going to set it to liquid pipes. Or all, actually. I'm just going to set it to all, so I'm less likely to miss it. I don't know what's going on with this game. Alright, so what's going on here? Like, we know this is polluted water. I don't care about that. The plants delete germs, as far as I'm aware. The problem here is I can't follow this water pipe anymore. Let's see. Maybe we may only have one source of clean water. I might be overcomplicating this. We know that this could turn on, but it is currently not active because I don't have enough polluted water. So let's see. That is... Okay, that's not going anywhere. Okay, right here. Let's see if we can get a visual. Okay, that does cause the pipes to draw on the top. There's no germs in the liquid pipe. It contains water, but there's no germs. And then that water is a merger between the salt water, which doesn't have any germs in it. It doesn't seem to. And then this is not a, like, polluted geyser or diseased geyser or whatever, so there are no germs in that. There's no germs in this polluted water. I think it's because it's too cold, so it's killing them. Where are they coming from? Bathrooms. The bathroom is a closed loop, though, I thought. Or is there another pipe connected and I'm a big dummy? I thought I had a closed loop for the bathroom. Yeah, so the clean water... This looks fine. Like, yeah, the clean water in the bathroom loop never gets out. It will produce polluted water occasionally. Yeah, show pipes. That's what I'm doing right now. Yeah, so this is a closed loop. It comes out and it can only go to this toilet and then back into the bathrooms. And then what happens is I will overflow the polluted water. Yeah, the runoff. I'm trying to figure that out. There's two things that are happening here that I'm trying to work out right now. Because I know that there are germs in the polluted water tank that are probably cycling back in, but this is not active right now, which means we are never cleaning the polluted water and putting it back in the water tank because the polluted water is empty, and I have a sensor in there that is preventing this sieve from running. So the only source of water in my base that they are drinking from right now should be this. It should be this pipe, which is coming from all the way up here, where this water is too cold to have any germs in it. I'm gonna go to the bathroom to show pipe. I don't think I can do that on stream. That might be against TOS. I'm not allowed to show pipe on stream. I'm sorry. That's for the OnlyFans. Terrible joke. Oh god. And they're not dumping any water in here actively right now. I don't get it. If the percentage of germs is going down by 3%, what is the rate? Was it 3% per second or per cycle? Oh, it's per cycle. You know what? Honestly, I wonder if it's just too slow at this point. Like, it's very hard to tell what the total number of germs is because it keeps fluctuating around. I wonder if this is a situation where I dumped an enormous number of germs into this water. I mean, I guarantee I got pee water in there at some point, like germs from that. I have not been dealing with that problem. I know that that's what it is, but I'm trying to figure out is why are they not going away? And I think the answer is they are going away, but it's extraordinarily slow. Like, insanely slow. So there are two ways that we could solve this problem. One is to not put any new food poisoning germs in the water, but the other one is I need to get rid of them when they come out. Yeah, you've never seen them go away? Yeah, I didn't realize it was that slow. I thought this was like per second or something. But yeah, no, this is nothing. This is gonna take absolutely forever for these to go away. Like, if you run the numbers on this, like, let me just see. This is exponential decay, so let me see if I could figure out how, like, what percentage would have gone away over, like, let's just say, like, I don't know, 100 cycles. So let's see. 3% dead means 0.97 retention. So that to the 100th power. Yeah, after 100 cycles, we would have like 5% left. So like it would eventually deteriorate down to like a few thousand after 100 cycles, and they would still be there. This is an extraordinarily slow decay rate. We need to kill these things. So the question is, how do I do that? We're finally cracking open the medicine like category, and there's nothing here. All right, how do I get rid of the food poisoning germs? Let's see, what can we do to the pipe? So there is a disinfecting system, and this is something I've never really understood. How do I expose the germs that are in the water to like chlorine gas or bleach stone? Okay, and radiation. Of course they wouldn't list that. I figured this wouldn't be complete. And then there's killed by gas, which I'm assuming this means that if the water evaporates, then the germs will just die. You need a reservoir for chlorine exposure. Okay. Does it just like magically touch the water through the reservoir? Makes no sense. Okay. So will radiation work on the pipes? Like, can I irradiate this water to get rid of it? Radiation is the absolute easiest method. Okay. How effective is that, I guess, is the next question. Because let's see, the water is coming out like this. If we turn on our germ overlay, yeah, so it's not even like that much food poisoning in the water here. It's like 600 germs, but germs in pipes die off with time or pipe length. I mean, I see that happening here. It looks like it's like 310 and 602 and then like 500 something, but like I'm not going to run them in a loop forever. So I want to use radiation. Yeah, I'm getting a couple of confirmations that I should use radiation for this. Now, how much radiation does it take? Is this information presented to me anywhere, or do I just need to like slap down a Wheezewort and find out how much radiation I need to get rid of these germs? Because like I'm content to just do that. I just slap one down in there to like stave off the problem. Radiation only works on a pool. Does it not affect anything in a pipe? I might still be able to get radiation into this pool if I can get it to penetrate the airlocks. I mean, I can't really get in here, but if I slap the Weezwort down here... You know what? Here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna do it. We're just gonna do it and find out. So let's get a planter box. We're gonna put a Weezwort like right here and just see if anything happens, like at all. I don't know how well this is gonna work, but I'm gonna put one here and we're gonna see if anything happens whatsoever. And then I need to also figure out how to, of course, stop putting new germs into the tank, which might also just consist of radiation again. So I should have a couple of these sitting around in the base. I have none. Okay, we need to go get some. Are there any loose around here? If not, I'm going to get the one that's down at the bottom. I don't see any. I don't think I have a good way to search for them. I need a Weezwort seed. That would have been clutch if this offered me one, but no. Okay, I'm gonna have to get the one down there. But let's just go ahead and I'll leave the planter box here. Let's just go ahead and uproot this. We keep dumping it in and let the Weezwort be permanent. It depends how effective it is. Like, the thing is, right now, I'm not dumping any germs into this tank. It's just going to take, like, 100 cycles for it to get down to a reasonable level. So what I'm trying to figure out right now is just how do I get rid of them now so that my duplicants stop getting food poisoning, because they are just constantly getting food poisoning. Like, every time I look around, at least one of them has food poisoning. And the other planet, 2 of them have it. We'll have to deal with that when we get there. Okay, of course, nobody has food poisoning right now when I check on this, but... It's been annoying to see it happen, and I want to solve that problem. I want to optimize, like, what they're doing here. Okay, they finally have access to one. Go plant it now, please. Water should work. What do you mean water should work? Doesn't help that this is high density water too, so I'd probably... I don't know how that works. I don't know if the germ density goes up as well. I'm assuming that the individual numbers are preserved. Fertilization, that's fine. They're going to do that in a moment. Radiation's slower to kill on pea water than regular water. Yeah, that's... I mean, we're trying to clean the regular water. It's... Presumably it can breed in the polluted water, because that's what it said. Up to what threshold, I don't know, because again, it doesn't tell you. It multiplies, but it doesn't tell you how it multiplies. They use half-life. Oh yeah, but let's see if we can just figure this out. Can I find some in water right now? Like, that doesn't tell me a whole lot here. I need to find a packet of polluted water that has food poisoning in it so I can see this stat. The other place probably has some. Yeah, okay, here we are. Let's have a look at this one. Not the liquid pump. I want the tile of water, and then the properties. Okay, so there's an overpopulation threshold. I really hate how they do this shit. Like, the information is just scattered all over the place. So there's a maximum, and then if it exceeds that, then they decay. And presumably if we're below the maximum, they will show a stat that shows, like, how much they're growing per cycle, which I don't really care how much per cycle they're gaining. Like, I understand how the mechanic probably works. I don't know how they calculate that, like, overpopulation threshold, but it's probably something to do with the volume of the water in the tile. And then these guys also have, like, 16 million germs of food poisoning in the water here. So the same problem is going to have to be solved on this planet, but let's solve it at home base first. And we'll see how far I get into that before I end stream today. But let's see at the very least if this has, like, any viability. No. Okay, it just doesn't... It's just not doing anything. Like, it can go through these, I think. Or am I... It's going through this. Wait, is the high density of the water, like, is showing it, like, absorbing all the radiation? How exactly does that work? Like, is it getting absorbed by the water and then calculating how much radiation is left, or is this actually doing something? The door is made of copper. It literally goes through the door. You could see it going through the door on this tank over here. This is made of copper. It's going into the polluted water tank. But then on this one, the instant it touches the water, it's gone. Like, immediately. Like, the radiation is just completely blocked, and I think it might be the high water density. But the question is that affecting the food poisoning germs? Is the game gonna tell me that? Let's go back to looking at this. No, it's just dying on liquid. I'm not getting any information about it dying to the radiation, which I would assume would show. Yeah, it has high rad shielding, but how do I get the radiation into the water if the water shields the radiation before the germs are affected by it? You don't think the UI is bad. It's better to have the germ count available without having to go to that menu, but it would cause clutter if it showed the doubling times every... I just want to hover over it. Like, this is fine, but if I hover right here, I want all that information to show up in that tooltip. That's the thing I'm complaining about, is it's here, and it's here, and it's here, but this is the only one that shows this info. This surface germs pop-up should show up if you hover your mouse over this. That's what I want them to do. The rads are affecting it, it would show up. You didn't think about the water issue. Yeah, I think the water must be killing the radiation before it even has a chance. Which I don't know if that's because this is high density water. There's like 8 kilograms of water per tile in here. I don't know if that's the reason why that's happening. Like, maybe this would work a little bit if the water wasn't so dense. I mean, if nothing else, this is a compelling argument to not do this. What does that give us then? What are we left with? Okay, let's go back to the catalog and see if we figure out what's going on here. Alright, so what is the difference between killed by and disinfected by? Does killed by mean that it dies if the thing that it's in turns into gas? Like, if I were to boil this water, I assume that means that would kill it. Like, I'm guessing that's what that means. It doesn't even mention what happens if you freeze it, but I think since it dies below negative 25, it would eventually die to that. I mean, I guess I could technically sterilize it by heating the water with a tepidizer, but that's a lot of energy just to kill a bunch of damn germs. Yeah, heat is an effective way. I could heat it up in the pipes and then cool it back down, but like, I'm looking for a quick fix here. I'm just trying to... Maybe I should use a storage container with the chlorine. Okay, Zap, you mentioned something about the chlorine. So if I put it in a water reservoir, like just temporarily, like I just like buffer a bunch of water in a reservoir, and that reservoir is in a room full of chlorine, you're telling me that that will like kill the germs, like steadily, if I do that? Because I could set that up like over here or something before I output the water. Because this is not working. I'm gonna leave this here in case we like see it working on the polluted water in this tank. And eventually I'm gonna have to deal with all the polluted water inputs that have germs, but for now, let's go ahead and test this. Let's make a clean room. Maybe over here somewhere, I think, is where I want to build it. I'm thinking about what would be the least in the way. You're saying 3 reservoirs. I could have like a bunch of different pipes going in and out of the room. Jeremy, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Jeremy water input and clean water output. Let's work this out. Let's figure this out. I think this will be the last thing we do today. So it's going to need to be 3 tall to fit the liquid reservoirs. I want to leave a little bit of room like above and below it, probably. I'm going to put it like here. We're not going to overpressure it. Actually, wait, what am I doing then? I don't need to enclose it. I'm going to place it like kind of here-ish, just to give myself a little bit of room to work with. So we'll have a reservoir like right over there. The water loops and it only lets clean water out. Yeah, I could put a sensor on it, couldn't I? So that it like will not let the water out at all. Oh, never mind. No, I need to enclose it because it has to be like enclosed in a gas chamber. So we do need to enclose it. Am I going to need to go in and out of this constantly? I could probably just build it once and then seal it off? The design can be made without sensors. Well, beats me how you'd go about doing that, but I'm listening. How would I go about doing that? What am I missing here? Alright, I'm gonna make room for like 2. I'm just gonna get rid of these native like plants because they're just in the way at this point. I want to build room for like 2 of these liquid tanks. And then I'm gonna just fill this room with like chlorine gas. I'll leave room for 1 more. Something like this. I don't know how much of a long-term like problem this is going to be, but for now, I'm just gonna like set this up and see if we get any results out of this. I can always make it bigger if I need to. Like someone said 3 reservoirs, but I'm just gonna use a couple for now, and I'm just gonna see how this works. Like this is not necessarily the right solution to this problem. The correct solution to this problem would have been to not let dirty water into the tank to begin with, and we wouldn't be having this problem because the decay rate would be able to keep up. The problem is I didn't do that. I let this problem fester for 378 cycles, and now I'm paying the consequences for doing so. So I need a solution now. Well, I mean, I want one. Like, I could ignore this for the whole playthrough and it would probably be fine, but I have decided that this is what I want to do. Why is there water here? Yeah, why is there water here? How does this happen? Like, it's always when I'm not looking. No pipes got broken. I didn't see any damage. There's just water here now. I can only assume that they picked up a chunk of ice and left it there and it melted. Too much liquid. Oh boy. Okay, well, I'm just gonna leave that down there for now. I think a piece of ice must have been sitting here at some point and it melted. I think, I mean, at the very least, it looks like all the ice is gone from down here. I don't know if anybody caught what happened there, but I definitely did not. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so let's set this up. So we're gonna have the pipes run up and down like that. I'm gonna place some ladders here. I think I got rid of these ladders earlier. I'm just gonna put them back so that I can access the undercarriage of this build. And they can also get to the top if they need to, and I'll seal this off once it's full of chlorine gas. And this is not going to be a super precise. I think I'm not even going to pump out the room. I think I'm just going to try to overpressure it with chlorine. Because I'm guessing that this tile down here is the only one that matters knowing this game, so I could probably just fill the floor with chlorine gas and call it a day. So let's go ahead and make a gas vent down on the floor. This is just to figure out if I can even fix this problem. And which of these tanks has chlorine in it? Oxygen, hydrogen, chlorine. Alright, so we did have a tank for that. How am I going to get it up here? Probably just straight up. I hate having to do, like, juggling like this, but we're going to do something like that. And then I'm going to run it, like this. And, through here. Actually, they can't reach that. So let's do it through here instead. And down. Yeah, something like that. And I just have to eyeball this, and then I'll just cut it off manually when it fills up with chlorine. But I think the chlorine sinks a little bit, so it should push the oxygen up. I hope. And are you injured? Like, is this... Yeah, that's not too bad. You just walk it off. You'll be fine. You can come into work. I do want them to... Not that. I do want them to build these now before the chlorine starts flowing in. This is all just a crappy temporary setup. So while all that nonsense is going on, we need to divert the water in a different direction. Go ahead and delete this bridge. Really didn't leave myself a lot of room to work with here, so we have to do that and that. And let's see, I kind of need to go up over the top. Like that. This is ultra spaghetti. Through there. I don't know exactly how this is going to work. I'm not setting up any systems right now to actually like cycle the water. I just want to see like what tangible effect this has if I just run the water straight through this. And then we need to send it back out over here, which is basically impossible because I have way too many pipes in this room. I probably should remove this sieve or put it somewhere else. I hate how you can't rotate these. You curious? Or are you curious how this works? You're heading to bed. Alright, you have a good night. Yeah, ask me like next stream. If you catch my next stream, like ask about that, and I'll be able to tell you roughly what happened. I should be able to remember it. You have a good night. I wonder if I should actually just run this at the top as well. God, I made such a mess for myself. Oh my god. I think I actually have a way. I think I found a spaghetti path. Hold on. I can clutch this. If we put it right here, and we do this and this, so I don't need to delete that, but whatever, they're gonna do it in a moment. There we go. That's the spaghetti. I played Factorio. I'm a professional at this kind of thing. There's always a way to get a belt where you want it to go. You just have to believe in yourself. There we go. Okay, so we got the water back out. This is, again, temporary and horrible and awful, and I despise it, but it's the best that I've got so far. Every tile must be piped. I mean, yeah, I'm not making good use of space otherwise if I don't do it that way. Alright, so right now the water is backing up in this room, and the chlorine is here. So I'm assuming that having the point of interest on the bottom is the only thing that matters for the chlorine. That's usually how this goes. So I'm letting it like kind of push these gases out a little bit. I know there's carbon dioxide in here. I'm gonna go ahead and just block it off now and just kind of let this sit and see where this gets us, because it's already over pressurized anyways. So there should be a decent amount of exposure. Let's see what's happening to the food poisoning germs if I just let it flow normally. You're not gonna tell me, are you? Okay, we don't get to see numbers on this one, so I just have to infer what's going on here. Do you think there's a rotate anything mod? I'm scared to use mods. I don't know if you're still here, but I'm scared to use mods that like functionally change the behavior of an item, because then if I have to remove the mod later, everything is going to break. Click on the water in the container to view it. Oh. Alright, thank you. I would not have inferred that. Dying on liquid, and then occasionally... That's it, that's all we get. So what is this? Okay, what does this mean? It shows 100%. It doesn't say dead per cycle, it just says 100%. What does that mean? I mean, it's working. This is good at the very least. I don't know why this is working. Scroll down. Oh. Okay, well that explains that. 100% dead per cycle. So I don't know how they... God, it's been so long since I learned this. I don't know what that translates to in like dead per second. I don't know if they do it all in like one tick. It looks like they calculate it here. Yeah, we got a half-life. I don't know how they run the numbers. This is one of those like continuous growth versus like annual growth versus monthly growth. It's the same thing but decay. I don't remember how all these things convert to each other. But I don't think we need to know the number. It looks like this is essentially the fastest that it's willing to kill it. The 100% dead per cycle thing is a lie. Why am I even surprised? Like, why am I even surprised that you're gonna tell me that? But at the very least, it does look like this is working. So the number appears to be going up. So here's the next experiment that we're going to do. I'm going to prevent the water from leaving. Let's just see, like, just eyeball how fast this is. This is such a weird, like, UI. Alright, let's see how fast this is. So we got like 10,000 in here. The number's gonna keep going up until the reservoir is full. if you're using sensors to cycle water, you don't really need to know the rate. I just want to like understand this game mechanic. I don't need the numbers either. I'm just trying to understand this game mechanic to figure out what's going on here, because I've never had to care about this before. Alright, so if I'm not introducing new water into the tank, it looks like it just does what it says on the tin. It's a change rate of some amount, which appears to decay with like how low the food poisoning germs are to begin with. And unfortunately, every single time the chlorine moves off of this tile, it forgets about this and scrolls me back up, which is incredibly annoying. But yeah, it looks like it's just decaying the germ count. Yeah, so the question is, like, how long do I have to keep the water in here? Like, I'm trying to think how to do this. There's always going to be germs. Why are the dupes still making mash food after 1 year? They shouldn't be, are they? I mean, they're making lice loaf for one of my other planets, but I've never made a mush bar. So if you're talking about the lice loaf is there as like a backup, but I don't have very much meal lice anymore. I have these guys going, but I've cut down that farm. They're mostly eating bristle blossoms and whatever unfortunate hatches starved to death because I stopped feeding them while they were down here. So I mean, as far as to answer the question, why are they making mash? It's because occasionally I have food problems on this planet and I want to send it over. I think we haven't had that issue for a while, so realistically I could probably cut that off entirely, but I might as well do something with the lice loaf, or with the meal lice that I'm making. I'm also getting meal lice from this occasionally if these guys don't eat it fast enough. Oh my god, there's a lot more of these guys in here than I remember. I should probably get rid of the ones that are the wrong type, because I think we have an overpopulation of these. So you know what, we're going to have more barbecue. Thank you for bringing this up. I'm going to get us a little bit more barbecue here, because these guys shouldn't be here, and I have not automated this. Because, spoiler alert, I'm not extraordinarily good at this game, so there are a lot of things that I have not gotten around to doing yet. What we're trying to figure out right now is how to quickly undo a mistake with the food poisoning in my water, because I have too many germs in here, and it's going to take like 100 cycles for that to decay to an appreciable value, and I have never explored these game mechanics before. And it looks like the chlorine works for some reason on the liquid reservoir, like a chat member told me, and I'm just trying to think, like, how do you automate this process to make sure that the chlorine is actually dead? Or that, not the chlorine, that the germs are actually dead before I let the water out. And I'm assuming that if I use a sensor, I could just run them through the sensor, and then on the next tile I can have one of those automated shutoffs or whatever, yeah, liquid shutoff to pull the water out, because I think the sensor output has like a delay of 1 cycle, or like 1 tick or something like that. I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong. So let's see if we can do something like that. We should be able to do that like right here. And then if the water's not dead, I'm gonna put it back in the tank. Is kind of what I want to do here. So let's see, how would I go about doing that? I need a priority. How do I make sure this doesn't back up is the problem here? Like, I can have a loop here, and then I can have a bridge inputting into the loop, which would guarantee that the water is only going to get added to the loop if there's space for it, so it won't back up anymore. Yeah, I think that's the way to do this. What is the laziest possible way that I could do that, like, right now? Well, unfortunately, I have my output on the wrong side of the tank, so I kind of got to go around and back up. This pump we don't really need anymore. I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of this pump. That was for when I had ice down here. So we can go ahead and deconstruct this, and that'll free up some space for more pipe spaghetti. And then once that's all gone, I'll see what room that cleared up. I think they can reach this one. I don't really care about this. This is all temporary solution until I could get the source of the food poisoning out of the water. But radiation didn't work. We're gonna have to try chlorine, and this was the closest place I could find to do this. I could have reused some of these pipes, just as well, because I can't reach some of them. Ooh, I hope they can reach that tile diagonally. I think they can. Yeah, that should work. Okay, this it's very crappy loop, but it should do the trick. It gives me access to the water here. So we're gonna have a liquid shut off. Well, actually, I need to give myself a little more room here. This is absolutely horrendous is what this is. So we're gonna do something like this. I need to have a sensor right there, and then the liquid shut off right after it, which will output to the left. Otherwise, it goes back into the loop. This is an abomination. I'm fully aware of how bad this is, but let's just see if this works. Slime lung. Come on, game. Look, we already have enough problems. I mean, one disease at a time. Please, leave me alone. Alright, germ sensor. Liquid pipe, germ sensor. This is probably going to be very slow, but I just want to see if this, like, conceptually even works before I try to scale this up in any way. So we need the liquid pipe germ sensor, which is not rendering for some reason, but requires pathogen. Oh my god, we might not be able to do this today. I need to end soon. Well, that's what I get for never researching anything germ related. I mean, it is right here. I can maybe get it kind of quickly. We're coming up on 7 hours though. This might be like a to be continued to see if I can get this nonsense to work, because I don't have that researched yet. I'm glad that the search at least showed me something that I didn't have researched yet, because otherwise I would have been confused about the building I needed. Yeah, of course I didn't have them unlocked, silly. You think I actually researched that? No, germs are irrelevant. Potential power consumed. Oh, what's the problem? Oh. I'm surprised that hasn't burnt out this whole playthrough. Yeah, I was like, germs, whatever. Peace shot, I don't gotta do anything with that. I probably should have done something about the damn germs. Oh well. If it isn't the consequences of my actions. Off sign, yeah, that's, I mean... Whoever got the slime lung is living up to that right now. Alright, so how long is that research gonna take? I have somebody on it now. But we might end it here. I think we might leave it on a cliffhanger. Spreading them in the germ... Spreading them germs in the food. It's fucking raw. I mean, look, you're the chef. I mean, you haven't even complained about, like, the work conditions that you're in right now, and how filthy the water is that you're using. I mean, I don't think you're even using water for any of these recipes. I don't know. I mean, I think your food is actually free of germs, because I'm pretty sure cooking them kills all the germs that are in them. That was my understanding, at least, for food poisoning. Like, any ingredients that get cooked here are supposed to kill it. But what's happening is, the germs are in, like, the espresso machine, which is out of pepper nut, so they might stop getting sick now. I don't know how I ran out of pepper nut. Oh, no irrigation. Yeah, we got a lot of problems to solve next stream. Okay, I think we're gonna end it here, I think. So this is gonna be a cliffhanger, but it's getting late, so I need to end. I'm gonna have that research done, and I'm gonna be able to, like, test this awful, like, sanitation loop that I built here, but I definitely need to do a better job than this in the long term. Like, add multiple liquid reservoirs and, like, stall it out. At the very least, though, we know that the chlorine is capable of sterilizing the water in here. If I quickly take a look at this, they should be mostly dead now. Properties, yeah, no surface germs. So it did sterilize the water that was in this tank, eventually. And then if we look at the germ overlay, I think the one in the pipe is still there. No, the liquid pipe's actually also empty. What killed the germs in the liquid pipe? Or did they just, like, die on their own? Because... Let's see. I thought that we had pumped in water that had germs in it. Maybe they do die in the pipe if they're in the chlorine. Are you sure that it has to be a liquid reservoir to kill the germs in the pipe? Because it looks like they just kind of died anyways. No, they're also dead down here. I'm not sure. These ones have food poisoning. Food poisoning. And then suddenly there's no food poisoning on the tiles that are adjacent to the chlorine. I don't know, we'll have to figure this out later, so let me go back up and, like, just, you know, we don't even need to modify that. I can just put the camera here when we end stream. It's only 10 kilograms per second versus 5 tiles. Yeah, but that means that if I run the pipe, like, if I just, like, zigzag the pipe in, I get a little bit of bonus. Like, I guess, I don't know. Maybe you're right, actually. If I have a large amount here, but it means I could maybe scrape off, like, the final remaining bits. It would be a reason to put this entire arrangement inside of a chlorine-filled room to make sure that there is never any, like, germs sitting in a pipe at a dead end somewhere in a loop. I don't know. I might not be making any sense right now. I got to think this through a little bit better. I'm starting to get the streamer brain rot from streaming for too long, so we're going to go ahead and end it here. This is going to be a project, and we're going to have to fix this. And then I need to either do oil refining or I need to, like, set up a rocket and do some space exploration. But I could squeeze out a little bit of extra, like, germ decay out of having extra pipes in the whole setup here. So this is going to be our project for next time. Is the research is literally not even progressing right now. Let me double check why that's not happening before I end. Low on water. Oh, right. Yeah, I cut off my water supply. Can I fix that? Let's just fix that so that we have a water supply, so that not everything is horrible. Okay, we have a water supply now. Okay, so this is where we're gonna end it off. I'm aware that, like, the germ problem isn't even terribly important. Like, I could go through this whole game and probably not do anything about it, but I want to solve this problem. I have just decided that I feel like trying to figure this out. Like, can I get all my duplicants to be happy and healthy? And the answer is probably yes, but I need to get the germs out of my, like, condensed water tank first if I'm going to be able to do that, or I'm never going to be able to get rid of them. And then once I've got this set up and it's kind of working, I'm going to try to figure out how the germ water is getting in there to begin with. And I think it's most likely the fact that I'm not sterilizing it on the way in, which I can figure out at that point if I can utilize radiation or more chlorine probably, or any other solution to get rid of the damn germs. And we'll figure out, like, a consistent way, like, how long does the water have to spend in the tank to guarantee that I get rid of all the germs. And then I'll figure out why I have slime lung as well, because I don't even know where that came from. I mean, I know the slime is down here, but nobody should be going in there, so I don't know how they got slime lung. That'll be an issue for a future stream. But that is going to be it for this time. So, on our next episode, we'll try to figure out what to actually do about the germ situation. And then figure out why our pepper nuts are all dying as well. Which I think I just need to reprioritize my water supply to solve that problem. Whatever, save again. I'm paranoid. But yeah, until next time.